Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning. Good morning. Got my coffee. I'm ready for court. How about y'all? Man, last night was too short. I'm so sleepy. I curled up in my bed and it was all heaven. Hello, Red Panda Power, and Angela Turtlemom. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for signing in your den time for me. I appreciate it. Oh, I remember you have your appointment today. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And it's going to be a good one. Today's going to be a good Monday. No gremlins, no weird stuff. It's going to be nice. I don't know why. Yesterday, I kept thinking yesterday was Monday. Don't get me started. I kept thinking yesterday was Monday. All day. To the end of the day. And then I went, shoot, I've lost half a week. This trial is far more interesting than I thought it was going to be. In all honesty, it really is. I got to do the iBingo, just in case we have a bingo. I don't know if we are. because our bingo mod's not here. Good morning. Why did chat disconnect? Let me reload. The gremlins? Nope. You're not allowed here, gremlins. Get out. Oh, gremlins. So I have to redo my, sorry, I have to repop out my chats. I've set everything up at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. every night. I do that. They're my chats. They're my lovelies. And so that, speaking of Miss June, so I set everything up the night before so I can just slither in here and get more sleep. But sometimes in the middle of the night, the gremlins get out and play. Good morning, Miss June. How are you doing, love? I didn't know if we were going to have a bingo card or not today. It's okay if we don't. Good morning. We have read Panda Power in here this morning. Yes. Why does it show up? Okay, guys, I got to do a refresh. Gremlins, give me. Like I said, got to do a refresh. That is strange, y'all. It shows I have no viewers, but I know there's at least 3 of you in here. At least 3 of you in here. So I don't know what's going on. I can't fix it, but oh well. Okay, that's the one I want. Okay, are y'all ready? You show 3? Yeah, me too. My 3 favorite people. My 3 favorite people. Okay, we might as well get going. Y'all can watch it on rewatch if you need to, because we got to get going because court's starting. Here are the details and the recap of Dima Tower's Red Room trial thus far. Of course, Dima Tower, as we know, is 24 years old, Ukrainian adoptee. He was on trial for a Red Room 2023 stabbing to death of his adoptive parents, Jennifer and Robbie Tower. The case has been marked by emotional courtroom moments, rejected plea deals, disturbing counts of family violence. Jennifer and Robbie Tower were found fatally stabbed in the Northport home of Middlecott Road in August of 2023. Dima Tower, adopted from Ukraine at the age of 14 from an orphanage, is charged with 2 counts of first-degree Red Room and fleeing the police. He has a minor prior police record that shows multiple domestic violence calls, but when they say multiple domestic violence calls, the most brutal he got was a shoving, including the assault on his parents, which is the shoving. So the plea deal negotiations, defense offered a guilty plea for manslaughter with 40-year sentence. The prosecution rejected that 40-year cap, saying that they'd accept manslaughter but push for life in prison. So we had opening statements on November 12th. The attorney for the defense, Mark Gilman, describes Dima's troubled childhood in the Ukraine, argued neglect shaped his violent behavior. Gilman admitted Tower was not innocent, but asked the jurors to consider lesser charge. Tower broke down in tears, covering his face, forcing the judge to call a recess. Prosecution owner, hold on. Sorry, allergies. Tower allegedly retrieved a steak knife from the kitchen and attacked his parents. Prosecutor said he had considered unaliving them multiple times before the Red Rooms. After the killings, he was seen covered in blood, loading items in his car, and led the police on a chase across the country. A neighbor reported a woman banging on her door, screaming for help. Police followed, and Tower ignored the commands to stop and fled. Eventually, he was arrested at a gas station where domestic violence history in the family. Well, record does detail a few of reported minor assaults, including a 2018 incident where the officers responded to the violent outbursts. The courtroom, when Tower's emotional breakdown during the opening statements highlighted the physical tension in the trial. The defense was not contesting guilt, but pushing manslaughter. So, right now, we are on witnesses. It's alleged that they will rest today. The defense will get the case today. Tomorrow, jury instructions, and then verdict watch. So we'll have a verdict watch tomorrow in this case. Good morning, Marissa. There are no defense witnesses. We don't know if the defendant will take the stand. Good morning, Ari. Good morning. All right, guys. I will be working on my hat today, my graduation cap. FYI, we'll be working on graduation cap today. Sounds like my monkey's unscrewing her water bottle again, which she's prone to do. Oh, wrong one. There we go. That's the one I wanted. Good morning. He is definitely shackled. He looks like someone who could be from Russia. He's got that look about him. Yeah, she's rattling that water bottle.
Do each of you have a proposed packet in front of you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and this is from the email that was from yesterday. But I have to make any edits.
Great. Let's take a
Get
look
your
at
coffee, y'all.
Introduction to final instructions. We'll go page by page. Any objection to this by either side?
No objection, Your Honor.
3.2. Now, let me just remind some.
By the way, I know I told mods that we'd go live at 11 a.m. I had a request from multiple people who are lurkers who reached out to me in Discord asking me to go live at 8 a.m. because they may not be able to see this part later. So I accommodated.
Mr. Tower understands. We're having this jury instruction. We call it a charge conference. We're having this early because time allows us to have this discussion. This doesn't mean these are permanent. There could be changes that happen based on the additional evidence presented. For example, once the state closes their case in chief, your attorney will make arguments. So we haven't had motions yet. So this is an early look at jury instructions, Mr. Tower. This isn't a final discussion. We'll have another discussion once we've closed all the evidence before we were to read this to the jurors, okay?
Your Honor, just a question. Do you prefer like page numbers?
No, I don't need page numbers. Does the defense have any preference? My preference would be not to do page numbers.
I would not like them either.
All right, next is statement of charges. Again, in this case, we had the defendant was indicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder. I granted the state's motion to consolidate those 2 counts with the fleeing to elude. Because he was indicted with first-degree murder, the second-degree murder charges that were initially filed were declined. I think there was a written order to that effect, not order, but motion by this memo by the state. Is that right, Emily? Did Ms. Frabling bring something over to you on Wednesday on the second-degree murder charges?
Yes, but
Further clarification. Okay. So these.
Oh, it was clarified. Yes.
It was clarified. All right. So these appear to me to be the statement of the charges that court allowed to go forward on. Count 1 is murder in the first degree. The state identified Mr. Gilman to make 1 and 2 unique, they put in the alleged victim.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that that's appropriate. Do you have any objection to that?
I do not.
And then count 3 is fleeing to elude. They also inserted here to identify it, siren and lights activated. Again, we'll get to that later, but they're lesser included. So I think that's appropriate. Any objection to the statement of charges page?
No, Your Honor.
All right, next we have 7.1, introduction to homicide. Unless expressly waived by both parties, this must be read in all homicide cases. I've reviewed it. The state just inserted the correct pronouns. They do have, Mr. Gilman, both lesser included counts of murder in the 2nd degree and manslaughter inserted. And they have the defendant's name, Dima Tower, inserted as well. It appears to me, as I went through it and compared it to our Supreme Court version, that it's legally accurate. Do either side have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, next we have 7.2. This is the instruction on murder 1st degree. It has the statute number. I have compared this to the Supreme Court version. It appears to be legally accurate. It has the defendant's and alleged victims' names. Now, they're all capitalized. The state has been consistent throughout doing that. Is there any objection by either side to that, to capitalizing the names? I think it's usually done. I can't think of any prejudice to capitalizing the name. It's not in any way.
I don't think I have any objection to it, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to this instruction as it relates? So this is count 1. This is with Jennifer Tower as the alleged victim.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, count 2. It's the same exact instruction, except if you look at element 1 and 3, instead of Jennifer Tower, it now has Robbie Tower, which is consistent with the state's indictment that Robbie Tower is the victim, alleged victim in count 2. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Next is 28.7. Again, I did already compare these to our Supreme Court version. I found no mistake in this either. Names are capitalized. The defendant's name is inserted. There's no victim name here. It has the definitions. It has the 3 elements correctly outlined. Any objection to this by either side?
No, Your Honor. The only issue is there is I don't know if you want to take the brackets out of the vehicle definition.
I definitely think we should. I missed that. Yeah. Thank you for catching that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's address the lesser included crimes to count 1. They are murder in the 2nd degree and manslaughter. Are either side requesting those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's appropriate to include these. The state appropriately did here. So we have murder in the 2nd degree and manslaughter. For fleeing to elude, the 2 lesser included in the definition are fleeing to elude without sirens and lights and reckless driving. Are either side requesting either of those?
No, Your Honor.
State?
So defense is not requesting any lesser included for
The fleeing to elude?
the fleeing to elude?
Correct.
Okay. We'll request the felony fleeing to elude.
Okay. So you want to make the argument that there were no lights and sirens activated? Okay, let's keep in fleeing to elude without lights and sirens. Both sides agree not to have reckless driving. State defense?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll remove reckless driving. All right, so we now have the definition. So we're now going to get into the lesser included The state did one, which is probably appropriate for each count 1 and count 2. So the first one is murder, second degree. They inserted victim Jennifer Tower. So this is the lesser included for count 1. I compared it to the standard instruction. It's legally accurate. The portion that's in the standard instruction that the state has not included is the whole discussion on negligence. Do both sides agree that does not apply?
Yes, Your Honor.
I agree as well. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
I think it's legally accurate. Again, I compared it to the Supreme Court version and it is the same. All right, next we're still on count 1 now. The lesser included crime is manslaughter. They inserted victim Jennifer Tower again. It shows to the jury that this is still count 1. It has the 2 elements. Again, I compared this to the book. It is accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're now moving to count 2. This says victim Robbie Tower. Count 2 first-degree murder is second-degree murder. It's the same instruction as the lesser included is to count 1, although instead of Jennifer Tower, we have Robbie Tower inserted. Any objection by either side to this?
No, Your Honor.
State?
No.
Okay, we also have the manslaughter instruction for count 2. This is the victim Robbie Tower. They inserted the defendant's name, victim's name. Otherwise, it's the same instruction. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we have the lesser included for fleeing to elude, which is fleeing to elude. Any objection? Oh, we need to do what Mr. Gilman pointed out before. You still have the bracketed part in the vehicle definition. Can you remove that? Once that's done, any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
All right, reckless driving will be removed. Good morning, Ms. Frabling. All right, next in my packet is 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. This appears to be the old version. We need to get the updated version, 2025. The only difference is that in the paragraph that begins, a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. That paragraph has changed, and that paragraph now begins, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. Are you able to get the updated version?
Yes.
Other than that, it's the same. All right, once that change is made, is there any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll give you a moment, Ms. Whipple. Let me know when you've finished that. Okay, next I have 3.9, weighing the evidence. Okay, we have 1 through 5 that are given in all cases. So what we don't have is 6 through 10. So let me just read them out loud and let's see if we think so far any apply or if you can anticipate perhaps. Number 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify?
I would not think that applies.
State?
Agrees.
All right. Did you say agrees?
Agrees, yes.
Okay.
I
All right, so right now we think 6 does not apply. 7, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony?
I do not anticipate that testimony either.
No, it doesn't apply, Your Honor.
Okay. 8, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? I don't think we've had impeachment so far. We'll see how it plays out. I think we have, we'll see how the rest of the trial plays out. But so far we agree it wouldn't apply.
Correct.
All right. 9, has the witness been convicted of a felony or a crime of dishonesty? There's been none of that so far. We'll see if that changes for the remainder of the trial. 10, does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness. There's been no testimony related to that. So far, I would agree that 6 through 10 don't apply. We'll have to readdress this at the end of the evidence. All right, whether the state has met its burden remains in. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement be given all cases. Expert witnesses can remain in. We didn't have any accomplice or informant, so that was correctly not included. There's been no child witness. We'll wait to see if Mr. Tower testifies, whether or not to include that or exclude it. Proper for a witness to talk to the lawyers and relying upon your own testimony. So this appears to me to be legally accurate right now. The only issue is when we find whether or not Mr. Tower testifies, we'll address that. The next one, 3.9A, defendant not testifying. We'll wait to see what Mr. Tower chooses to do. 3.9B, defendant's statements. We have that here. We have a statement that was played to the jury yesterday. This is something the jury should take into consideration, this instruction. I've compared it to the Supreme Court version. This appears to me to be legally accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
3.10, rules for deliberation. All of them are included except the jurors talking about questions they asked. Of course, they didn't in this trial. So this appears to me to be legally accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Cautionary instruction is legally accurate. I will read that, of course. 3.12A, we have single defendant, multiple counts. Can you get rid of and informations in the title portion there?
I just called it charging documents.
Can we just get rid of it?
Yeah,
I think single defendant, multiple counts is the issue that the jury, we're honing them in on here.
thank you.
So let's see, you have a separate crime is charged in each count of the charging. Can you make that singular document? I granted a motion to consolidate, so we don't need them to be thinking that we have an information and an indictment. I think that's irrelevant.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we do need them to know that there's multiple counts and they need to consider them separately. So let's say a separate crime is charged in each count of the charging document. You're getting rid of the S. And although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. This now appears to be legally accurate to me. Any objection once we remove and informations and the S in documents?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Ms. Whipple, were you able to make those changes?
Yes,
All right, the verdict instruction 3.12 seems appropriate. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, verdict looks good to me as well, that the state listed, I think, appropriately consistent with the jury instructions. They listed the alleged victim to identify the difference between count 1 and 2. They have the lesser included. It's perfectly lined up. There's nothing italicized or drawing attention to anyone in particular. Guilty and not guilty are not capitalized throughout.
Count 3.
Your Honor, I did, for count 3, but this isn't on your section. Initially, there wasn't the lesser included, but can I talk with Ms. Grayling for a second?
Sure, about whether you want the reckless or,
There's something that has to be changed about the title. It's called fleeing to elude. I have attempting, that has to be removed. Defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude a law, or what happened? Did we?
So, earlier when we were going through potential lessers,
Yeah.
Mr. Gilman said that he was not requesting the lesser fleeing or the reckless driving.
Okay,
So
okay,
the-
great.
Because I had said initially maybe the lesser included of the fleeing to it, or do you want no lessers at all?
No lessers.
No lessers?
Yeah.
Okay, so
All
then.
right, so what we're gonna do though, Your Honor, is take away B and C.
Well, there's currently only B.
I might have a different version, but so A, right now I have A, B, D. So
Right.
A would be the defendant is guilty of, let's see, how do you have it labeled on you? It'll be the defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude law enforcement officer, parentheses, sirens and lights activated. So it's consistent, I think,
Yes. and
as
then-
charged. And then B would be the defendant is not guilty.
Yes, we just consulted and the state is no longer requesting a lesser.
Right, I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
For attempting.
Mr. Gilman, did you hear that?
I did.
Okay, so it's going to be A, B. And you're just gonna include lights and sirens, although yeah, just to be consistent. And then it has the correct month, year, place to be signed. It looks legally accurate. All right, let's discuss this now. They have your last page, submitting case to jury. Talking about what evidence would go back. Can you get?
I have to address something. Man, YouTubers, people who watch YouTube, Bella, damn it, I have to say something to you, boo. I don't care if it gets me in trouble. Mods, get ready. I have been talking to Take It to Trial because she's been creating this style of thumbnail, and she has done a fabulous job. I had been in contact with her for the last week because I have a college project due, and it was a PowerPoint, and I wanted to use this style in the PowerPoint. And I tried it her way. It didn't work. I couldn't get it to work in Canva. I won't say how I did this. It's probably the same way she is. So I played and figured out how to do that. And a person is really angry with me and said, why does it look exactly like the thumbnail to Take It to Trial uses? Here's my response. I've been in talks with Take It to Trial. She is kindly shared with me how to create the style with me. I actually used it before. Well, not before. Well, I did. I turned it on. Actually, it's just before in a college project. So it was just a fun test and a change of pace. I also wanted to compliment her creativity and inspiration. And that is awesome. I love it. That said, it is in a copyrighted style. I can create a thumbnail in any format that I feel like experimenting with, including this one. Take It to Trial. Thank you for the inspiration. And no, this won't be a new permanent style, but I'm just playing around. So, haters, you've never heard the phrase, copying is the highest form of flattery. I have many YouTubers who have used my style in the past. I at least reached out to Take It to Trial and told her that I wanted to learn how to do this, but it did explain it would not become a permanent fixture in my YouTube channel. But if it does, it does. There's nothing wrong with us playing around with style, playing around with creativity, and learning new techniques. I had to learn a new technique in order to do this. I don't know why, but this morning I am not in the mood for it, and I will be happy to address any other concerns with this. But Take It to Trial is listening. Hats off to you, girl. Brilliant. And thank you for the inspiration. But don't worry, I'm not going to use it every day. I'll be honest, I really struggled with the thumbnail with this guy because his beard is actually he dyed it, I guess. I don't know, but it's a weird color in his photos. So whenever I went and put his photo up, if you look at, let me show you here. It looks green and I didn't like it. I mean, look at that color. I had to play with the color to get the green out, but you can still see it. Hence why I didn't like it. I could not, no matter what I did, no matter what picture I used, his beard came this weird color. So I used this style. All right, guys. I just rather address it now and get it done with. Not in a mood. Oh, I'm switching. So my bad. That was just a post. That's not live for my channel, although I did use it. That's just a post. Just a post. She can bite me. Not take it to trial, the other girl.
Tell them that if they want to see that, they could just send a note. We can bring them into the courtroom, and we could have that shown to them. The question is on these two items, whether they're secure and safe to go back to the jurors. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I take a quick look.
Yeah, come on up. And Carl, you can express your concerns and thoughts. I think the bailiffs are hesitant to allow those to go back.
This is very easily can come out of this. With no problem. Yeah.
Not only that, Your Honor, there is biohazard on there, so we can tell the members of the jury.
Oh, that's true. There's alleged blood on
that
there, right?
It's not going back because of biohazard, but if they wish to see it, they can view it in front of all of us with the bailiff showing them again. They're all photographs of this evidence, so.
Mr. Gilman, what's your position? Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
You are?
Yeah, and again, there's photographs of everything.
Okay.
So if it's a safety concern, I have no problem with them just having the photographs.
And the state's okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
So no butcher block, no knife.
What I'll do is I'll explain to them. So let's look at our jury instruction. During the trial, towards the bottom, folks, during the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. A, and here's the options for us. A, some of these exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And B, if you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing.
I think both of those would be
They
appropriate.
apply. So let's just keep it the way it is. And I'll explain to them the only items that are not going back are the knives. And I'll explain that to them, that they just need to put that in a note, and you could bring them in here for them to see it, okay? All right, so 3.13, submitting case to jury, it's fine, the instruction as it is. I have the closing argument instruction. You don't need to give that to the, you don't need to include that in the packet that goes to the jurors.
We'll take it out.
Are there any other instructions either side are requesting?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And I can't think of any other instructions that apply as well. All right, so state, if you can make those changes, you can send a copy to me and Mr. Gilman so we can have at least our updated version. We'll address it again at the close of the evidence. It's 9:22. We'll be adjourned. If you can be ready to start the trial at 11.
Yes.
What?
One thought, Your Honor. Do we want to discuss now, there is a DVD of the defendant's interview. The jury may wish to listen to that, or also the 911 calls. Did we want to talk about?
That all goes back to the jury. I mean,
Right,
to the,
but do they, are you going to explain to them how they can play it and do that sort of thing?
what I do is I bring IT in to just explain the jury card. I like to have that on the record, that the jury card doesn't do anything. It doesn't have access to the internet. All it can do is play the evidence. So I'll bring in Kevin or Henry, someone from IT. They'll wheel it in. They'll explain to them how it works, which is basically just a mouse, and all they can do is stop, pause, fast forward. And then I'll have Henry wheel it into the jury room.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good.
All right. Have a nice break. Let's be ready to start the trial at 11 o'clock. Okay? All right.
We got stuff to do. And by the way, just so people don't get pissy with me, I did credit her in my description for the, how did I put it? Thumbnail credit. The artistic style was originally created by Ticket to Trial content creator. So I have done the honorable thing, and if they don't like it, they can kiss my butt. Okay. So one thing I'm going to do is we are going to do a watch of a trial that we're going to be going into. To get it up, give me a second. We are going into another trial. Oh my gosh, y'all. It was bad. It's a bad trial. It's a bad. Wow. Let me get to it. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I need day one. The gentleman that you saw, Ian, Mitchum, is where we're going now. He going to his opening statements. This is a very interesting trial. So I just want to do a blind watch on him. I want to do a blind watch. I didn't even think to fix this. Yeah, I got to fix that while we're live. Okay. Let me play.
Identify her killer. Police also engaged in a comprehensive investigation.
Back it up. Everything's being picky today.
Both manually and with a ligature.
That's where they came in.
He also documented multiple blunt force injuries to her body, and the most significant injuries noted were to her head and to her vagina. He determined that she suffered massive blood loss from a large laceration on the rear of her head, and he also located several other smaller lacerations on the back of her head. And then multiple bleeding lacerations, varying in length and depth, were found to her vagina. And then finally, Dr. Farron observed bleach-related skin damage that he determined occurred after Allison's death. Now, while certain members of the Scottsdale Police Department processed the scene, additional personnel from Scottsdale Police Department began to investigate Allison's murder in other ways. Given that Alex, her boyfriend, was the one that found her, and given his relationship to her, police decided to interview him first, preliminarily at the scene, and then more thoroughly at the police department. While at the station, Alex voluntarily turned over all of his clothes. He provided a DNA sample to the police. He participated in a forensic physical examination, and he allowed the police to look through his phone. And during these contacts, police noted that Alex did not have any observable injuries and that his body and clothing did not appear to smell like bleach. Investigators also reached out and spoke to Allison's family, initially to notify them of her death, and then a little bit later to try and learn any additional information that might assist them in their investigation. Detectives by this time had already determined that her cell phone, her wallet, her house key, and a charger to the computer that was found on her couch was missing. During those conversations with Allison's family, they learned of additional items missing, such as items of jewelry, a white rug or blanket, I should say, that was typically on the top of her couch, as well as hand towels. Police also canvassed the neighborhood surrounding Allison's home, attempting to talk to every neighbor. And they did this so many times. In the first 6 months, police took 2 days during 3 months to talk to people in the neighborhood. They did it twice in February, they did it twice in March, and they did it twice in September. And still, after they had determined, after 2 years, who had committed this crime, they went out 2 years later and did another canvas event and even expanded the canvas area to try if they could get additional information that might help them solve this case. Additionally, police learned about Allison's security system, and they discovered that there were sensors on her front door, on her sliding glass door, on a laundry room / garage door, and a master bathroom door, and that her system captured all door openings and closings, and
Go Java Queen, you. Woo. The sound on that was horrible. Okay, you won an entry into the end of the month drawing. Congratulations, boo. And we are surprisingly, the jury instructions only lasted not even about 30 minutes to create. So we're killing time until the orphan trial begins. So now we are watching opening statements for the Ian Mitchum Red Room trial, which we're going to be starting.
documented them with a timestamp. And police determined that between 8:42 p.m. on February 17th and approximately 1:04 a.m. the very next day, that Allison's security system documented approximately 20 entries and exits from the residence, which you will hear about in more detail during the trial. Detectives also obtained and viewed an exorbitant amount of surveillance video from places Allison went on February 17th, from cameras affixed to neighbors' homes, and from stores that they were looking at that sold bleach, just to name a few of the types of things that they looked at. Now, early on in the investigation, this also began to be described as a deep dive. They spoke to members of her family, her boss and other coworkers, friends, and an ex-boyfriend. They gathered her phone records, her financial records, her social media and email records. They spoke to people who delivered mail and packages to her residence, not even just the current residence where she was at, but the prior condo where she had lived. They had spoke to people who did work at her house, contractors, the yard guy, the pool guy. Investigators were looking for any information they could find that might help them identify her killer. Police also engaged in a comprehensive investigation into Alex, much beyond their initial interviews with him on February 18th. They looked into his whereabouts on relevant dates and times. They spoke to people who knew him, including past girlfriends. They collected information about him. They obtained his financial records, his phone and email records, his employment and school records. And each time they learned additional information about Alex, they interviewed him again. And this took place for the next 3 years. Other units of the police department were also enlisted to help the violent crimes unit with the investigation. Registered sex offenders in the area were interviewed and surveilled. Known transients were interviewed. Tips from the web were investigated. Phone calls into the Scottsdale Police Department were investigated. And Scottsdale Police even traveled out of state to speak with a man who had committed a murder in somewhat of a similar
Okay, Wendy's closing crazy. What does that mean? Is that your friend?
way, who had ties to Arizona, just to see if he could possibly be involved. Between 2015 and 2018, Scottsdale Police Department spoke to hundreds of people. And one of the tips that police received during the investigation
Wait.
was regarding a man named James Kessler.
Okay, my brain is not functioning yet. Are you telling me that Wendy's is closing? The entire chain? Bullcrap. Ours is doing fabulous. It better not close. The entire chain or just certain locations, because I can guarantee you We only have one location in my town, and I guarantee you it does enough business to definitely stay open. Oh, I got to research this. Thank you, Boo. My brain is not engaging.
Midas. You will hear that James lived in relatively the same neighborhood as Allison and had a connection to her because he worked as a pharmacist at a Walgreens where she used to get some of her prescriptions.
Oh, and Joe.
James is somewhat of an odd guy, and because of that personality and connection to Allison, people in the neighborhood began to gossip about him and the possibility of him being involved in Allison's murder. And so shortly after the murder, police contacted James Castle and asked him if
Okay, June, thank you so much. As per June, my fabulous research mod, Wendy's is not going out of business. However, plans are to close hundreds of underperforming U.S. restaurants as a part of a strategic turnaround plan to improve profitability and strengthen the overall system. The closures will begin in the fourth quarter of 2025 and expected to improve performance at nearby locations. In other words, oversaturated areas are going to be trimmed.
he would consent to giving a DNA sample, which he agreed to.
Thank you, Java Queen 1000.
Contact James again and question him further about
But this audio is
denied any involvement in Allison's murder. He even provided police with another DNA sample. He even agreed to take a polygraph when asked by police. But ultimately, police would exclude him as a suspect in Allison's murder. And while no investigation, ladies and gentlemen, can ever be classified as perfect, for the next 3 years, Scottsdale Police Department conducted an exhaustive investigation to try and identify the person responsible for Allison's murder. And a large part of that investigation involved DNA. You are going to hear a lot about DNA during this trial. As I had mentioned earlier, at the beginning of the investigation, for 4 days, Scottsdale Police Department processed Allison's home for evidence. Part of that processing included testing items of evidence and stains for DNA. Many of those items or swabs came back to individuals you would expect, given that they spent time in the house, such as Allison or Alex. A few of the results even came back to include individuals who were involved in processing the scene. But one of the stains observed, a stain that was located squarely in the middle of the crime scene, stood out to police. Not just the location or the appearance, but also the result. Because unlike most of the other stains that came back as matching Allison or even Alex's DNA, analysis of this stain revealed the DNA profile of an unknown person, and more specifically, an unknown male. And this same DNA profile was not just present on Allison's kitchen floor, but also on a cabinet knob in Allison's laundry room, on the outside handle of Allison's sliding glass door, and on the upper portion of the broken beer bottle that was found under Allison's couch. All areas of the home that would be consistent with areas that Allison's killer would have been, and consistent with items that Allison's killer would have touched. And police believed that once they determined the source of that unknown male profile, that they would learn the identity of Allison's killer. The unknown male's DNA profile derived from PMH. And why it's called PMH is it's photo marker H, so you understand what I'm talking about, was uploaded into a national DNA database called CODIS. And police learned that whoever it belonged to did not have his profile in the system. You will hear a great deal about this stain PMH during this trial. You see, throughout the investigation, Scottsdale police collected DNA samples from almost every single male they spoke to, including Allison's boyfriend, Alex, Allison's relatives, friends, neighbors, transients in the area, registered sex offenders in the area, and any other male leads that were investigated. Just under 200 samples were provided to the Scottsdale Police Department's crime lab, and the profiles generated from those samples were compared to the unknown profile derived from PMH to see if there was a match. Not one of the samples that they collected was a match. Therefore, each one of these individuals was excluded by Scottsdale Police Department as a suspect. One of the individuals that was excluded, not once, but twice, was James Castellamidis. And in late 2017, when Scottsdale Police Department had exhausted all investigative leads, they reached out to the Arizona Department of Public Safety's crime lab for assistance, and they requested that a familial DNA search be performed. For those of you who may be unfamiliar, familial DNA searching is a process used to potentially identify close biological relatives of the source of a DNA sample based on statistical comparison. DPS was willing to help Scottsdale, and they performed that search. And the results revealed that the DNA profile recovered from the crime scene likely matched a close male relative of an individual by the name of Mark Mitchum. So from there, detectives worked with a crime analyst to identify male family members of Mark Mitchum and develop intelligence that would assist them with ultimately identifying the source of the DNA recovered from the crime scene. Scottsdale Police Department determined that Mark Mitchum had a brother named Ian Mitchum, and that Ian Mitchum had ties to Scottsdale. The Scottsdale Police Department crime lab then compared a known DNA sample of Ian Mitchum to the unknown suspect DNA, which was PMH, recovered from the crime scene, and it was a match. Ian Mitchum, the defendant in this trial, was the source of the unknown DNA profile that Scottsdale Police Department had spent the last 3 years trying to identify. Once police identified the unknown DNA profile as belonging to Ian Mitchum, they began to investigate him further. And during the investigation, police learned that Ian drove a black Ford Mustang. This is going to be important because you will hear that it is a common practice for police officers to run license plates on vehicles that they see driving late at night. And you will learn that in the early morning hours of February 18th of 2015, shortly after Allison's murder, Mitchum's license plate was run by 2 different Scottsdale police officers who observed his Ford Mustang within a few miles of Allison's residence. This fact will become extremely relevant during this trial in relation to the timing of the door activity at Allison's house that morning and other evidence that you will hear. And then finally, on April 10th, 2018, after being linked to the DNA found at the crime scene and to the black Ford Mustang, Ian Mitchum was taken into custody. He agreed to be interviewed by the police, and he sat down and spoke with Detective Heinzelman and Sergeant Lockerbie. During that interview, Mitchum confirmed that he was the only person who was driving the black Mustang back in 2015. He also confirmed that he was living at an address on Pierce Street in Tempe during that same time period. Mitchum told police that back in 2015, he was depressed and that his life sucked. He said he was drinking heavily and frequently, and that it was mainly because he and his former fiance, a woman by the name of April Hall, were on the outs and headed towards separation. He went on about how April didn't love him, that she didn't want to be with him, and how they were sleeping in separate rooms at this point and no longer having sex. When the subject of Allison's murder was introduced, Mitchum acknowledged that he remembered hearing about her murder and that he had read about it in the news. He further told police that he had heard that Allison had lived off the freeway or Thomas or something like that, and that he remembered her murder being a local story because she was young and it was an unusual thing for Scottsdale. Mitchum was shown a photograph of Allison Feldman and said that he recognized her from the news. When asked if Mitchum knew Allison, he said he didn't know her, he had never met her, and more importantly, that he had never been to her house. Mitchum was also shown a picture of Allison's boyfriend, Alex. And he also denied any connection or knowledge of Alex or that he knew him or had ever met him. Ultimately, Mitchum denied any involvement in Allison's murder. But what will be important from his interview with the police is not only the information he provided, but the information that he didn't. Because even though the police had located his DNA on multiple items and surfaces in Allison's home, Mitchum maintained that he had never been inside of Allison's house, and he was unable to provide any explanation for how his DNA ended up in this crime scene. As part of the investigation, Scottsdale Police Department also executed search warrants at the address where Mitchum was living in 2018, which was a different address than where he was living in 2015. And they also executed a search warrant on his black Ford Mustang. Given that these warrants were executed 3 years after Allison's murder, and Mitchum had this entire time to dispose of anything that could tie him to the murder, it was no surprise that nothing of evidentiary value was located. Even after the police arrested Mitchum, they continued to investigate him further. And one of the ways they did this was by obtaining his banking records to see if there was any unusual activity at or near the time of Allison's murder. And what police discovered when reviewing those records was that Mitchum appeared to be struggling financially back in 2015, that his primary bank account was routinely overdrawn, he was constantly getting hit with overdraft fees, and that this was happening in the weeks and days leading up to the murder. But of greatest significance to the police in those records were 2 large ATM deposits, as you can see in green, made by Mitchum, and the locations, dates, and times those deposits were made in relation to Allison's murder. On February 18th, 2015, at around 12:28 a.m., Mitchum deposited $1,000 into an ATM located just a few miles from Allison's home. And then later that same day, he made another deposit of $1,500 into an ATM located near his work. You will see and hear testimony that over the course of a calendar year, that Mitchum had never made deposits in cash of this size, and that any sizable deposits into this account were from his employer. You will learn the significance of the deposit at 12:28 a.m. on February 18th and how it coincides with the door activity at Allison's home and the times that Mitchum's license plate was run by the 2 Scottsdale officers. As part of the investigation, police also interviewed April Hull on April 10th, 2018, Mitchum's former fiance and mother of his child. During that interview, April confirmed that Mitchum was driving the black Mustang and that he lived with her at that Pierce address back in 2015. Police also learned that April had been keeping a journal on her cell phone with entries dating all the way back to 2012. And from this journal, they noted that April had documented that on February 17th, 2015, that Mitchum was not home that night, and that she remembered going to bed at around 11 p.m. and Mitchum had never come home that day. April further documented in her journal that when she woke up the next day, Mitchum was home, and then mentioned that after he dropped off their daughter at school, she didn't see him again until 8 p.m. that night. April described Mitchum as being secretive and that he was constantly hiding things and that she didn't have access to the areas where he did so. And she told police that it wasn't unusual for Mitchum to come home looking disheveled or even scratched up at times, though she didn't recall anything that stood out to her when she saw him on April 18th of 2015. When police asked April about her sexual relationship with Mitchum, they learned that Mitchum had engaged in strangulation with her during prior sexual encounters, and that on at least one occasion have left marks on her neck from the strangulation. As part of their investigation, police also talked to another one of Mitchum's former girlfriends, where they learned that Mitchum had engaged in strangulation with her multiple times during sex, and that the strangulation had involved both Mitchum using his hands and on one occasion, Mitchum using a belt, and that on one occasion resulting in a mark being left on her neck. As part of the police investigation, Mitchum...
Y'all, I get sort of that some people like a different crazy devil daring whatever activities in their intimate interactions with other people. Hands one thing, belt, you're playing with fire when you sit there and you allow someone to cut off your oxygen, boo.
Mitchum's phone was also collected, and of interest to the police was a specific pornographic video located in his phone that depicted an act of strangulation, not only similar...
Madam, enjoy the block party. Enjoy the block party, madam. Irish Luna Princess, let me say this. I'm going to say this to everybody I know in this situation. Look at my YouTube channel, go to the live in which it was used, and read the entire description before you come after me, boo. I don't know who you are. Today's not a day to muck around with me. I am very respectful. I DM'd her and thanked her and alerted her this morning. So, kiss my ass. And yes, I know I normally don't respond this way, but I have zero patience for people coming to my channel and trying to cause drama. Zero. And if you want to come after me, go to my Discord. We'll have a adult talk about this. Take it to trial. It has my utmost respect. And like I said, before you go after somebody, you better have your facts. And because you decided to be a witch and bring this up and come on my channel, I'm going to show you, because I don't deal in this crap. this way. Okay, here we go. And I don't care. There's the thumbnail. Yes, I did that because I hate that picture and I wanted to do something that was more appealing. And I learned how to do this because of Take It to Trial and her kindness. And no, I'm not going to copy her. But if I use it once, so be it. So let's click on that little file and let's scroll down into description. And what the frick do you see right there? Thumbnail credit. The artistic style was originally created by Take It to Trial content creator. Enjoy the block party. I did give credit. You guys don't need to come up in my house acting like I'm stealing crap from a creator. I respect her. And she told me how to do it. She shared the info. I don't have to explain myself. You were so right, Ari. But sometimes it just feels good. You know, I sit on my hands and my tongue a lot in this place. There's so much crap that comes up. People have no clue. I have fabulous mods. My mods, you are amazing. And I love you. And you do a wonderful job at keeping the crap outside of my house. Our house. So, have a nice week. I don't know why everybody's up in arms. I don't know. I left a message for Take It to Trial this morning. Well, you inspired me and I want to thank you. I got 100% on my assignment and my teacher appreciated the change in what he had seen. My teacher was so tired of the same crappy thumbnails and whatever for our PowerPoint presentations. And I use this style. This is kind of me saying, hey, take it to trial. I did it. Look, I did it. Yeah, thanks for the help. It was a compliment. So I told her I used your style in a post and live thumbnail of a post. Just learning. No, I will not be using this style often, but thank you for your encouragement, and you are credited in my description for the thumbnail. I'm all about integrity up in this house, y'all. All about integrity. Thank you, June. You're correct. Thank you. Thank you so much. In my humble opinion, thumbnails are thumbnails. Different creators use all kinds of apps and pics that are same-ish but different. I see that style on several creators. So you've seen this style elsewhere. She's not the first to create it. That's fine. We all share and copy certain things from each other. And if they don't like the fact that you're using a particular style thumbnail that the creator of said styles helped you with, don't let them bait you. It's not about baiting me. Today is just one of those I don't give a flip days. That's right. They don't have to watch my channel. That's right. And I learned a new technique that will help me learn and create more things. Actually, I don't know. Those colors are not my style. So the next trick is creating that style with my colors and my flair. And that's where it will become uniquely mine. But until then, I gave her credit. So for those of all of you who are watching this, there's the credit to Take It to Trial content creator. So if you want to attack me, do so with the correct information. Don't come at me saying I didn't give credit to somebody. I love all of my viewers. I love everybody. You guys are freaking awesome. But I don't put up with that crap at all. At all. So I just wanted to take it to trial to know that that was a thanks so much and kudos to you. I appreciate you and I hope you have a great day. Have a great live. And I will be using that thumbnail for this particular trial because I can't stand this picture of this guy. Every decent picture of this guy that's decent that I can use, even in court, he's got this weird orange colored, almost looks like he used orange Kool-Aid to dye his beard. I kid you not. It does. It does. Look how gross that looks. I don't like looking at him. I don't.
Similar to the acts described by Mitchum's former girlfriends, but similar to the mechanism of injury described and determined in the homicide, thus illustrating Mitchum's propensity and sexual interest for asphyxiation. Police also spoke to various family members that the defendant was living with at the time of his arrest, all of which claimed to know nothing about the defendant's involvement in these crimes. To date, police have never been able to establish any other reason for the defendant's presence in Allison's home other than the fact that he was the
Joe Schmo, zip it.
person responsible for her attack.
By the way, y'all don't know, Joe Schmo and I have a secret relationship.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here because on February 17th, 2015,
I'm going to do something different, but for now, that's all I got. I'm working on it. Don't worry.
the defendant, Ian Mitchum, inflicted unimaginable violence upon Allison Feldman, an innocent and unsuspecting victim, a person who he didn't even know, a person who he had no connection to, a person who did not deserve to die in the manner in which she did, or in the place where she was supposed to feel the safest. Before that night, Allison's home, her sanctuary, was a place of security, peace, and comfort. It should not have been the place where her young and promising life came to an end. The time has now come, nearly 11 years after Allison's brutal attack, for the defendant to face the consequences of the actions he took and the decisions he made on February 17th, 2015. Because his actions and his decisions are what have earned him a seat in this courtroom. And the state is confident that after you listen to and evaluate all the evidence in this case, that you will find no other appropriate verdict to return for the crimes that he is charged with, but guilty.
And at this time, I'll turn it over to the defense whenever you're ready.
Judge,
And did you want to approach?
Oh, Joe, I'm sorry. It's out. Joe and I are content creator, internet boyfriend and girlfriend. Can't even do it with a straight face. Yes, we're in a relationship. Joe, I'm kidding. Y'all, it's a joke. Joe, you're a great guy. I'm just giving you hell because I can.
Approach? Sure. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're just given the time that we're at past 11:34, what we're going to do is take our lunch break now and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Please remember that admonition that we discussed last week. Please do not discuss the case with one another or look up the case or call or text anyone about the case. And we will see you back here at 1 p.m. Have a nice lunch. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
Sorry, guys. That was my other. Yeah, we can't confirm or deny that. Oh, well, you know, when he came down here, we had such a connection.
Please be seated.
There was some
Let the record reflect we are outside the presence of the jury. Anything to take up before we adjourn for lunch? Anything from the state?
we're internet boyfriend girlfriend.
Actually, can we just approach on something really quick?
Sure.
Joe, that's a compliment to you. Oh, we fell in love over a disaster. Oh, another person commented on that this looks exactly like the thumbnail to take it to trial comment. And the lady went, wow. But guess what? I know I'm hiding user from channel. Hide user from channel. And what's the deal with the boop, boop? Oh, Lord have mercy. But guess what I can do, y'all? That's a long light leaving the bench, man. That was a long break.
Brief break, only because the state's going to need time to get things situated for the witness.
Okay.
Ian came home. Ian took his daughter to daycare every day. But at the end of the day, he didn't always come home at night. He'd go to the gym. He might go out for a drink. He might go to a strip club. He avoided April. He avoided being at home. He avoided being there to have a conflict with her. On February 17th, 2015, Ian was home in the morning. He had his normal day. He got up, he took Peyton, his daughter, to daycare, and then went to work. He went to work, he worked at NetVest, which is over on Bahia Drive, just east of the 101 by Westworld. It's a financial company. He worked there. Ian has a degree from ASU in finance, business. So on that day, he went to work. He had lunch at Twin Peaks. He spent $27.40. He went back to work. At the end of the day, 4:45, he made a call to a friend. Made another call to his workout buddy to see if they would go working out. Ian worked out at the EOS, which is at Raintree and North Sides. It's directly behind the Kohl's that you just heard about. At some point that evening, Ian went to his brother's house. You're going to hear from his brother, whose name is Craig. You're going to hear that Ian went to his house because Ian needed money. Ian was behind on what his income should be and the bills that he needed to pay. Ian had a DUI in January of 2015. Ian had to hire an attorney for that. And Craig, big brother, was going to help him with that. So Craig would give Ian money when he needed it. He loaned Ian $1,000 that night. He loaned him $1,000 to pay for things so that I wouldn't fall behind on his mortgage.
Girl,
He
turn.
wouldn't fall behind on his taxes. He wouldn't fall behind on his electric bill. You're going to hear that Ian deposited that $1,000 at the bank on Scottsdale and Earl. You're going to hear that Craig, who was at the time working for CEMEX, he worked at a plant. He was the manager of that plant. It's now Vulcan Materials. And that he would work nights for the most part, or 2 to 10 generally. That, I guess, third shift or second shift. And nobody knew his schedule, except that that's when he was usually home sometime after 10:30. Ian would go to his house. This wasn't the first time that Ian borrowed money from Craig. Craig's that big brother. Craig's born in 1962. Ian's born in 1975. Craig and Ian have lived together. When Ian graduated high school, Craig was the person that brought him into the house, and he stayed there during his college career. Craig sometimes steps into the role of dad, much to this disdain of Ian. But that night, he was going to give Ian money. But along with that, getting money from the big brother, you got the lecture. You got the lecture about, shipping up or shipping out kind of thing. Listen to this, lay off this, do that. King with strings. And it was when Craig was ready for it. If Craig came home and he was tired from the end of the day, from working, put his feet up, and he made Ian wait. He made him wait till he was good and ready to get that money out of the safe and give it to Ian. And Ian needed that money because he was moving money around in his bank accounts. He had to pay his mortgage. He had to cover that mortgage. So he needed that $1,000. You're going to see Ian's bank statements. You're also going to see that Ian made a deposit the next day as well. And that he made $1,500 deposits. He wrote his bills on the 18th and 19th. You're going to see his check register. You're going to see his bank records. You're going to see Ian's financials. You're also going to see that in Ian's house, he had an office that he built. This is where April says he would go at night when he was avoiding her and Peyton and Matthew. He would just go into his office and do whatever. In that office, there was a safe. And that safe, when you press the buttons, it made sounds. And she could hear it. And I didn't want to wake her up. So that Tuesday night, Ian went to Craig's house. And he waited. Now, Craig lives at 38th and Earl, 38th and Thomas, which is here in Phoenix. After Craig gave him the lecture, gave him the money, Ian went to that ATM on Scottsdale and Earl, a place that he's deposited money for many times. And he deposited the money 12/28. Then he went down Scottsdale Road and he went to his house. And his house is just off of Continental, which is south of McDowell on Pierce. And he came home and it was probably close to 1 o'clock. Ian didn't kill Allison. He was at his brother's house. You're going to hear Officer Carlucci talk about how she was running patrol in that area in South Scottsdale and at how she ran the plates on that Mustang at 12:41. And she was actually in the process of pulling up over somebody else, unrelated, near that Circle K on the corner. That Circle K is on the corner where Ian would turn right and go into his neighborhood. It's only a few blocks from his home. After she finished that traffic stop, she ran the plates again. There was another officer, Officer Capucci. They were working in tandem, kind of on the same squad. He ran the plates. They can't tell you anything about that night, what they did or how they got that. Carlucci, she says she would have probably observed the Mustang. Capucci doesn't know if he got a text, if he observed, he doesn't know. He has no recollection. Only thing he's got is he ran the plates and then went to the next screen, which showed that Craig owned that car. Ian was home by 12:45, by 1 o'clock. Ian is innocent. The state charged the wrong guy. You will hear that Ian does not live anywhere near Allison. Ian lives on the west side of Scottsdale Road, south of McDowell. His neighborhood's not near hers. He doesn't know her. He's never been to her house. There's no connection whatsoever between the two of them. Ian certainly didn't kill or sexually assault or burglarize Allison's house. What I want to talk to you about is a preview of what this trial is going to be. You guys saw the calendar in your jury questionnaire. Over the next several weeks, even months, you're going to hear from a lot of people. You're going to hear from police officers, crime scene specialists. You're going to hear from some civilians too. You're going to hear from lab techs. You're going to hear from detectives, police officers, anybody who touched this case, and it's going to take a while. Please be patient. There will be times when the defense asks questions, and there may be a lot of questions, but there may also be times when there are none or very few. Allison was murdered. No question about that. The scene is what it is. The investigation is what it is. But Ian didn't kill Allison. Somebody else did. And that somebody is James Castellmedes. You're going to hear about how the scene was processed. You're going to hear from the crime scene specialists and the detectives who were in charge of that, and how they were at the house from the 18th to the 21st. You're going to hear how they collected samples. And when I say collected samples, that means they were swabbing samples. They used like a Q-tip. And it's a big Q-tip, like maybe 8 to 10 inches long. It's got like the little rod at the end. And what they do is they rub real hard. And they try to turn the swab over and over so that they can get through the grease, the grime, and whatever to pull up any biological material. And they did that. They went through the dirt and the grime and got whatever they could in search of biological material. You're going to hear from the Scottsdale Crime Lab and other experts how sensitive DNA kits have become, how little DNA evidence you need to get a profile. We're talking nanograms or picograms, like a granule of sugar. That's how much DNA or cellular material is required. That's how far DNA kits have come in the last 25 years. You're going to hear the number of swabs, the number of samples that the Scottsdale Police Department, the crime scene specialist from the Scottsdale Crime Lab took. You're going to hear, not only did they take swabs of the items, for whatever wasn't nailed down, they took, and then they swabbed it again. You're going to hear how that scene was processed through those days and how things were moved around, gone through, and that's literally, they went through everything. That was the scene. You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department, that very day, after Alex arrived and they were called at 4 o'clock, how they worked till 9, 10 o'clock at night, how they cast a wide net on who could have done this. You're going to hear how the police officers immediately after clearing the house, they went out, started knocking on doors. You're going to hear that the first responders literally knocked on 30 doors the night of the 18th. You're going to hear that no person was too remote. You're going to hear that Detective McWilliams was the original case agent. You're going to hear that Detective Heinzelman was in charge of the scene. Now they worked in tandem. You're going to hear that there were sergeants, lieutenants, and that the Scottsdale Police Department responded and it was all hands on deck. Anybody who was available came. Didn't matter if you were in the violent crimes unit. If you were available and your sergeant called you, you came to the scene and you got assigned a task. And detectives from other units went out, interviewed people, surveilled people, gathered information on people. Hundreds of people were contacted, even at the very beginning in the first few days. Over 170 people gave a buccal swab. A buccal swab is basically the police officer would go to the house, talk to the people there, and they would ask each and every male to open their mouth and swab the cheek so that they could get a saliva sample to get DNA profile. You will hear from the first responders that there was no forced entry in this house. There was nothing to indicate that someone broke a window, broke a door. There's no door frames that are, off. There's no broken glass from a window in the house. You will hear that Scottsdale cast this wide net, put it out on social media, asked for tips.
What?
They even had a web tip line.
Oh, you're going to hear. I'm having learning day PTSD. Yeah, they said that a lot in her trial. Yeah, I get you, boo.
And people called in. People called in from all over and had all kinds of things. You will hear how Scottsdale Police Department, at least at
Mod StreamYard DM.
the very beginning, responded to almost every tip. You will hear about the neighborhood canvas. You will hear how many times they canvassed the neighborhood, how many times they knocked on the door. When I say canvassed the neighborhood, they literally knocked on the door and said to people, do you have any information about this homicide? And then they would ask each and every person who was male, can I take a buccal swab? Yet you're going to hear how they did miss some people. They would knock on the doors, they would talk to people, but some people weren't home. Even on the first nights, one of the officers went to 30 houses and he said that, several people from like 4 or 5, the very first 4 or 5 weren't home. You're going to hear about one of the people that they missed was a person who, close in time, may have observed or had important information about the possible killer. You're going to hear that the Scottsdale Police Department went to his house, talked to his parents. They never talked to him. It wasn't until 2017 when they got to go back to him and talk to him. 2 years had passed. You're going to hear about how Scottsdale Police Department contacted or even surveilled any potential suspect. You're going to hear how the sex crimes unit contacted the sex offenders that were living in the area. They went to a tire shop and watched one of them You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department contacted Allison's ex-boyfriend, people that she knew, friends, family. You're going to hear how anybody who came in close proximity with Allison was talked to. You're going to hear about the tree trimmer. You're going to hear about the UPS driver. You're going to hear about the pool guy. You're going to hear about different people in that neighborhood. And despite being kind of a quiet Scottsdale neighborhood, there were several transients in the area. And those people were contacted too. And a DNA swab was taken from them. You're going to hear how Alex, not only was he investigated, but several of his friends were talked to by the Scottsdale Police Department. You're going to hear that they gave buccal swabs. While they followed up on several leads, at some point, the investigation was kind of like traveling, rabbit holes, right? You go talk to somebody and you didn't get much more than that. Scottsdale Police Department kind of changed the investigation. It became kind of two veins of investigation. First was the vein to look into Alex. Look into Alex, look into every aspect of his affairs. Get his bank records, get his cell phone records, look at his financials, look at his emails, look at his texts, look at his social media. And this spanned over 2 years. They continued to talk to Alex, and anytime something came up that they found out, they went back and talked to him again. They did a deep dive into Alex. The second vein of investigation relied on that DNA, that PMH. They got information. They went and talked to the person that the information was about and asked for a buccal sample. And if that person gave that buccal sample, it was immediately tested against PMH. And if it matched or it didn't match PMH, that person was excluded and they moved on. No further down that rabbit hole, no further down that investigation path. You're going to hear how Scottsdale Police Department went to far end, so to speak, to get that buccal swab because they were putting all their eggs in that basket. That PMH was their guy. If it wasn't Alex, it was PMH. And everything should fall into place. You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department, when one person said, I'm not giving you a buccal sample, here's my alibi. They talked to the alibi. He says, yeah, he was home with me, putting up a shelf. Not good enough. They followed that guy down to Tucson, waited for him to go through a Starbucks, waited for him to finish his Starbucks, and as he put that cup in the trash, Scottsdale Police Department was ready there to get it. And they got that sample, ran his DNA. Guess what? It didn't match age. He was excluded, never talked to again. And that was from a tip at Scottsdale Police Department that this guy had something there. You heard, or you will hear, how Detective Heinzman even traveled to New Mexico to talk to a person who was in custody for a murder that was similar in nature, that they had used bleach to cover up the scene. Detective Heinzman went and talked to that person, got that buccal swab. He didn't match age. Done. That's how this investigation went. I'm going to tell you, DNA does not lie, but it doesn't tell a story. DNA can tell you the who, but it cannot tell you the how or the when the DNA got there. You will hear from DNA experts who will tell you about DNA. DNA is not like a fingerprint. Fingerprints, you have to be present. Put it down. DNA is not like that. It moves freely, like a cold in the air, or like dust in the wind. Remember, it's small like a granule of sugar, and DNA only comes from cellular material. So it moves freely around. The Scottsdale Police Department used it to prevent going down rabbit holes. They shouldn't have done that. DNA is a piece of evidence at best. No more than that. It does not tell the story. You cannot ignore other information. You have to consider everything. As you all know, this is an important case. Scottsdale Police Department spent 3 years investigating this case. They took a shortcut. And while it might have seemed appropriate at the time so that they didn't spend eternity going down, as they would call rabbit holes, or I'd call rabbit holes, that shortcut ended up charging the wrong guy.
Oh, come on. We're neurodivergent friendly. Let's go down the rabbit hole.
Let's go down the rabbit hole. Let's go down the rabbit hole. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity. There we go.
Just saying. I told you I was in a spicy mood today, y'all.
You're going to hear about some of the leads that they did follow up on, and to the extent that they did or didn't do. I told you about James K. or James Castlemedes. You're going to hear about him. He was her pharmacist. And in 2015,
Oh, by the way, Boo, June, I was watching Bones last night. Of course, it was 2 a.m. And all of a sudden, somebody stopped it in the middle of it. And I was watching. Thanks for streaming it, honey.
on February 21st, just 6 days after the murder, there was a tip that led Scottsdale Police Department to interview him at the Walgreens that he worked. He was her pharmacist. He knew who she was. They got a buccal swab. Guess what? He didn't match PMH. So he was excluded. Now, other tips came in from him. They were not followed up on, or for him, they were not followed up on. Till July of 2016, the Scottsdale Police Department received information from another call from other parties that they had learned of some information or about James Castlemedes. And they told the Scottsdale police that he had made some concerning statements regarding the homicide. Scottsdale Police Department followed up on that. You're going to hear Detective Heinzelman and Detective McWilliams went to his house right after talking to those people within 15 minutes. They got another buccal swab. Now they observed him already drinking. This is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He's drinking a Leinenkugel. Now that might not be anything, but that's the beer that was at Allison's house. That might not be anything. They didn't follow up. They didn't follow up and learn about him. They kind of wiped their hands clean of it, kind of moved on. This is 2016. They did not check his phone. They did not check his social media. They did not check his dating sites. They were in his house. They didn't get a search warrant for his house Arguably, if they did, they might have found that phone, her wallet, that blanket. All the things that they say are missing. They didn't do any of that. He didn't match PMH. They had already known that when they were going there. It was a kind of, I'm going to dot my I's and cross my T's. And in fact, Detective Heinzman told James K. that he would tell his boss that he went and followed up on this. That's unacceptable. You're going to hear that if they would have investigated further on James, they could have talked to his girlfriend, who was one of those tips that they never followed up on. His friends, and even his neighbors. You're going to hear about their observations of James. You're going to hear from his girlfriend that on occasion, he strangled her. He also tackled her, pushed her into a fridge. And guess what? He lived on 87th Street in Osborne, less than a half a mile from the victim. You're going to hear how he walked the alleys at night. And of course, drank the same beer that was at the scene. You're going to hear all about him, and you're going to hear from those witnesses. And with the information they learned, they should have done more. They should have done more with him. Ian's innocent. Ian didn't kill Allison. Ian didn't sexually assault Allison. Ian didn't burglarize that house. Ian's never been there. The state charged the wrong person. I'm going to ask you to be patient, listen to the evidence in this case. Listen to the processes that the Scottsdale Police Department took and what they did not do. In your instructions, you heard that you're able to ask questions. I encourage you to ask questions if you have them. At the end of this trial, you will be asked to make a determination of whether you're firmly convinced with no real possibility of innocence. The evidence will show that Ian was with his brother, then home. Someone else killed Allison. The state did not charge him, and he is not on trial. But ladies and gentlemen, what you'll find is that Ian is innocent, and that's the real possibility of innocence. And I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of all the charges. Thank you.
So this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief break before we get into witness testimony. Let's take about 10 minutes or so. We'll come back at 2 o'clock, and please remember that admonition.
Advice for the jury.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are outside the presence of the jury, and I just wanted to follow up on my ruling on the next witness. So to be clear, under this is 122D subsection 2, the order is that video coverage must effectively obscure the face and identity of that witness, or that there may only be audio coverage of the testimony of the witness. So are you asking for the identity, for example, his name to not be played along with the blurring of his face?
I mean, I know that would be his preference. I'm not sure I can make such a request for that.
Okay,
But I do want to make sure, like I mentioned earlier, for his comfort level that he is not filmed.
okay. And so, for example, the portion where he comes in and he's sworn in and states his name, I'm going to order that his face be blurred out. Okay. And just wanted to check anything from the defense on that.
Not on that, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else that you wanted to take up?
Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 6, the gentleman, I think about right in front of the microphone, his eyes were closed during parts of my opening.
Okay. I was watching number 6. There were times he was looking down and his eyes were closed, but then he would open them. So I don't think he was necessarily asleep, but I can certainly remind the jury that if anyone needs to take a stretch break or needs a break, to raise their hand if that's the issue. But I did notice he was opening his eyes, and it's not like his eyes were closed for a prolonged period of time.
This is a unique case because the Supreme Court had to get involved. Arizona Supreme Court. Why? Because the way the DNA evidence was found. So that is why we're watching this. Now, that said, this is a perfect place to pause and hop on over to the court that we have been following. Yes, I went and made some eggs for Nala and me. My monkey butt was hungry. And when monkey butt is hungry, monkey butt slams the cage. He rattles the bottom of the cage. So, yes, y'all. What were you going to let me know? I can hear it in my ears. I got back in time. So now we are over here in the Dima Tower trial. Dima Tower. Bingo cards. We have a bingo card for Dima Tower. I've already got it up and running. Let me put it in comments and pin it. Oh, come on. I'm in a spicy mood today. Don't mess with me. Okay. It is now pinned. Let's see what they said in court TV.
Parent in court hearing up for testimony.
I don't know what happened here, but then they took him back. So I guess we're back to the other trial. I'm trying to keep up, y'all. I try to keep up. It's just not easy. It's not easy being me. There we go.
Okay. All right. And we'll come back at 2:00.
You know what? That is true. That is true. Some people hear better because they're not getting visually distracted.
There were.
And soon. There's a quart of water in here.
We should. If you ask Eric, he should be able to get you, I hope, a couple water bottles usually.
I don't know if there are. Yes. Okay. We're up here. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, my monkey butt loves eggs, so I make her eggs all the time. Why is this not? I'm just going off screen and eat real quick. I'll be right back.
I agree.
jacket. Looks like an old maybe corduroy blazer.
Yes, my name is Alex Stone, formerly Alex Sukhadolov. I'm not sure what else.
No, that's
what-
fine. And we'll talk about your name situation a little bit later.
Absolutely.
Can you tell us how old you are, Alex?
Yes, I'm 46.
And how long have you lived in Arizona?
I lived in Arizona since 1994.
Okay. And prior to, well, let me ask you this. When you moved to Arizona, where did you move to in Arizona?
I moved to Tucson.
Okay. And how long did you live in Tucson for?
I lived in Tucson until I finished my undergrad. So beginning of 2005.
Okay. And you said you finished your undergrad. Did you attend the University of Arizona?
Yes, I did.
And what did you receive your degree in?
I studied communication and business with a minor in Russian languages.
Now, speaking of your minor in Russian languages, tell us where you grew up.
I grew up in a country called Belarus.
And did you live there until you moved to Arizona in 1994?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what you're currently doing for work?
Sure. I'm currently in credit risk management, and I also consult for a company called Trefix as VP of Business Development.
Okay. Now, clearly, you know why you're here today.
I do.
So first, my question is, do you know somebody by the name of Allison Feldman?
I do.
And how did you know her?
We were dating.
How did you meet Allison?
We met online.
Okay. And was it on one of those online dating sites?
It was.
Okay. And do you recall when you met her?
Yeah. We met in 2014, April.
Okay. And soon after you started talking to her online, did you eventually go on a date with her?
I did.
Do you remember what you did on your first date?
I do. I picked a place knowing that she liked the fruity, sugary wines. So we went to Postina Wine Bar.
Okay. At some point, so you started dating her in April of 2014. At some point, did your relationship, then become exclusive?
It did.
And around what time do you remember that? Official.
Around June
Of 2014?
2014, yes.
And is it fair to say that you remained in that same type of exclusive relationship with her until the time she was killed?
Yes.
I want to kind of talk to you a little bit about your relationship so the jury can understand.
Sure.
During the time that you were together, did you have the opportunity to meet each other's friends?
Yes, we have quite a few of those.
Okay. And you socialized with each other's friends?
We did.
During your relationship, did you meet each other's families?
Yes, we did.
Now, where was your family living at the time?
They were living in Tucson. They still do today.
Okay.
My immediate family, that is.
And when Allison would visit your family, would you guys go down to Tucson? Would they come up here? Both?
Both.
Okay. And how about Allison's family?
I have met them quite a few times.
Okay. And were they living in Arizona at the time that the two of you were dating?
No, they were not. They were living in Minnesota.
Did you ever go to Minnesota?
Not while I was dating Allison,
Okay.
but I did one time for services.
Okay. Services for Allison?
Yes, correct.
So when you would see Allison's family, would it be when they would visit her in Arizona?
Absolutely. Just about every time.
Okay. And how frequently do you remember them coming out to see her?
I feel like they came out here as often as they could. They really enjoyed coming to Arizona, and they enjoyed visiting with Allie, and
You mentioned that they loved coming out here. They loved visiting with Allie. How would you describe Allison's relationship with her family?
she was very close with her mom and dad. It's one of the first things I noticed about her as relationship deepened. She talked to her mom on a daily. I'll venture out to say that they were very close, and not to leave Harley Feldman out of the picture. She's spoken to her father just as much, and it was quite nice to see.
So you mentioned very close and that she spoke to her father just as much. Do you recall her speaking to them on a daily basis?
Absolutely, on a daily, oftentimes multiple times throughout the day.
Okay. You mentioned you became exclusive in June of 2014, and as your relationship started to progress, did you see Allison as a person that you wanted to make part of your future?
I did.
And were you planning something to that effect?
I was. The way things were going, and in 2015, I plan on making things permanent. Actually, that summer, and by permanent I mean engagement. Just to clarify.
I was just going to ask you what you meant by the word permanent.
Absolutely.
Now, when you and Allison spent time together, what were the types of things that you liked to do together?
We did a lot together. We went out we socialized, met friends, had breakfasts, lunch, dinners, did some outdoorsy activities. By outdoors activities, I mean shopping. She was not, a hiking kind. Neither was I, neither am I. But we did a lot of things together. A lot of times cooking together, lounging around, TV shows. Watched a lot of U of A basketball and football. One of the memories I looked on quite fondly. Still today I do. So
you mentioned watching a lot of U of A stuff. Allison also is a graduate.
yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Allison and her lifestyle. Was she a person who used drugs, to your knowledge?
No.
Was she a gambler?
No, absolutely not.
Did you have any reason to believe she just wasn't a normal, healthy woman? Anything during the relationship that prompted you to think something other than that?
No, not at all. Not ever.
Now, I want to kind of talk to you a little bit about living arrangements during the relationship.
Sure.
Is it fair to say you never actually lived with Allison?
No, I never
in one
have.
house? Okay. Where were you living at the time you dated Allison?
I was living in Tempe.
And were you living by yourself or with somebody else?
No, I was living with one of my oldest friends, Charles Hunt.
Okay. And what did Charles do for a living?
I believe Charles was working for the federal government. I believe he was the head of one of the units who investigated fraud against our armed forces, and I believe he still does that in a slightly different capacity.
Okay. And given that you lived at a house with Charles, during your relationship with Allison, did she ever spend the night at your house?
She has. There was a few in between.
Okay. Do you mean that? Well, tell me what you mean by that.
No, we spent more time in her place. That's where she wanted to. I did not. None of that. So whatever she wanted to do, we did.
Okay. So I think what you meant by that then is you would typically spend more time at her house than she would spend at yours?
Correct.
Am I understanding correctly? Okay.
Exactly.
Now, at the time you started dating Allison, you mentioned you started dating her in April of 2014.
Yes.
Where was she living?
She was living. No, I mean she was living a mile down the road from her home. It was a townhouse off of Indian School.
Okay. And then at some point during your relationship, did she move out of that townhouse to a different house?
Correct. In May.
Okay.
End of May.
And I don't know, as you sit here today, if you recall the address to that house. If I told you 8526 East Monterey Street, does that sound familiar to you?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
It's the address of her home.
Okay. If I could have you look at the monitor in front of you, I believe you will see this. I'm showing what's already been admitted as Exhibit 45. Do you recognize what's in the photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It is Allison's home.
And if you recall, Alex, how long had the two of you been dating before she moved to this house?
I mean, she moved in. I think she closed at the end of May of 2024. So she moved in June
Okay.
of 2014. I'm sorry.
Okay, 2014. Did you spend the night at Allison's house frequently?
I have.
Okay. And how many times would you say that you typically, or how many nights, I guess I should say, would you typically spend at Allison's?
Easily 2 to 4 nights a week.
Okay. And did that vary based on work schedules?
It did. It varied a bit week to week since she did travel for business, and I was focused quite a bit on my studies at the time.
Okay. At some point, Alex, did Allison give you a key to her house?
She did.
Do you remember when that happened?
I don't recall specifically, but I believe it was in the summer of 2014.
Okay. Now, I know you just testified that she gave you a key. Was she the type of girl who would just leave a spare key under a mat?
No, absolutely not.
Other than you, do you know anybody else who had a key to her house other than you and her?
I did not think that anyone else had a key to her home. Perhaps maybe her mom and dad, but I really don't know.
Okay. Now, during your relationship with Allison, did she also give you, or did she give you, I should say, the code to her garage opener?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And I'm going to show what's been admitted as Exhibit 46. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
I do. It is
Go
the
ahead.
keypad to the garage.
Okay. And is that how you remember it looking like when you used to go to the house?
I do.
Is that a yes for the court reporter?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Alex, do you recall if Allison's house had a security system?
Yes, the house did have a security system.
Okay. And do you remember when that was installed?
I do not recall specifics, but I do recall having conversations, several conversations about having that being installed, and she finally agreed.
Okay. And you're saying you and Allison had several conversations
Yes.
about it. All right. Were you involved in any way in the installation of the system at her house?
Yeah. Allison was out of town on the business trip, and I was there to quote unquote supervise the installation. Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you get access to her security system?
Yes.
And how? Tell us about that.
I mean, she just gave me
Actu-
access.
Okay, let me ask you a better question. That was a bad question. How were you able to, when I say, you said that she provided you with access, how would you access the system?
I had an app on my phone
Okay,
with my particular like logins and other passcodes and things. Yes.
okay. So I want to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 47. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
No.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It is there's a tablet of some sort for the security system that was on the nightstand in the bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 48. That's already been admitted. And what do you recognize that to be?
These are the tabs where some of the sensors where the sensors were put on.
Okay. And I want to kind of go through those with you, and then I'm going to show you in a short bit some photos to kind of help assist with your testimony, so the jury understands when looking at this what those particular areas are. Okay?
Absolutely.
So if you look at the top, it says front door. I'm going to guess that's pretty explanatory. Was there a sensor or one of the alarms on the front door?
Correct. All the depicted, tabs on the screen are the tabs where Allison put on the sensors.
Okay. Now, if you can go below what says the front door, there's one that says garage door. Now, most people might think that garage door means the overhead thing that goes up and down. Is that what this is referring to on this tablet?
No, it's actually not the garage door. It's an actual side door to get into the home. So again, there was no actual door from the garage into the house. So, but to be clear, it is the side door to the single family home itself.
Okay. And then when it says back door, what door is that referring to in Allison's house?
If I recall correctly, there was a door that would lead to the backyard from the bedroom. So I am.
Joe Schmo! Are you still there? Are you? Yes, you are. Joe Schmo! Go to Discord DM, please. I want you to read something I sent you, honey. Thank you, love. Now I'm going to start calling you honey. I'm going to give the internet world something to chew on. Just saying, we're getting ready to go live in the Dima trials. So as soon as I get a breaking point, they're moving around and
assuming that's what that is, or it may have been the sliding door leading to the backyard from the living kitchen area. So I don't exactly recall.
So is it?
Okay, let's see if they're got sound. Let me share this instead. Get the sound on. Okay, we are now switching trial.
Mr. Tower, prosecutors, defense attorney, are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I think we have the state, your FDLE expert. After this witness, we're going to adjourn for lunch. We'll come back afterwards with Dr. Vega. Is that right?
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Yes, Sean.
Okay, we have a bingo card for Dima's trial. Let's go ahead and hop on over to that real quick. Your excuse, state, rest, foster care, nothing further at the moment, please. Board looking at attorneys, August 1st of 2023. Yes, no, photos, DNA, vehicles, swab wounds, stab wounds, right, wrong, evidence, bloodstain drops, what if any, defense arrest, search warrant, objection, side by, no objection, fingerprint, rage, and video. So we are starting with the free space and bring the jury.
All rise. Jurors are ready.
It's Joe Schmo ain't listening to his honey.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you had a
Joe Schmo, I hope I have not offended you. You know I'm playing with you, but or am I? Do I have a secret crush on Joe Schmo? Let's really get it going. Just a second. Hey, honey. How you doing, boo? Miss you, boo. Now he's probably turning.
nice evening. The witness arrived, so we're ready to proceed. All right, state, please call your next witness.
State calls Charlene Webster.
All right, everybody stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Okay. Well, you can bring that in up there.
Morning. State, when you're ready, you may proceed.
Hello, Miss Webster.
Hello.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Charlene Webster. Last name is spelled Webster.
How are you employed, Miss Webster?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Tampa Bay Regional Operations Center in the biology section.
How long have you worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Since December of 2009.
Will you tell the members of the jury about your formal education, please?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology and a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from the University of Miami. I also hold a Master of Science in Pharmacy with a concentration in forensic DNA and serology from the University of Florida.
Thank you. Will you also tell us a little bit about the duties and responsibilities of a senior crime lab analyst?
Yes, as an analyst, I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I also examine them for any skin cells that may be present from items that may have been handled, touched, or worn. I will take samplings of those items of evidence to try to develop a DNA profile that I can then compare to the DNA profiles of known individuals that are believed to be involved in the case. I will put a statistical weight if I'm able to do that and produce a report.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the genetic blueprint for life, and it makes us who we are. Your DNA profile is unique, except in the case of identical twins. You inherit half of your DNA from your biological mother and the other half from your biological father. Your DNA is found all throughout your body, so except for mature red blood cells, and your DNA doesn't change over your life. So the DNA I would find in your hair would be the same DNA I would expect to find in your blood.
What method of DNA analysis do you use up at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's office in Tampa?
We use STR testing, which stands for short tandem repeats. And STRs are just small segments that are found throughout the DNA. The number of times those repeating segments are observed varies from individuals. And as I mentioned earlier, since you get half from your mother and half from your father, the number of repeats you get from each person would vary. That process is done in 4 steps. So what I'm going to try to do in the first step is I'm going to take that sample of the evidence and I'm going to place it in a tube. I'm going to add some liquid and some heat. And the purpose of that is just to try to break open those cells so they can release the DNA so I can see what's available to me. The second step is then now to make many copies of the 21 locations on the DNA strand that I'm actually looking at. And I'm trying to make those copies so that way I can get a better idea of the DNA profile. The third step is now, the second step I misspoke was determining how much DNA I actually have present. Once I open up those cells, how much DNA is available to me. The third step is making millions of copies of the 21 locations on the DNA strand that I'm looking at. And then the last step is just separating those copied DNA by size. So that way I end up with peaks on a graph, much like an EKG. And those peaks are your DNA profile for each of the 21 areas of the DNA I'm looking at.
That method that you just described, short tandem repeat, is that supported in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
By published scientific literature?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your lab in Tampa, is it accredited?
Yes, we are.
With whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by ANAB, which is the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And as an individual crime laboratory analyst, do you have some sort of continuing education or accreditation that you have to do personally?
Yes, I do have to do 16 hours of continuing education each calendar year. In addition, I do have to take what's called a proficiency test twice a year. A proficiency test is just a scenario-based test that's given to me from an outside agency. I know I'm being tested, but I don't know the results of the test. Once I receive the samples, I will take the samples from start to finish, just as I would any other case working sample using our standard operating procedures. Once I get my results, I submit it to the testing agency, who then ensures that my results are consistent with theirs, and they will report that back to ANAB, our accrediting body, and to FDLE as well.
When was the last proficiency test that you undertook?
Earlier this year, and I passed it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. How do you talked about your protocols. How do you ensure that the results that you achieve in your laboratory are correct? How do you know that you're getting the correct results? What steps do you take?
We have controls that are run with all of our samples. So as I mentioned earlier, as a part of that STR process, that I took a sample of the item of evidence to do through the 4 steps. Well, I'm also going to do that with what's called a reagent blank. So it's just an empty tube, and everything that happens to my sample happens to that tube through all 4 steps of the STR process. That's called a negative control, and that just ensures that no outside DNA is being introduced into the samples. In addition, there's also a positive control that's run through the samples to just ensure that all of the reagents are performing and the instruments are performing the way that they should and producing the expected results that is received from that positive control.
As an analyst, do you maintain neutrality when you are working with items that have been submitted to you by various agencies and throughout the testing process?
Yes.
Why is it important for you to maintain a neutral attitude about the evidence that comes into you for testing?
When I receive the evidence, I don't know what to expect as a result, so I'm just going to conduct my testing as I would with every other item that's similar. I'm going to send it through the same process, of course, not to be biased in any way, just to perform it and to try to get any DNA profiles that may be usable in the case.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier about statistical analysis is used as part of the procedure for ultimate DNA analysis. Do you have specialized training in statistics?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the training that you've received in statistics?
So I took statistics as a part of my master's class, in addition to during the training program at FDLE. We are trained on the statistics that we perform, which is currently likelihood ratio. In addition to the training that I received from FDLE, the members of the program that we use also did a 2-week statistical training class on the system. And so I did get that training as well.
Does the Florida Department of Law Enforcement use a particular database as part of your statistical analysis?
Yes, we do.
Can you explain a little bit about that database, please?
The database we use is developed from, the National Institutes of Standard and Technology. That database was published in the Forensic Science International Journal of Forensics in 2013. And basically that database contains DNA profiles from random people who were samples that were purchased, and the DNA types that were observed there are just telling me how common or how rare a particular allele or DNA type may be observed in the general population across 3 ethnicities. The ethnicities we look at are Caucasian, Hispanic, and African American, as those are the 3 common ethnicities found in the state of Florida.
Okay. Why do you use a numerical weight or a statistical weight as part of the DNA analysis?
We add a statistical weight to a sample that is a match, which means that I compared a single source or profile from one individual to a known individual, or an inclusion where I'm comparing an individual to what's called a mixture, where that's from 2 or more individuals. It gives a statistical weight as to how common or how rare, given the DNA evidence, how likely it is to see that DNA evidence how likely it is to see that that DNA evidence given the profile that is observed let me rephrase that. The statistical weight gives I'm looking at the DNA profile and I'm comparing a known individual to the profile, either to a single source or a mixture. It just gives weight as to how common or how rare that DNA profile may be observed. Sorry.
Okay. Essentially, does that allow you to put into perspective the results as to how much of that person's DNA is in that particular sample?
It's actually just saying it's comparing 2 different scenarios and giving a weight. It's comparing how likely that DNA profile could be from the person of interest or an unknown individual. So it's not telling me that that person is actually in the profile. It's just telling me what is the likelihood that that the evidence could be from the person of interest versus an unknown individual.
All right, thank you. Now, have you ever testified in court with regard to DNA analysis?
Yes,
How many times, approximately, Ms. Webster?
probably about 50-ish.
Okay. And can you give us an idea of where in the state of Florida you've given testimony on DNA?
I've gone as high as Tallahassee, and I've gone as further south as Fort Myers, where we have our different regions. So any of the courthouses in between there, I've probably touched on a few of them.
All right, great. Now, I want to ask you about how, as an FDLE analyst, how do you determine or examine an item of evidence to know if there is blood on that item? Can you explain that process to us?
Yes, if I'm examining an item of evidence, I'm going to look at it to see if it has red-brown staining that may be possibly present, as that's somewhat characteristics of what a blood stain would look like. If I observe red-brown staining on the item, I'm going to perform what's called a presumptive test, which is just a chemical change test that tells me whether or not blood is probably present, but what it possibly isn't. I cannot confirm that it is blood, but I can say that blood is possibly present. That color change test takes a clear liquid and it turns pink if blood is possibly present.
Okay. Did you receive known samples in this particular case of the defendant Dima Tower and also Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
In what forms did you receive those known samples, Ms. Webster?
I received a buccal swab from Dima Tower, and I received a blood stain card from Robbie Tower and a blood stain card from Jennifer Tower.
Okay. Now, as to the buccal swab from Dima Tower, did you obtain a complete DNA profile for Dima Tower?
Yes, I did.
And as to the blood stain cards, did you obtain complete DNA profiles for both Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so did you also receive items of evidence, or did your lab receive items of evidence from the Northport Police Department?
Yes, we did.
Can you please tell the members of the jury, and without going through the entire list, if you could just tell us about items 6.1 and 7.8?
May I refer to my notes?
You may, if it would help to refresh your recollection.
Item 6.1 is described as a DNA sample that was taken from the knife blade.
Okay, and 6.1, was that derived from a kitchen knife? And you can-
Yes.
Thank you. And then as to item 7.8, can you tell us what that item of evidence is?
Item 7.8 is described as a DNA sample from knife 6's handle.
Okay, thank you. All right. So speaking specifically of those two items, 6.1, the knife blade, and 7.8, the knife handle, and those are from two distinct knives. Am
That's
I
correct.
Thank you. Okay. Did FDLE test those items?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you please explain the initial results of that test?
Item 6 is the kitchen knife did give chemical indications for the presence of blood. That means I did that presumptive color change test that I described earlier. There was a color change for pink. So the results that it gave chemical indications for blood.
All right. And what about 7.8? Just as to the blood, the serology.
That's right. Yes. So there was, I also did obtain, there was chemical indications for the presence of blood on item 7.8 as well.
Thank you. Now let's go back to 6.1. Once you found the chemical indications for the presence of blood on that knife blade, what was the next step in the analysis?
After that, I would have taken there was a sampling taken of the knife handle and the blade, and then the samples would have been placed in a tube that I described earlier and taken through that 4-step process as I described it in order to try to develop a DNA profile for.
Christy, I'm so glad you're home. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, but I'm glad you're on the recovery boat. Thank you so much for joining us today. Just kick back, relax on the couch, and listen.
Each of those items.
Okay. And what were the DNA results that you obtained from the knife blade, item 6.1?
So for item 6.1, the knife blade, the DNA results obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Okay. And were you able to determine of any of those donors in that particular item 6.1, the knife blade?
I was able to include Dima Tower as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 61,000 times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Dima Tower and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals.
Were you also given an indication of one of the other donors in that mixture?
I was able to include Robbie Tower as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Robbie Tower and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
Okay, so if we can break that down just into layperson's language, can you just simplify that for the members of the jury?
No.
As I mentioned in the statistic, and it's giving away, the type of statistic I'm giving you is called a likelihood ratio, and it's comparing 2 opposing hypotheses. So it's comparing whether or not the person of interest could be given the DNA profile, the person of interest could be the donor of the profile versus if an unknown individual could be the donor of the evidence profile observed. In this case, I'm giving weight to whether or not for the evidence, if Dima Tower is included, the likelihood for the DNA profile is approximately 67,000 more likely to occur if it originated from him versus non-related individual. I'm giving weight more to each of those scenarios, and it's on a sliding scale. So if a likelihood ratio of 1 just means that it's neutral. It doesn't give weight to either one of those scenarios. As you get higher above 1, the number 1, it gives weight more to my first scenario of the person of interest being the possible donor of that DNA profile. As it gets lower from 1, it's stating that it's supporting more of that second hypothesis, or that an unknown individual is the one that donated that DNA profile.
Thank you. Now let's move on to the knife handle from 7.8, the other knife, the second knife. Can you please tell us about the results after you did your analysis, Ms. Wester?
The DNA results for item 7.8 demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. A complete DNA profile for the major contributor could be determined and is suitable for comparisons. Due to the limited nature of the DNA results for the additional contributors to the mixture, that data wasn't interpretable. So I'm only making comparisons to the major DNA profile. This major DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Robbie Tower. The observed major DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Robbie Tower than from an unrelated individual.
Thank you. Now, I just want to ask you a question regarding this particular evidence. So these knives were in a in a kitchen, and presumably they were used by all the members of the family at any given time. The family members being Robbie Tower, Jennifer Tower, and Dima Tower. So what distinguishes the DNA that you found on these two knives? What's the distinction? Is it because you found chemical indications for the presence of blood as opposed to touch DNA?
Objection leading?
Yeah, let's try not to be
All
so
right.
leading in your question.
Thank you.
Do
So-
you understand the question as a general concept? Can you explain touch DNA versus blood DNA? Okay, I think that's the question.
Please.
Yes, so blood DNA from blood, blood is as a body fluid in general would produce more DNA or leave more DNA behind than just touching an item. However, I can't say in this case as to which one those came from, as the knives may have been handled as stated by everyone throughout the family. I can't state whether or not the DNA is exclusively from blood or from epithelial cells.
Thank you. But based upon your analysis, were there chemical indications for the presence of blood on both knives?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. May I have a moment, please?
Amen.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, and well yourself.
All right. So when you're examining these items of evidence, you examine essentially what's submitted, right?
Correct.
You don't go to the individual law enforcement headquarters and pick and choose what they give to you.
That is correct.
All right. So if they give you, for example, an actual physical knife, you would go through and do all of the swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct.
If they don't give you the physical knife, they just give you whatever the swabs are, you test from the swabs, correct?
Correct.
So you're entirely at the discretion of what is submitted to you as far as what gets tested.
Correct.
All right. And that system is automated, correct?
What do you mean by automated?
I mean, you don't go in and with like a pair of tweezers and pull out DNA, right?
No, I don't use a tweezer to go in. I do the process that we described.
Right. It's automated through machinery, right?
Yes, there are some hands-on portions, but yes, there are some machinery that helps with that.
And the peaks and valleys are essentially computer generated results, correct?
Correct.
All right. The statistical analysis that you do has changed since you started in 2009, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And it used to be that you would give numbers like 1 in 15 and make like sounding like really horrible made up numbers for a statistical analysis, correct? And you'd have to count the number of zeros to describe the number.
Yes, we still do that. There's still big numbers now.
Okay. But it sounds to me like you said that the 2 times that you discovered Robbie Tower's DNA, that statistical likelihood was 700 billion times more likely, correct?
I stated that it's greater than 700 billion times more likely.
Okay. And then for the one instance where you indicated that you found Dima Tower in a mixture, it was 67,000, correct?
Approximately 61,000.
Okay. I think you said both 61 and 67.
I don't argue the
61?
witness. She's the
61.
expert.
Okay. And that's obviously closer to 0 than 700 billion, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again,
Look at the look on her face. She's all like, bitch, please, you don't want to argue with me on this. You don't know what the hell you talking about. You just admitted your guy was guilty as hell. He just wants manslaughter and not second-degree redrum. Sit down and shut up.
we're talking about a mixture, correct?
Yes, for
All right.
both samples.
And using the statistical analysis
he
the way
is,
that
Angela.
you do, if you were to use a separate database than the one that you use, would you expect similar or different results?
Objection calls for speculation.
Would you be speculating or do you know the answer to that?
I generally know the answer to
All
that.
right, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer it.
It would be slightly different, but I wouldn't expect there to be more than a tenfold difference.
Right. So back when you're talking about the big, huge numbers, if we're talking 700 billion, the tenfold difference would be 70 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
She had to think.
Nothing further, Judge.
State any redirect of the witness.
Nope.
Did you find blood on those two knives?
Yes, I did find the indications for blood, yes.
Okay. And in addition, did you also find DNA from Robbie Tower and Dima Tower?
I was able to include Robbie Tower and Dima Tower on item 6.1.
And is that the bottom line of your report? In the most simplistic reductionist terms, is that the bottom line of your report?
Those are the results of my reporting, yes.
Thank you very much.
Is the witness free to step down?
Yes.
No objection.
All right, you may step down now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm glad you don't.
As you recall, when we talked about scheduling, this is the witness this morning. The next witness is not available till 1 o'clock. So let's see, it's 11:51. Is an hour enough for you folks for lunch? I see the jurors say that's fine. Does that work for the parties?
It does.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's start back up at
Dr. Vega is 1:15. Let's make it 1:15. Sorry.
1:15, okay? We'll see everybody at 1:15, okay? Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Have a nice lunch. Remember, do not discuss anything with each other and don't observe, read.
All righty then. So now we're going to hop back. Let me see who's doing what. Okay, so we're going to hop back to the Ian trial. Let's see what they do in this court. Nala's banging that cage today. She's not happy with her Bobo. That's what we call Matthew when my daughter was little and she couldn't say Matthew. Tried to get her to say brother, and she said Bobo. So yes, my son has a pet name. And Nala is trying his ever-loving patience right now. She really is. All right, next, go back over here.
Possible when you look below at number 4 that master door is the one that you're talking about that went from her room out into the backyard.
Correct. So the master bath door is the one that's in the master bedroom that goes to the backyard, and I'm assuming that the back door, which is item number 3, is the sliding door that goes to the backyard from the kitchen dining area.
Okay. Now, it also mentions something about a bedroom window. What do you recall about that?
The master bedroom window had sensors put on it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 49. If I can click on it properly. There we go. You mentioned that you would access this alarm system from an app on your phone. Is that accurate? Did I get that right?
I had an ability to access it and to view it from my
Okay.
phone, yes.
And do you recognize what's in the photo in Exhibit 49?
I do. These are the notifications in terms of when and how doors would be open or closed based on the security system.
Okay. And is this what it would look like if you pulled it up on your phone?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So I want to talk to you. I told you I was going to show you some pictures to help illustrate for the jury when we're talking about these doors, what exactly we're talking about and where they're located.
Of course.
So I'm going to pull up Exhibit 50. And could you explain what door we're looking at in this photo? Do you recognize this photo?
I do. Yes, I
Okay.
do.
Could you explain, I think you had mentioned something about garage door, and is this photo representative of what you were talking about?
Exactly. So on this photo, I can clearly see that there is no actual door in between the garage and the property. So, but the door that's actually on the right side of this photo is the door into the laundry room that leads into the kitchen of the actual residence.
Okay. And when you're saying that door, are you talking about the door that's white?
That is correct. The one on the right-hand side.
Okay. And then if you look at that kind of latched gate, what do you recall that leading into?
That leads into the garage. It's a gate, right? It's not a door.
Okay. I now want to show you Exhibit 51. That's already been admitted. You discussed earlier a sliding glass door. Do you see that sliding glass door depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And for purposes of the record, can you just kind of describe in what general area of the photo you can see that door?
Yeah, I mean, it is a sliding door that leads into the kitchen, dining room. It is glass one, just for the record. The other door that's white on the right is the door that leads into the master bathroom that I've mentioned earlier.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you, actually, I'm going to pull back up Exhibit 51. Do you recall when you would visit Allison's house, if there was anything outside of that sliding glass door on the ground?
It may or may not have been a mat of some sort at some point, but I don't recall exactly.
Okay. I'm going to go to Exhibit 52 now, which has also been admitted. What are we looking at in this photograph?
A lot of girly stuff.
Okay. Let me focus your attention more on the door. How about that? Well, there's two doors reflected in the photograph.
Sure.
You had described earlier a door that was in the master bathroom. Is that door featured in this photograph?
It is. It is the one that is right in the middle of the shot that has some curly stuff on the handle.
Okay. And so is this kind of the interior view of that door that you showed us in that prior picture that we looked at, Exhibit 51?
It is exactly it.
There was something on one of Allison's master windows. Is that window depicted in this photograph?
Yes, it is correct. It is the window that's further on the right.
Okay.
That's the master bedroom window.
And when you say the right, is it to the right of that white door that you described earlier?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, now that we've kind of discussed where you were living, where she was living, and kind of some of the things about the house. I want to talk to you a little bit about what the two of you were up to per se, meaning work and school during the time that you were dating, okay?
Sure.
I'm going to start with you. At the time that you dated Allison, what were you doing for work and or school?
I was primarily attending Thunderbird School of Global Management, where I studied international business, the executive program here at their Glendale campus.
Okay. And were you working on a particular degree?
I was studying international business within their executive program.
And was that a master's program?
It is. It is an MBA program.
Were you also doing something or trying to do something, I guess I should say, with real estate?
I was. I've been involved in real estate in one way or another since 2005. So, I mean, at the end of 2014 and 2015, I was studying to reinstate my real estate license.
Okay. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that a little bit down the road.
Sure.
But I'm going to switch to Allison now.
Of course.
During the time you were dating her, what type of work was she doing?
She worked for a company called Manlika. She was a medical device sales representative.
Okay. And based on what you could see, since you were around her, dating her, did she appear to like her job?
She loved her job.
Did she appear to like her coworkers?
She did. She had a very close team that she worked with, and it was one of the other things that I really liked about her. Not only that, she liked her job, but she was also working with people who really enjoyed the work, and they all did well, and they all got along, which was quite rare, or at least from what I saw. So from what I saw back then, yes.
Okay. I think you mentioned earlier when we were discussing how frequently, you would stay at Allison's. You mentioned that she used to travel for work.
She did.
And do you recall how frequently her job kind of took her out of the state?
Yeah. I mean, she traveled pretty much on a weekly basis, 2 to 3 times a week, or she'll be gone for 2 or 3 days a week.
Okay. When she wasn't on the road, where did she typically work?
She worked from home.
Don't know. Don't know what happened. I'm trying to get back to where we was. Can you, Angela, please give me the timestamp that we're at? Pretty please. I don't want us to go back. Can you give me the timestamp and comments where I need to scroll to? Please, while I get this screen shared. Yeah, we got it. Just need to know where we were on the timestamp, please. Pretty, please. With sugar on top. Angela, if I have a mod that can hear me and I'm live, please type something in chat. So I know. Okay, so Angela, what timestamp are you at on the scroll? Tell me where to go, please. All right, thank you, Boo. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sometimes that internet happens. We are having a gremlin day, gremlins go away. I'm having a gremlin day, go away. Go away, gremlins, not today. Tired of the bullshit. Everything's falling apart over here. Really tired of the bullshit. Just gotta say it. I'm waiting for the time. Oh, you put it in private. 647. Okay. Are we that far along? All right, that's not what it shows on my end, Boo. It's like 6 hours and 47 minutes. Is that what it was? Because that's not what. I don't have 647. June. That's not 6 minutes and 47. I'm just going to play it from there and see. It doesn't scroll that way. It doesn't scroll that way, June. Love you, Boo. Let me convert it. Give me a minute. Thank you, Boo. I hate the way they do these timestamps. They're backwards. All right, we'll go. Thank you, love.
Was she a person who typically carried large amounts of cash around?
No.
Did you consider Allison to be a financially responsible person?
Absolutely.
Now, while you were with Allison, were you aware of any problems she was having with any of her friends?
No, nothing that I was made aware.
Did you ever become aware of any problems she was having with any coworkers?
No, not at all. Completely the opposite.
How about, were you aware of any problems she was having with any neighbors?
No, not at all. No,
Did you ever become aware of a problem she was having with any past person she may have dated?
not that I really recall.
Okay.
No.
Based on what you saw, did Allison appear to be well liked by people?
She was. She was very, very well liked by so many.
All right. Before we talk about February 18th of 2014, 15, I'm sorry. I kind of want to talk to you about a few of the days leading up to that date, okay?
Sure.
And I want to start with Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2015. Tell us what you remember from the beginning of the day kind of to the end, what you and Allison were doing.
It was her mom was in town actually, layover of some sort, and she made plans to meet up with her mom and do girly stuff, and I was just very happy that I didn't have to be a part of it, all things considered. While I had a few other errands to run in terms of my plans for us for the day, I went out and did what I needed to do. Allison had breakfast, I believe, with her mom, and we met up afterwards in the afternoon at her home.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were doing kind of some of your own stuff. Was that related to Valentine's Day?
It was. I ran some errands and picked up a few things, and some of the things that she loved, and yep.
Okay. And so you mentioned that you connected with her in the afternoon, and what do you remember kind of about what you guys did for the rest of the day?
We spent time together. We lounged around, spent some time at home, did some intimacy, I guess would be the word to describe it. And I decided to make dinner. I don't think she ever had that done for her, so I decided to do that, and I made some lamb chops.
Okay. And when you mentioned that you had picked up some of her favorite things, do you recall what you picked up that day for her?
I did. I picked up a card, and it wasn't one of those Hallmark cards where it had a bunch of things written in it. I picked up something where I could actually write some stuff in myself. So I picked up a card, and it took like way too long to decide, and it was like giving me major anxiety. But I did pick it out. Wrote what I felt was needed to be written. I picked up her favorite bottle of champagne, and I also picked up pink tulips. She truly liked the color pink, and she also liked the tulips. So I figure she'll have one to look at in the living room, and maybe one to look at in the bedroom.
Okay, so you got 2 bouquets?
I did.
Okay, so I want to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 57. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
I do. I do. Those are the exact items that I picked out for her on the Valentine's Day.
When you spent time with Allison that day, you remember, well, let me ask you this too. If you can kind of look beyond the photo, because I want to ask you about this too. Does this photo kind of show the kind of a portion of that living room area?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, the sunken living room.
And so you mentioned this is a sunken in living room.
It is.
Okay. And the way it is looking in this particular picture, kind of where things are placed, is that typically how that room would look?
That is correct.
Okay. When you spent time with Allison on Valentine's Day, do you remember how she looked?
Like I need it.
She looked amazing. She always did. But she had a blue maxi dress on, and she had a jean jacket on all day. Imagine it was a little chillier for her taste, but that's what she wore.
Okay. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
Is that what you recall Allison looking like on that day that you spent Valentine's with her?
I do.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
So you mentioned you did some things. I didn't hear you mention this, but I think you got roped into a movie that night as well.
I got roped into a movie, yes.
Okay.
And I agreed, and I would do it 10 times over again.
Okay. But I think you mentioned kind of after that, you guys were in for the rest of the night.
We were.
Okay.
It was the absolute worst, like 2 hours of my life.
The
movie part,
Okay.
just to clarify.
Just to clarify. Okay. I kind of want to talk to you about the very next day, February 15th, which still would have been the weekend.
Mhm.
Do you remember doing something with Allison that day?
Yeah. We slept in, and yet again, I made breakfast. Keyword, I made breakfast, and we decided to do an outdoorsy activity, which was so very rare. So we rented some bikes and decided to bike around around the Chaparral Park.
Okay. After you kind of biked around the park and stuff, did you go anywhere else?
Yeah, we did. We grabbed some drinks and food at Zips.
Okay. Do you recall taking any photographs while you were out and about with Allison that day?
I did. I actually insisted on taking some pictures, but normally she was all about it, taking photos, but you know.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 59. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's right in front of Zips.
Okay. Is that from the day that you've just testified about?
Yes, it is.
Oops. I'll show you one other thing if I can, Alex. May I approach the witness?
You may, and you have continuing permission.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4 for identification. If you could look at that and let me know if you recognize that, please.
Yes, I do.
And what do you-
That's the receipt for the bike rentals for the
Okay.
day we just been talking about.
The state moves for Exhibit 4 to be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, yeah.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Now, after you guys did the bikes and went to Zips, what did you do after that, if you remember?
Congratulations, Boo. That's awesome.
If I recall correctly, we sat in,
Okay,
had dinner, and we sat in.
right. Did you spend the night at her house that night as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So the very next morning, which is a Monday, is that a typical work day for Allison?
I do not recall, but she didn't travel anywhere that day.
Okay. And so at some point, you guys wake up and was it your understanding that she was supposed to travel a little bit later in the week?
Correct.
Okay.
As she would pretty much every week.
Okay. And around kind of this time of the week, were you also kind of had something going on for you?
Yeah, I was actually trying to push to test out for my real estate license, and I just kept on putting it out and putting it out and putting it out. So, but yeah, the plan was to just get it done that week, and yeah.
So because Allison was going to travel and you were kind of needing to focus on your real estate exam, what kind of did the two of you decide in terms of whether or not you were going to see each other for the remainder of the week?
Well, I mean, even though I had no interest in going home and studying, we decided that it's going to be ideal. And by we, I mean she. She decided that, hey, she needs some time to pack up and do some work and do some business, run some errands. And I decided that it was something that I needed to attend in terms of my studying and a few last run-throughs for the exam that I planned on taking that week or maybe the week after. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you had this discussion and then at some point, did you leave?
I did.
Do you remember on February 16th that afternoon, around what time you left Allison's?
In the afternoon at some point.
Okay. If I told you, I think in a prior interview, you might have said around 2 or 3 p.m., would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No, I don't. It's
Okay.
the afternoon.
Alex, once you left Allison's house that day, did you ever see her again?
I did not.
I want to talk to you now about February 17th, that next Tuesday. How did you spend your time that day?
I studied quite a bit for the better part of the night, as I planned. I met a friend for brunch or lunch, and that's primarily what I did. What I did in the morning, afternoon.
Okay. When you say that you met a friend, who are you talking about?
I met one of my oldest friends here in Phoenix, Matthias Bear.
Okay. I think we might be confusing the days here.
Maybe.
Did you meet Matthias on the day you went to Allison's house the next time?
I did.
Okay. So I'm talking about the day before that, February 17th.
Okay.
and I know this is a very long time ago, would you agree that your memory is probably a lot better back then when you were providing information than it is today?
Certainly.
So you did mention that you were studying all day. And was it your understanding that Allison was still kind of at home getting ready to have or go on her
okay.
trip?
Absolutely. I mean, she expressed that there were some errands that needed to be ran and some things needed to be restocked in terms of her patient, as it was on every other day.
Okay. You mentioned that you were studying. Do you remember on that particular night studying kind of late into the night?
Correct. It was, yes.
Okay. And how late, if you remember, were you up prepping for your real estate exam?
Late. It's something that I've done quite often,
Okay.
given the time and given the studying and things that I was doing at the time.
When you say late, was it still February 17th, or did that studying take you even into the next day?
I'm pretty certain it took into the next day, but I can't be 100% certain.
Now, when you were done studying, do you recall reaching out to Allison at all? Via text?
I honestly, I don't recall, but I may have said good night as I always have.
All right, I am going to show you what's been admitted already. Actually, before we get to this, I forgot to ask you about something, and that's completely my fault. You mentioned that you had communicated with Allison on February 17th, so not February 18th, February 17th. At some point, do you recall her sending you a message about something you were interested in?
I do. There was an article about a very nice watch that she sent me, and I was baffled by the article, and we laughed and made jokes and exchanged some intimate one-liners, I guess you can call it.
Okay.
But yeah, I do.
Did you like nice watches?
I did.
Okay.
And I do.
All right. So I want to now show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 60. Do you recognize that photograph? Or what's, I guess, depicted in that photograph? Okay. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
You're looking at our usual text exchange from the evening.
Okay. Whose phone are we looking at?
It is Allison's phone. Actually, I apologize. It is my phone.
Okay. And if you kind of look up at the top, you have some kind of joking messages with her.
Sure.
Are you able to see in that photograph, and this we're talking about February 17th, the timestamp on those messages?
I do.
And could you tell us what time you were having that back and forth joking about these one-liners that you talked about? Around what time was that on February 17th?
It was in the evening around 8 o'clock, 8:04.
Okay.
According to this screenshot.
Now, after you exchanged these couple text messages with Allison, did you ever hear from her again?
I did not.
So you mentioned then that you had been studying and that you believed you might have sent her a good night text. Do you see such a text represented in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell us the date and the time that you sent her that text message?
February 18th at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. Given the hour, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever get a response from Allison?
I did not. And honestly, a response wasn't really, I didn't expect to get one because it was so late. And I was pretty certain that she was already in bed.
Okay. So after you send this text, you just kind of finished studying. I'm trying to kind of walk you through this timeline
Of course.
here. What was the very next thing you did?
I sent her a good morning message.
Okay. So I'm assuming sometime between, and I don't want to assume, but I'm sometime between sending the message at 1:11 a.m. and then this good morning text that you just talked about. Did you go to bed in between there?
I did.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you then sent her a good morning text.
I did.
And can you tell us what time you sent her that good morning text?
Yes. According to the screenshot that's in front of me, it's at 9:18 a.m.
Okay. And after you sent her that text, did you receive a response from her?
No, I did not.
What did you do next then, Alex?
As it is depicted on this screenshot, I sent another text at 11:14 in the morning.
Okay.
There may or may not have been phone calls from my end as well. I just do not recall.
Okay. And we'll get to that. So in this particular text that you're sending at 11:14 a.m. on February 18th, you send her another text asking if everything's okay because you hadn't heard from her. Is that
That is
generally
correct.
what was said? Okay.
Correct.
Did you ever hear a response back to this text message?
No, there was no response.
Was it starting to get a little unusual that based on kind of how frequently you would communicate with Allison that you hadn't heard back?
It was absolutely. As a matter of fact, nothing like that ever happened before, where multiple messages would not be returned.
I think at the tail end of your testimony, you mentioned that you believed that after not hearing back from her, you tried to call her, you believe. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 61. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a history of my outgoing communication from my phone at the time.
Okay. And does it reflect phone calls that you made to Allison on February 18th, 2015?
Yes, it does.
And there appear to be a series of 3 between 11:20 a.m. and 11:28 a.m.
Correct.
Is that a guess? Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Were you ever able to get a hold of her?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now you mentioned that it was unusual that you hadn't heard back from her. What were you thinking at that point?
Honestly, I was thinking that this is very unusual that my messages and now calls are not being returned. So I even thought I may have mixed up the dates, that she may have been traveling, or I thought she may have to just get on a flight sooner than the plan was. But then I also thought that if it was the case, I'm sure she would have told me that was taking place.
Okay. Fair to say there's a couple different things going through your head at that point?
There were a few.
So you mentioned when I had asked you about this date a little bit earlier, and there was a little bit confusion about what date I was talking about. Now we're on February 18th, and I think you mentioned that you did a few things and then met an old friend for lunch.
Correct.
Okay, and is that the date we're talking about, February 18th?
That is the date, correct.
Okay.
I do apologize for mixing up the dates.
No problem at all. Do you remember where you went to meet your friend Matthias for lunch?
Oh, man, that man made me drive all the way to the north side. I somehow agreed. But yes, I went to a Panera, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
It might be whatever it is today. I think it's different.
Okay. So is it possible that it was when it was still Paradise Bakery?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Which is now Panera.
Correct.
Okay. And so you met him, and then after you met him, what did you do next?
Despite my plans to studying and taking care of gazillion other things for my MBA program, I got in my car after my lunch with Matthias and I drove straight to Allison's house.
Before you went to Allison's house, did you try and reach out to her one more time?
I believe I did.
Okay. And is that call reflected on that photograph that we're looking at?
For what I can see, it does.
It looks like there's an outgoing call to her at 3:15 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Any answer from Allison when you called her that time?
No answer.
So you mentioned that you then decided to go straight to her house.
I started contemplating my life choices, so to speak. And yes, I decided that I should do that. Yes.
By this point, were you worried?
I was very worried.
So when you got to Allison's house, I want to walk you through this part here. You arrive, and you mentioned that you went straight after lunch at Paradise, correct? So it would have been sometime, you left to head to her house after 3:15 p.m. sometime.
Correct.
Okay. When you arrive at Allison's, where do you park?
I parked in the driveway.
And then what was the very first thing that you remember doing after you got out of your car?
If I recall correctly, I tried punching in the code to get into the garage.
And did the garage open?
I believe it did, but I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Said that you punched in the code to get into the garage. What were you trying to determine by opening the garage at that point?
I honestly wanted to see if her car was in the garage. So her car was in the garage. She may or may not have taken an early flight.
Okay. So after you open the garage and you see that her car is inside, what do you do next?
If I recall correctly, I walked out and tried to get into the home and see if she was in.
Okay. Was there a point in time that you looked to see whether or not her alarm was activated or not?
I could have. I do not recall the specifics. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So at this point, you're going to go up to the front door, if I'm understanding you correctly, or you're going to go up to the door?
I believe so. I mean, I did have the house key. So I don't know if I have mentioned this or not. I was never really a fan using the key, even though I've had it for months and months and months. But yeah.
Okay. So you had the house key, you made your way up to the door. Did you do anything before you, well, what did you do when you got to the door? Let me just ask, that's a better question. What did you do when you got to the door?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what I did or the chain of events. I simply tried to open the door and get in the home.
Do you recall pulling out the key?
Probably.
At some point you made your way inside?
I did.
Once you opened that door and went inside that house, Alex, can you please describe for us what you saw?
It's not so much what I saw. It's first is what I smelled, and it was the most horrific smell of cleaning products I've ever smelled in my life.
Okay. So that was the first thing that kind of caught your attention?
It was just so horrible.
Okay. Tell us about the very next thing that you heard or saw or
I walked in and I honestly didn't know what to think or what was happening. And I right away noticed that just furniture was out of place, specifically the couch. I noticed there was some red stain on the couch on the back, and it was sideways. And it's just, it has this smell. It was just everywhere. It was all over. So yeah, after that, I may have went in further into the kitchen living area. I may not. I just don't really recall.
Okay.
And then I made my way into the rest of the house.
Okay.
How I found her.
Okay. And when you say you found her, you're talking about Alice.
I found Alice on the floor with no clothes on.
Okay.
With no clothes on.
When you found Allison, do you remember specifically in the house where you saw her?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. When you walked in and you said you saw her and you found her, do you remember what part of the house she was in?
She was in a hallway.
And you mentioned that
she was in a hallway.
I'm sorry. Okay. And you mentioned that she had no clothes on?
She did not have any clothes on.
Were you able to see her face?
I was not. There was a rug over her face. I couldn't see her face.
After you found Alice and Alex, what did you do?
It's a bit of a blur for what it's worth, but I go for help. I called for help.
And what do you mean when you called for help?
I called 911.
Do you remember that day if you had to call 911 more than one time?
Yeah, I did call 911 more than one time.
At this point, Judge, the state is requesting to publish, it's already been admitted, Exhibit 43. This is the first of the 911 calls.
Okay.
Please wake up! Alice, please wake up! 911 emergency. Oh my God, I just came over to my girlfriend's house and she's not breathing. It looks like. Stay on that line. Let me get you over to the paramedics. Don't hang up. 1 moment. Oh my God. Fire department, what is the address of the emergency? Oh my God, give me just a second. My girlfriend is not breathing. I think she's dead. What is I just came over to check on her. She answered her phone all day. Well, give me just a second. Give me just a second. I'm sorry. Are you there? I'm here. I'm waiting for the address so I can get help, sir. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know what to do. Tell me where you're at, sir. Okay. It is, oh my God. I need to get help started. What is the address? Oh, do you see numbers on the front of the house? Is there a street name? Is there a piece of mail? No, it's on Monterey Way. Give me just a second. Are you still there? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know if he might have called back on a different line. I'm trying to even verify the address here. I think I'm getting from the longitude and latitude of 8519 Monterey Way. But I don't know. I mean, he was obviously not giving us the right information. Right. I didn't hear him disconnect. Did you? No, I didn't either. That's why I thought I heard one of my other call takers possibly get him as well. Oh. Okay, yeah. Okay. He verified as 8526 East Monterey Way. And we're transferring him back to you right now. Okay, thank you. Confirmed 8526? 8526 Monterey. East Monterey Way. Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks so much. Bye. Bye.
Alex, did you recognize that call as the first call that you had placed to 911?
I do.
And you mentioned that there had been a second call, or at least another call.
Yes. I couldn't remember.
Judge,
Given what has been taking place, I just could not recall the house number.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state is requesting to publish what's already been admitted as Exhibit 44, which is the second 911 call.
You may.
What is your emergency? Oh my God! I just walked into my girlfriend's house and she's on the floor and I think something has happened or she got robbed. Okay, hang on. She's hang on. What's the address? I just told you guys. It is. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. It is 8526 East Monterey Way, Scottsdale, Arizona. 8526? Yes, East Monterey Way. Monterey Way. What unit number? It's a house. What should I do? I got to get over. Hang on, sir, stay on the line. Hey, listen, I need you to stay on the line so I can get you to the fire department. Do not hang up, okay? Hang on.
Fire department, what's the address of the emergency?
8526 East Monterey Way. I just came over to my girlfriend to check on her, and she's laying on the floor, and she's white and blue, and I'm like, this is good.
Okay,
and there's blood
listen.
everywhere.
Hold on, take a deep breath. Give me the address one more time.
8526 East Monterey Way.
Okay, you're in Scottsdale?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
my name
sir.
is Alex Sucadola.
Okay, listen, how old do you think is she? How old is she?
She's 31.
Okay, and the blood. Where's the blood from?
The blood is in her head.
Okay.
I don't want to touch her. Should I touch her? She's blue.
No, listen to me. We have help coming out there. When was the last time you spoke to her?
I spoke to her. We exchanged text messages yesterday in the evening. I was studying for my real estate.
Okay, all right.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Any medical problems?
No, she's just medical problems. There's blood everywhere.
I understand. Okay, listen. Is there any?
It looks like somebody's trying to clean up. It smells like chlorine, bleach.
Okay, you know what? You need to step outside. Petey, are you there?
I am staying outside.
Yep, we're here. We're on our way.
Sir, is there,
Oh my God,
is there any sign of a weapon or anything?
No, there's nothing around. She's in the hallway.
Okay, take a deep breath.
At fire, did you hear that we're going?
Yeah, I did. Okay, sorry. It's okay.
Oh my God.
Did you hear what he said about cleaning it up?
What is it?
Sir,
No, ma'am.
when you said you smelled bleach, okay, and you said there's blood everywhere, where do you mean everywhere? Where
It's
is
on the floor. It's dragged around. It looks like someone might have tried to clean something up, or she might have tried to clean it up. I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God, she's blue. She's blue.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Alex Sucadola.
Okay.
And I'm her boyfriend.
Okay. Does she live alone?
Yes, she lives alone.
Okay.
And she did not answer any of my calls. And
okay. Alex, are you going to be waiting outside?
I'm outside.
Okay. Listen, you're doing fine. Just take a deep breath. The officers and the fire department are on their way. Okay. Did you come in a vehicle?
What?
Is there a vehicle that you drove?
She's in the hallway in the house.
I understand that. I understand. I'm asking what kind of vehicle you drove up in so that my officers can find that house super fast.
I drove a blue BMW 335i.
Okay.
Oh my God! What should I do?
I just want you to wait outside, okay? We're going to wait for the fire department. And
okay, they're here. They just came.
Okay, then is it the fire department or the officers?
There's no officers. There's the fire guys.
Okay. I'm going to have you talk to them, okay? Is your phone number the 480-335-4774?
Yes.
Okay, we have your number. The officers are going to be there any moment, all right?
Okay.
All right, fire, do you have anything else?
Okay.
Actually, Alex, stay on the line with me for just 1 second, okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Alex, they're going to be there any moment. I want you to wait outside, okay? Alex? Alex?
Do I need to do anything else?
I want you to wait to speak to the officers, okay? Alex, when was the last time you saw her?
2 days ago.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And do you know if she has any weapons in the house that she?
No, there's nothing.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
And does it look, Alex, listen, does it look like maybe she fell or that she tried to hurt herself, or do you think somebody else hurt her?
I did not touch her. I did not do anything. I just told you right away.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to understand so I can help my officers.
She's laying.
She's doing what?
What is that?
I can't understand what you're saying. I want to make sure I can hear what you're saying.
She's laying on the kitchen floor. On the side floor. Oh my God.
Okay. Alex, I need you to calm down, okay? I need you to Okay. All right. Alex? Okay. Are you outside?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just take a deep breath for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My officer is going to be there any moment, okay? And he's going to help you figure this out. Do you know anybody that would have broken into the house or anything like
don't.
that?
When oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay. Do you have a key to the house or was the door unlocked?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that how you got in?
Yes.
Okay. So the door was locked?
I opened the garage first. The car was there. I rang the doorbell twice. There is an alarm in the house, and the alarm was too dark. So I thought she was going to the business trip. Oh my God, I'm going to go tomorrow to the business trip. And we had a wedding thing. Oh my God.
Okay, Alex, just take a deep breath, okay? Okay. I should have an officer that's coming around the corner any minute. Do you see him? Alex? Do you see my officer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to hang up with you so you can speak with him, okay? Okay, all right. Bye, Alex.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at that 3:30 time for our afternoon break. We will see you back here at 3:45. Please remember the admonition.
Please rise for the jury.
Good place for a break, y'all. Oh my God. Y'all need to take care of yourselves and step away. It's fine. I understand judgment. But y'all, oh my heart goes out to you. Oh my gosh. My heart goes out to you. Okay, let me just
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are outside the presence of the jury. And sir, you may step down at this time while we take our break. And anything else from the parties before we take a break? Anything from the state?
No,
Any,
thank you, Judge.
okay, anything from the defense? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
We'll be back at 3:45.
Y'all asked for it. I gave it to you. It's not the best. It's not the best situations. You can see. I found my Ring camera. My GoPros are packed up for storm chasing, so I haven't been able to get them out. But I have the Ring camera set up so you guys can see my workings. Yeah. My background's kind of having fun with this a wee bit. Oh. Well, it's kind of hard to get it situated. Trying to get it situated. Because I got all this technology on my desk. Yeah, let me show you that. This is what my desk looks like. This is my setup. This down here is the ring roadcaster. This is the switcher right there. Of course, the keypad. I got my monitor over here for the a stream that's feeding us right now, actually. So this is my setup. So I'm trying, because I've had some requests. So I am trying. Why does this not want to turn? Guess I'm going to have to turn it this way. To provide you guys with what you requested. And what you requested is, maybe I should do it this way. I think I shall do it that way. What you guys have requested is a view of my workspace, because some of you like to watch it. So that's that there. Let me get back here so all that's out of view. So now it's a little cumbersome. It's not ideal. I will get it better. I mean, it's barely being held on by, this thing is so barely set up, it's not even funny. It's being held together by a hair tie. Literally being held together by a hair tie. So, there we go. So, at least you guys have some idea of my workspace and what I'm doing, because you guys have asked for it. And you know, I try to accommodate you as best as I can, y'all. As best as I can. Because you's kind, you's smart, you's important. Okay, so now let's go over to the, see, now I gotta work around the camera. Let's see. We are still in lunch break on the Dima trial. We have not started for the chlorine cleanup for today. They're going to start day 2 of what we're watching now at 3:30, and then at 1 in an hour we're going to start the love triangle with Devin Michaels. So we'll be jumping into that. So everything is kind of at a standstill. Let me zoom. Okay, let's get back into this. Y'all, we all needed an emotional breather from that. I get it. It's hard. Hey. Reset the What happens is I'm going to eventually put a GoPro on an arm and have it kind of hanging above. But right now, I can't do that. So this is the best I can do. I have wanted to put a security camera in my office. So if someone comes through that door and tries to red room me, it's caught on film. Yep. But hopefully it's good news, Miss Angela. We love you. And may it be as pain-free as possible. You got this, honey. You got it, honey. We love you. Some of you, oh, thank you for the hearts. I'll throw some back at you. Some of you guys really do like the camera angle stuff. So when I'll be putting it over here at some point when I'm beating. All right, guys, back into trial.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and at this time we will continue on with the direct examination of this witness.
Thank you. Alex, when we broke, we heard we had just finished listening to the 2 calls that you placed to 911 that day. And did you have the opportunity to listen to those, excuse me, as they were being played in court?
I did the best I could.
Okay. And you remember me asking you questions about whether or not prior to going to the door, you had checked to see if her alarm system was on. Do you remember me asking you that question?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you hear yourself discussing that issue with the 911 operator during
Yes,
the
I did.
call? Okay. So did that help refresh your memory about checking to see if her alarm was on before you went in?
It did.
Another thing is you mentioned that you had put the key in the door, and did you hear your discussion during the 911 call with the operator about the door being locked?
I did.
Okay, and did that help refresh your memory about how you put your key in and you believe the door was locked at the time?
I did.
Okay. All right, so I want to kind of take you from the point where you called 911 those 2 times to the point where the officers arrived and the fire department arrived on scene, okay? Where were you at when, first of all, do you remember who arrived first, the police or the fire?
The fire team did.
Okay. While fire was there, did the police start to arrive kind of simultaneously?
Give or take.
Okay.
At the same time, give or take, yes.
And you said that the fire department arrived first. Where were you when the fire department?
Outside.
Outside? Okay. And what do you remember after that?
Can you be a bit more specific? Like what
Sure.
exactly do you
So
mean
did
by?
they talk to you outside or did they just kind of go in? Do you remember?
I vaguely recall. I mean, I was spoken to. I don't recall how or what was said.
Okay. Did you have to point them to Allison's body or did they just kind of come in? Do you remember that?
I did not point anyone. I was outside.
Okay.
So the firefighters and whoever else was on the scene did what they need to do, I guess,
Okay.
on their own.
Now, during the 911 call, if you recall, there was some discussion about
I don't know why it keeps stalling. That's on them.
station so they could interview you in more detail.
Yeah, I remember going to the police station in the back of the police car.
Okay. You weren't under arrest though, is that correct?
I don't believe I was.
Okay. So you went to the police station, and then did you do an interview with officers when you were at the police station?
There was a few interviews, if I believe correctly. Yes.
Okay. And let me kind of separate. Fair to say that you ended up being interviewed by the Scottsdale Police Department very many times.
Very many times. It's yes.
Okay. I want to focus on that first day, February 18th. So they spoke to you at the scene, and then they gave you a ride in the police car, and then they interviewed you at the station. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Now, while you were at the police station, did the police at any point ask for your clothing?
They did, yes.
Okay, what do you remember about that?
They asked for my clothing. I recall inquiring as to why. I gave them whatever it is that they needed.
Okay, so you ended up giving them anything they asked for the clothing?
Whatever they asked, I gave.
Okay. Did you give them a DNA sample?
Right there at the police station, without a question, yes.
Did you allow a nurse to do a physical examination of you?
Yes.
Did you allow people from the police department to take photos of you?
I did.
Did you allow people from the police department to look through your phone?
I believe I did. I gave it to them.
Do you remember approximately that first day, how long you spent up at the police station?
It was quite some time. Hours.
Hours? At some point, did your roommate come up to the police station?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember why?
He would bring me clothing and take me back. Back home.
Okay.
As my vehicle was still at Allison's residence, just to clarify.
Okay. And the photograph that I showed you earlier, which I believe was Exhibit 54, was your car still within that crime scene tape at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I do want to show you, well, let me ask you this. During your interview with police on the 18th, did they go over with you kind of a timeline of where you had been the day before and how you had spent your day on February 18th?
If I recall correctly, there was quite a few of those conversations that day with quite a few details where I was asked similar questions in just different ways.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you try to answer the police's questions to the best that you could?
I did.
I want to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 65. Do you recognize that?
It is. I do.
Okay. And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a very nice looking hat.
I'm going to guess that you're saying that because it's a U of A hat.
It is.
Okay. And were you wearing that hat initially when you had arrived at Allison's?
I believe I was.
Now, I know I just asked you about the fact that you had several conversations and several, I should say, interviews with police over the years. Is that fair?
Quite several.
Okay. And I know you mentioned that you went to the police station for one. Did the police also come to your house a few times to talk to you?
They were at my house several times.
Okay.
Yes.
Each time they came to your house, did they question you about different things as they began to learn information?
They've asked me questions about things, yes.
Okay. Did you provide police with your car keys so they could look through your car?
I did.
Do you recall the police asking you relatively early on in the investigation about a party that was hosted at Allison's house a few weeks prior to her murder?
I'm sure they did. I certainly do remember the party.
Okay, tell us about that party.
It was a championship party. We had quite a few friends over. Patriots were playing in the AFC Championship game, so it was one of the most funnest memories I have.
Okay, and you mentioned this was at Allison's house?
Yes, it was.
And during that party, you said there was a lot of people over. Your friends, her friends, both of your friends?
Yeah, friends of both on both ends. Absolutely.
Okay. And I want to kind of talk to you about, what people brought, to the best that you can remember, almost 11 years ago here, to the party. Did you guys provide anything, given that you were the hosts?
Yes, it was semi-catered, and yes, there was plenty of beverages of all kinds that were provided, and there was a plethora of friends who brought drinks and food over as well, if I recall correctly.
Okay. I want to show you, but it's already been admitted as Exhibit 56. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
It looks like there's some coolers with some beer on top.
Okay. And in terms of what we're looking at, what is the location of, or I should say, where or what are we looking at? Whose backyard is this?
This is Allison's backyard, right outside the kitchen window, the main kitchen window.
And do you remember, clearly in the photograph, those coolers are outside. Were they typically kept outside?
I mean, not really much was kept outside prior to the party, but they were outside because they were outside. Maybe I'm not sure what
Okay,
you're asking.
let me ask you this. Did those coolers for the party remain outside after the party?
I'm pretty certain that they remained outside because none of us were type of drinkers as what was depicted on top of those coolers.
Okay, let me show you what's been admitted already as exhibit, oops, that's not what I wanted to hit. Exhibit 67. Never mind. That's not what I wanted to hit either. All of these exhibits have been admitted. So in terms of the beer, do you recall people bringing their own beer to the house? I mean, how did all of that beer, it looked like there was a variety of kinds and types and.
Sure. I mean, certain people brought certain things that they wanted to bring by. So yeah, as I've mentioned, there was a plethora of beverages that were there, courtesy of us and other friends and people who showed up brought the stuff with them.
Okay. Was Ian Mitchum at that party?
I honestly don't know who that is until all of this dealings, but no.
Have you ever
Okay, the other trial is back in court. We're going to hop over there. I was thinking about I knew it had started. I was thinking about just letting this witness finish, but we'll go ahead and hop over there. I think we need a little emotional break. Sorry, I need an emotional break, so we're going to hop over there. Excuse my neck. And we're going to watch this one for a little while. Let me get everything changed. There we go. And we're back in court. All rise, bring the jury. Are y'all okay with this camera like this? I need comments. That way you guys, I know y'all like to watch. I'm going to do something real
All right,
quick.
everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, State, please call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Russell Vega.
Right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you come over here.
Are you ready, State?
Yes, thank you.
Adjourn, Your Honor.
Now you can really see what I'm doing. I took away the green screen. Sometimes when you do green screen, it's very distorting. So took away green screen.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
My full name is Russell Scott Vega. The last name is spelled V-E-G-A.
Dr. Vega, what is your profession?
I'm a forensic pathologist or medical examiner.
Ooh,
And what are the duties of a medical examiner?
The medical examiner's job is to investigate certain deaths. Those deaths are specified in statute or state law. And more or less, the deaths that the medical examiner is supposed to investigate are non-natural deaths, violent deaths, deaths that occur as a result of anything other than natural disease.
All right. And what is your jurisdiction as a medical examiner?
As the district medical examiner for this current district of District 12, my jurisdiction includes DeSoto and Manatee counties, as well as Sarasota County.
Will you tell the jury a little bit about your formal education, please?
Certainly. I got my undergraduate degree at Florida State University. I majored in physics and biochemistry at FSU. After graduating there, I went to medical school at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Following medical school, I did 2 years of training in general surgery and then 4 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology. Pathology is the subspecialty of medicine that deals with diagnosing diseases by looking at fluids, different laboratory tests, biopsies, organs removed at surgery, and by doing autopsies. And after all of that, I did a 1-year fellowship or subspecialty year in forensic pathology, and that's the branch of pathology which specializes in autopsy and in death investigations.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is an examination that is performed on somebody who's died. And that exam can be performed for different reasons, but generally it's to identify any diseases, complications, anatomic abnormalities, injuries, or other things which might be
of interest to either doctors who order that or in our realm for medical examiner autopsies to figure out what the cause and the manner of death are.
All right, thank you. So I want to take you back to September 3rd of 2023, Doctor.
Yes.
Did you go to the death scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the members of the jury what are the advantages or the reasons for a medical examiner such as you to go to the death scene itself?
By examining the scene of a death where the body is still there, there is certain information which can be gathered, which can be helpful in the coming process of doing the autopsy at some later point, or to gather information which might be useful for law enforcement or other agencies at that point in their investigation. Some of the things that are of value in that scene investigation then are the ability to try to put together the circumstances that led up to the death, the evaluation of where the actual injuries that led to death occurred and whether or not they occurred elsewhere or at the site where the body was, and to get an idea of what the nature of the injuries or potential injuries before we get out there, perhaps we don't know, but the nature of the injuries that led to the person's death. Finally, we might get information that leads us to a rough estimate of how long a person has been deceased and at that site.
Okay, and that is a rough estimate, isn't it, Doctor?
Very rough, yes.
Okay, because on TV shows, you always have a detective saying, how long has this person been dead? And the doctor says 2 hours and 27 minutes. Is that possible?
No.
It is possible with certain elements, such as some kind of device which is tracing an individual's vital signs at the time, or even better, a surveillance video or something of that nature.
Right.
But just based on the autopsy findings, it can almost never be that precise.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to the death scene and did that examination that you talked about, looking at the circumstances surrounding it, the nature of the wounds, etc., did there come a time when the bodies of Robbie and Jennifer Tower were transported to the morgue?
Yes.
And did you perform an autopsy on both Mr. and Mrs. Tower, Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
Yes, I performed autopsies on each of them.
When did those autopsies take place?
So the autopsies were performed on September 3rd of 2023.
Okay. Doctor, I'm showing you have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 34A through 34K.
Get on the microphone,
That
please.
includes double G, so 34G and 34 double G. Take a look at those for me, please.
Certainly. I've reviewed them.
You recognize these photos, Doctor, as the photographs that were taken at the time you autopsied the body of Robbie Tower?
They are, yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the procedure of the autopsy that you conducted?
They are.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, 34E, F, G, 34 double G, 34H, 34I, 34J, and 34K. Into evidence, please.
Any objection to 34A through K and double G?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's better if you put those lights down and see them.
Is it routine practice, doctor, to take photographs during the course of the autopsy?
It is.
Why?
Photographs are the best form of documentation that we have, especially for external findings on the body. I can make notes, I can make verbal descriptions of findings, but nothing conveys the nature of many findings, especially injuries on the body, like a photograph does.
Let's look first at State's Exhibit 34A. And we're going to talk about some of the markings that you have as part of the autopsy procedure, specifically the letters that we find on Mr. Tower's body.
Yes.
So we're going to go first, even though this is not in chronological or numerical order on your autopsy report, but we're going to go first to the stab wounds on Robbie Tower's face, please.
Yes.
And by the way, were you able to document how many stab wounds were inflicted on Mr. Tower?
I was, although the determination is, it may not be exactly what somebody else would have determined with the same findings, because there's such a variation in terms of how deep or how severe or superficial the injuries are, that some of them I didn't classify necessarily as a counted stab wound or cut wound, but I did note the other injuries in my report. So in total, for Mr. Tower, I counted 68 stab or cutting type wounds, with more that were small or superficial or subtle wounds that were probably sustained in the same way, but not totally characteristic stab or cut wounds.
But at least 68 distinctive stab wounds that you could identify as such.
Yes.
Thank you. So let's look now at State's Exhibit 34A, and I'd like to talk about the wounds that you cataloged on the face of Mr. Tower. So let's talk about those, if you would, please.
Certainly.
So we can start anywhere, right, Doctor? You want to start on the upper right cheek, or upper left cheek, pardon me.
Certainly. So the injuries that we see on the face here are this largest wound, which was labeled with the letter H, the much smaller and very superficial wound labeled T here, and then the wound on the chin labeled I. And I think it's maybe important to notice that, or to note that when I was assigning these letters, to some extent, it was largely a random application. I did it based on the letters I had at the time and what I was examining at the time, and it doesn't have any correlation to timing or anything else with the injuries. So of these, H is the most visible on the skin, obviously. I believe, is two separate wounds which are just joined. In other words, they were very close together and seemed to form one single wound. Of these wounds, none of them caused any major injury. The injuries really just involve soft tissue only.
And in addition to these that we can see in 34A,
I wish
wanna
the
move
lawyers would get on the freaking
34B.
microphone.
And
How can anybody hear when you're not on microphone, woman?
take a look at the wound that you called S, which was also included as a stab wound to the face.
Yes.
Can you please tell us a little bit about this wound?
This wound is a wound which involves the back edge of the ear. So this is the left ear. So in this photo, the nose would have been oriented here, and the back of the head here, the neck over here. And this wound essentially cut through all of the tissue over the back edge of the ear, essentially at the same level as the ear canal here.
Let's look at 34C, please. Now we're going to move on to your recitation of the stab wounds of the back. And the back of the neck, I should say. So let's look at this photograph, 34C. And there's quite an extensive amount of lacerations here. So would you please just start wherever you like and talk about them?
So all of these injuries are relatively similar, meaning that are all injuries that are inflicted with a sharp instrument like a knife. There are some which are longer on the skin than others, or that are wider. I would not take that to mean that they were inflicted with a different instrument. They might all have been inflicted with the same instrument. It depends on what's done with that knife. Once it's in the skin, it's very easy to flex a little bit along the skin with the blade and cause the stab wound to be longer on the skin. And also the tension on the skin is what determines how wide the injury appears here. So even though these injuries on the back of the neck and the upper back have varying appearances, they all were potentially really sustained in the same way with a stab with a knife. Of these injuries, the vast majority of all of these, that includes the clusters of injuries on the back of the neck, the very upper back here, and lower in the back, that for the most part, these injuries involved only soft tissue and did not penetrate to any deeper major blood vessels or organs.
So would a person have been able to survive if they had only sustained these injuries and even the ones on the face?
Potentially, yes. Long-term complications, of course, could ensue, but in the short term, yes.
So I would also like to go to 34D because that's hard to see in this photograph. And there's a stab
This here? This is,
No,
oh.
I'm sorry, my 34D.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Photograph 34D, because there's a stab wound on the neck end, which I'd like you to talk about. And I wasn't able to find a photograph that included that on the larger 34C. So can you tell us a little bit about N?
Yes, although it will help if I refer to my records here. And yeah, and
It appears to be a cluster is M.
Yes. So this cluster is involving the left side of the neck. What I describe in my report is it's posterolateral, meaning it's the side of the neck and toward the back. So the back left side of the neck. And there are several stab wounds that you see here. I counted this as 5, but some of the stab wounds I think that you can see on the edges of this photo were included in another grouping.
Let's go now to, I'm going to backtrack a little bit and go to a wound on the scalp. We're going to look at State's Exhibit 34E. And that's going to be the first wound that you talked about in your report.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about this.
For orientation, this is the top of the scalp. So this is the very edge of the left ear that you're seeing here. The right ear would be more or less over here in this photograph if it were extended. And this is a short stab wound, essentially right to the top of the head.
Superficial as well.
It is. Of all the injuries that we've discussed so far, none of them, with the possible exception of one, really caused any significant deeper injury. It was all soft tissue injury.
Let's move next to State's Exhibit 34F. And now we're going to talk about the left side of the neck.
Yes.
And the injuries that were inflicted to Mr. Tower. Looks like there's a lot of clusters there. Can you just go through that for the members of the jury, please?
Yes. And I would point out that we've already looked at in closer detail at this cluster here and at the injury to the left ear here. What we really haven't seen before is this cluster over the left upper neck and cheek area. It's labeled J, and then these other clusters which are at the base of the neck and over the top of the shoulder region here that are M, L, R, K, and G.
Now I'm going to I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, and I'm going to go to the larynx because that's how you discussed it in your report. So let's look now at State's 34G. And first of all, will you tell the members of the jury, might be oversimplifying, you probably know this already, but where is the larynx located?
So the larynx is the medical word for the voice box. The front part of the larynx is what you feel in your neck, is the Adam's apple. What we see in this photograph is the larynx removed from the neck. And for orientation, this is the base of the tongue here. So this is the front of the specimen. This is the back of the specimen. This is the larynx structure itself, and the larynx has a cartilaginous backing to it that can be pretty hard. I opened that so that I could look at the internal surface of the larynx. This is the epiglottis, and that's the flap which closes over your airway when you're swallowing or eating. This is your vocal cord here and here. This structure is called the false vocal fold. It looks like a vocal cord, but it's not. The rest of what we see is injury. There's some bruising here and a cut here in this tissue to the side of the larynx. And then there are large cuts here, here, there, and here. There's also one there that you can see a little bit of bruising from on the other side here, which these cuts go through the full thickness of the tissue. And these were cuts which were the endpoints of stab wounds which originated on the neck. Some of those we've seen, those were the stab wounds of the left side of the neck, mostly in that J cluster. And then on the right side, probably at least one was from some wounds on the right side of the neck that we have not looked at yet.
How many separate perforations were you able to see in Mr. Tower's larynx?
I found 6.
Now, I also see some, what is that white, is that used as a trajectory rod? That white thin object that we see on, yeah, what is that?
This is really, it's just a small wooden stick that I improvised to use to hold this open because there's a lot of tension here. And if I don't have something holding it open, it'll close and you won't be able to see the structures here as well. So I just used this essentially to prop it open so I could photograph the findings.
And those other instruments are also to keep it open?
Yes, these are what we call forceps. They're like tweezers.
Let's look at another picture of the larynx, please. Maybe might be helpful. This is 34 double G. And can you just orient us? Is there anything on this photograph that helps the jury to see those 6 separate perforations of the larynx?
Well, the perforations here to the side, I think you get a better feel for the extent of this. This is I'm encircling the opening here on the left side of the larynx. You can see that one perhaps a little more clearly too, and then you can better appreciate the bruising you see in the tissue adjacent to that here in the soft tissue or mucosa, which forms the wall of the larynx on both the left side and the right side here too, to some extent.
What happens to somebody's larynx or voice box when they sustain this kind of injury?
It would certainly impede your ability to vocalize or speak. Because the larynx isn't transected, it's hard to know exactly what that effect would be. It's possible that one still could have been able to vocalize or speak some, but it's also possible that that might have been greatly impaired.
I'd like to go to State's Exhibit 34H now. And we're going to look at some more injuries to Mr. Tower's face and his head. So can you please tell us about T?
Yes, T is a single stab wound. I want to make sure that I separate that out for you.
That's found under
Yeah,
your,
yes.
yeah, on page.
So T does, even though it's not particularly long, it does potentially go deep to the level of where the carotid artery was. And unfortunately, because there's a lot of injuries which are coalescent under the skin, it didn't allow me necessarily to be able to correlate a single individual internal injury with the stab wound on the outside that caused it, because they commingled as the stab wounds went into the tissue. But it's possible that T caused an injury to the carotid artery, which is deep there.
So are you telling us that you don't know if T was the entrance point to injure the carotid artery, or that you're not sure if the carotid artery was actually injured?
The carotid artery was injured. I just wasn't sure which stab wound caused it. Yes.
And then let's look at O, that's on Mr. Tower's temple, or above his ear.
Yes. So O is not a deep injury, and normally I wouldn't necessarily have categorized that as one of the injuries that I would count and put a separate letter to. But in this case, I chose to do that to accentuate this particular finding. This is a scrape on the skin, what we call an abrasion. And the reason that I included this is it's a patterned abrasion. The pattern consists of multiple parallel lines that are perpendicular to this single line here and extending downward from that. You see 3 or 4 of them there pretty clearly. I believe this is the same thing here, but they're blending together in this broader area of scraping here. This injury was probably sustained as a single impact or brush with a knife or possibly some other implement. Maybe this was from 2 impacts, one causing this and the other causing this with the scraping, almost looking like the teeth of a comb there.
Thank you. Then, I know that there were numerous stab wounds to Mr. Tower's right and left shoulders, but I want to move on to stab wounds of the chest, please. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to 34A so that we can look at those again. So we use this photograph 34A to talk about the wounds on Mr. Tower's face. Now I'd like to see if we can't focus on his chest, of which there are 4 wounds. So let's talk about those 4 perforations, please.
Certainly. The 4 I think you're referring to are the labeled injuries of F, C, B, and A. There are a few smaller superficial injuries that are really scratches, essentially, up here, at the top left of his chest, and then down here on the upper part of the right side of his abdomen. Those are the kind of injuries I was talking about before that I didn't necessarily number, but were additional injuries that he had sustained. With regard to the 4 numbered ones, though, A is the largest of these and perhaps thus draws your attention most immediately. These are all shorter on the skin. All of these penetrated some distance into the soft tissue. None of these injuries really caused, or these stab wounds caused any deeper injury, only soft tissue injury, with the possible exception of B, which probably nicked the internal mammary artery. It's a small artery which runs inside, well, on the underside of the sternum. And based on the way that the dissection is done, I thought that B had nicked that artery, but it was just hard to tell. It would have been a small injury. Over time, it could have caused some significant bleeding, but not one that I would have expected to immediately cause death.
So again, with these 4, if medical assistance had been forthcoming, they would not have been fatal.
That's correct.
I'd also like to look at stab wounds of the back. And you have those cataloged on page 9 of your report. And again, I'm going to revisit one of my exhibits, states 34C. So let's talk about those wounds to Mr. Tower's back, please, his upper back.
Yes. So the injuries to his back, especially if you mean by upper back, all these that you can see in the letters. Yes. Again, these are injuries which are of different sizes and shapes, but all, in my opinion, sustained in the same way, with a stab wound by an instrument like a knife. Of these, I have small clusters such as DD, and then I have individual injuries like FF, BB, EE, and GG, and a small cluster here of HH. Of all of these injuries, there was only one which was in the cluster of DD, which caused more than just soft tissue injury. And one of those in DD appears to have caused a.
Did y'all just see that? Did you just see that? I spent 100% of these beads. Thank you, God, I'm a pro, because thank you, it didn't hit the floor on the carpet. Oh my God. It's happened. Oh, y'all, it has happened. In the old studio, multiple times in one day, I had to get on the floor and clean them up, lint roll them up. It was hell. Sure feels like a Monday, y'all.
Small injury in the spinal cord by passing deep enough to go past the spine, the bones around the spinal cord, and to nick the spinal cord there.
Y'all missed it.
Then I'm going to go to 34I to continue with the injuries to the back. So this encompasses the injuries that we just saw and a few more that are down on Mr. Tower's left side, sort of his shoulder there, his left shoulder, and also on his left arm.
Yes.
So can you just briefly go through those?
Yes. So this is an injury to the back of his left shoulder, an injury to his lower left chest on the side, and an injury to his left forearm. Of these, this is again the most visually noticeable of the injuries, and I would call this more of a slashing kind of injury. It was not extremely deep, but does have a broad length on the skin. This involved only soft tissue without any other major injury, as did this injury I. The stab wound K went a little more deeply and did have a little penetration into the lung cavity, which is right below there. And it put a small stab wound into the lower lobe of the left lung. It was a small penetration, and there was very little bleeding, and there was really no collapse of the left lung on that side. So I think over time that could have been a potentially serious injury, but I believe that Mr. Tower died before it had a chance to manifest it being more serious, and that it really didn't cause him any particular impairment during the time of his life following the first infliction of injuries till the time he passed.
Now, there are also numerous injuries on the upper and lower, especially the upper extremities, the arms, left and right arms, and also some to the legs, both the right and left leg. But I want to talk to you about defensive wounds, if any. Did you see any sign of defensive wounds?
He did have injuries to his hands, which can be considered or might be described by some people as defensive wounds.
Okay, so let's look at those photographs, which are 34J, and I have another one that's just a close-up of 34J, 34K. When you look at those, Can you tell if those are defensive wounds?
What I can tell you is that this particular injury is consistent with a knife blade coming across the finger like this. And it's characteristic of the kind of injury one would sustain while trying to grab a knife.
Now, you told us that based upon your count, it appeared that Mr. Tower sustained approximately 68, give or take 68 wounds. Can you tell us what was the specific cause of Mr. Tower's death?
Yes. Despite the vast number or the high number of those stab wounds, the stab wounds that really were significant were the ones in the neck that ended up injuring a couple of different large vessels. The carotid artery we've already talked about was one. Another artery was the subclavian artery, which is the artery that goes from the aorta over to the shoulders, goes through the base of the neck. Of course, there were many other smaller vessels which were cut as a result of all of these stabs. It was the bleeding from all of those injuries, especially the carotid and subclavian arteries, but all of those injuries which were his cause of death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of Mr. Tower's death?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that opinion is, please?
In my opinion, the manner of death was and remains homicide.
I want to move on now to Jennifer Tower, please.
Somebody just got water. Somebody just got themselves some water.
Dr. Vega, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 33A through 33Q. Look at those for me, please.
So I believe the MA is going to be our very last of our witnesses for this part of it. And then I believe the prosecution is going to rest. And I don't believe that this young man is going to take the stand. I think that he's just going to leave it as is and pray that he doesn't get first or second degree and they him what he's asking for, which is manslaughter. He and his attorney are wanting manslaughter because it's not premeditated in their opinion. However, in the opinion of the DA, because of the videotaped interview where he said that he did think about periodically unaliving his family, it was not a moment by moment everyday thought. So, yes, that's where he is. Goes out of order. It looks easy beating these hats, but let me tell you, it ain't. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. It ain't easy, baby.
Do
You
you recognize these photographs as having been taken during the autopsy of Jennifer Tower?
I do.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of Jennifer Tower at the time of her autopsy in September 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering States Exhibit 33A through 33Q into evidence.
No objection.
33A through Q will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Hey guys, hold on. I gotta fix this thing.
As to Jennifer Tower, Dr. Vega, were you able to count the number of penetrating stab wounds and superficial wounds that were inflicted?
Yes.
How many?
As with Mr. Tower, there were some small injuries that I did not include in that count, but the injuries that I did categorize that way totaled 79.
First place, I would like to look are the stab wounds to Ms. Tower's face. And we're going to be reviewing States Exhibit 33A. And if you would just start wherever you like, Doctor, and just describe for the members of the jury what your findings were.
Well, as you described, this is a photograph of the left side of Ms. Tower's face. And here we have fairly distinct single marked stab wounds A, B, C, and D. And then there's a large cluster here designated as E, which you can see some, but not all of. And then there's this cluster at the very upper part of the left side of the chest, perhaps you might say the top of the shoulder, designated as F. But focusing maybe on these four, A, B, C, and D, these were injuries which, like the other injuries that we've seen in Mr. Tower, are different sizes and shapes, different amounts of gaping, but basically all consistent with stabbing by the same or similar knives. All of these injuries involved the soft tissues and no real major vascular or vital organ injuries. So like very similar actually to Mr. Tower, the facial injuries largely superficial.
Okay, let's go to 33B, please. And we're looking at the right side of Jennifer Tower's face and neck. Can you describe this group of, this cluster of stab wounds, please?
Yes, this cluster of stab wounds we see here is remarkable for a couple of things. And maybe one thing that I didn't point out as much in the other cluster as well is that those stab wounds, not A, B, C, and D, but the E ones. You know what, we didn't really talk about this, so I'll save that for later. I apologize.
Well, I won't remember it later.
I will. So in W, what we see here is that they're all essentially parallel to each other. They're all horizontal to the ground. It's not a very tight cluster, but the fact that all of these are roughly parallel to one another suggests that these were all inflicted on or at about the same time, with the position of the assailant and Ms. Tower here not changed. And to me, that suggests that she was already incapacitated at the time that these injuries were sustained. Of these, and I'm going to have to refer to my my notes here. These involved a lot of soft tissue underlying. One of these perforated superficially into the right side of the larynx. One caused injury to the internal jugular vein, and one caused a transection or a complete cutting of the carotid artery near the skull base. Like previously, I can't tell you which of these injuries specifically here caused which internal injury, because once you get past the skin, they commingled too much and I was unable to separate the tracks.
But perforations of the carotid artery and the jugular vein are lethal, may not be. Are they lethal?
Would be expected to be lethal, yes.
And then how many specific stab wounds do we find in this grouping?
I describe this as 14 separate wounds. There are a couple, like this looks like it might be one long wound, but I counted this as 2 separate wounds. It appeared to have 2 separate tracks, at least for a brief time under the skin.
And you said that the assailant and Ms. Tower, the victim, were essentially in the same position for all of these stabbing.
That's what the clustering suggests, yes.
Let's go now to State's Exhibit 33C. And now we're looking at the left side of Ms. Tower's face, her upper cheek. And let's talk about these injuries, please.
So this is almost a mirror image of what we saw in the last photo, the left side of the face. So here's the left ear. And of these injuries, you can see D and a little bit of B here that we already described. This cluster, very much like W, has many injuries which are all at essentially the same orientation. They're all relatively parallel to one another. And this clustering suggests that the injuries were all sustained at or about the same point in time, where the assailant and Ms. Tower were not moving relative to one another. Again, likely that she was already incapacitated at this time. These injuries also became commingled underneath the skin, so I was unable to specifically separate out the wound tracks of them as they went deeper, but at least one of them injured the left internal jugular vein. So we saw an injury to the right internal jugular vein from the other side. And this cluster of injuries caused at least one injury to the left internal jugular vein.
What is the function of the jugular vein, Doctor?
The jugular vein brings all of the blood from the brain and much of the face and the other tissues of the head and neck down to go back to the superior vena cava and back to the heart.
What is the function of the carotid artery?
The carotid arteries on each side are the main arteries which supply blood to the brain. They also supply blood to the eyes and the facial muscles and essentially all the structures and tissues in the head.
Let's look now at States 33D, and this is going to be another cluster of wounds. That are delineated as X. So
Yes.
could you tell us about that grouping?
Yes, I have a small grouping of injuries labeled X. There are other injuries, Y, A, Z. Perhaps we'll see in other photos, but these injuries are to the back left side of the neck. So this is that cluster that we just looked at in E. And these injuries involve soft tissue, but no major vascular or vital structure injury.
E. Talk about this. Would you describe that as a cluster, or are they too far apart to be a cluster?
I think a cluster is a reasonable description for how I chose to document and photograph these injuries. They have similarity to the other ones that we've seen, the other clusters, in that the injuries are relatively parallel. They're not quite as tightly clustered, and there is a little variation in the angle, but I suspect that these injuries were also sustained in a similar way after Ms. Tower was essentially incapacitated.
Just to remind the jury, when you first arrived at the death scene, describe how the victims were lying. Were they prone or supine?
They were both prone, meaning they were lying face down.
So Ms. Towers would have been in this position, and so would Mr. Towers. Mr. and Mrs. Towers would have been in this position face down when these wounds were inflicted. If what you say, well, I know you can't opine about that, but
Objection, counsel testifying.
Sustained.
would these wounds have been inflicted after Ms. Towers?
I believe so, yes.
Now I want to talk about the stab wounds to Jennifer Towers' chest. So I'm going to move on to State's Exhibit 33F. And this is a close-up, doctor, so if you can just tell us about O and P and the injuries and the damage to Ms. Towers' body.
Give me just a moment, please.
It would be on 5 and going over to 6. Page 5 and 6.
Yes. Okay. This is this particular photograph doesn't have landmarks to guide the location. So I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right part in my report.
This was for a matter of decency, so
I understand. So these two are on the left lateral side of the chest. So the area of the chest is lateral and upper. So in this region here, what we might call the upper flank. As you can see, they're relatively close together, but not overlapping, and have a similar orientation. But unlike the other injuries that we saw that were like that, there's only 2 of them. It's not not a larger number, so I don't think I would designate this as a cluster. But there are 2 separate stab wounds there that have similar paths. They both involve soft tissue, and the wound O here just goes deep enough to penetrate into the left lung cavity. But that's all. It didn't go any deeper, so it didn't even injure the left lung at all.
now I'd like to move on to stab wounds of Jennifer Towers' back. We're going to be looking at State's Exhibit 33G. What's significant about this photograph and the injuries that are depicted, Doctor?
So for reference, we've already talked about these wounds up here in the neck, clusters E and X. I mentioned Z briefly, but we didn't describe it any further. And then we have what I grouped as E and C and B. Of these injuries, I think you'll notice right off that they don't have that same clustering effect of being closer together and parallel in the same orientation. So I can't really make any opinion as to how or what order or what the relative condition Ms. Tower would have been in at the time that these injuries were sustained. Of all of them, BBCC and EE, all of them involve only soft tissue and no significant deeper injuries.
You also found during the autopsy stab wounds of Jennifer Tower's right shoulder. And those are depicted on State's Exhibit 33H. Can you address these injuries, please?
Yes, and this particular photograph really highlights injury Q here. There's an injury R here, which you see most of, but not all of here. That's at a different orientation, but close by to Q. These are essentially similar to O and P that we saw before. Two wounds that are relatively close by, but don't have the same orientation. Of these, neither one of them causes any particular underlying injury, just soft tissue injury.
Let's move on to Ms. Tower's right arms. Right arm. And we're going to look at State's Exhibit 33I. Can you talk about these two injuries that you've labeled M?
Yes. So M has, actually, I'm going to take a moment to review what I have written here. I want to make sure I get this correct. Yes. Okay. So in this particular photo, we see two injuries, one of which has its letter covered. This is a superficial injury. It does not involve anything but the subcutaneous fat. M is a deep injury which traverses the skin and goes through the muscle and actually exits the arm on the other side. And that injury is separately designated as a letter in my photographs and documentation, but you can't see that injury in this particular photo. It's on the other side. Part of what's bridging these here is a superficial scratch. This really has nothing to do with the internal track that of the blade as it injured the soft tissues between the entry here and as it stuck out the skin on the other side, which you don't see, and I have designated as S. Yeah.
We'll look at that in a moment.
Yeah.
All right. So again, we're looking at M. S, unfortunately, is hard to see, although there is a tab there, a sticker on the far side, but your trajectory rod goes from M through into S.
Yes, and you can see the other end of the rod here, and we use these trajectory rods simply to demonstrate when an injury does pass all the way through the body, and when it does so clearly, so that these are inserted when the path through the tissue is already clear, just to demonstrate that for photography purposes.
So based upon what we're seeing, Doctor, did the cutting instrument or knife or whatever was used, did that go from M all the way through? Is it a through and through stab?
It is.
What about K? Wound K?
K is longer on the skin than it is deep, so it might be best classified as a cut or a slash, and thus is relatively superficial, did not cause any major underlying injury. And I believe the same is true for this injury here, which is J, which we can just barely see at the edge of the photo there.
Let's move on now to 33L. And there's J.
Yes.
So, again,
J.
we're looking at it through and through.
We are, and it's very superficial, this one. The other one, you can see S here now without the trajectory rod through it. That's M was over here, and the trajectory rod passed through here to S. Here we see a very superficial wound that was just long and deep enough to have a small exit over here on the edge, if you will, of the wrist area, as opposed to the middle of the forearm here.
These two injuries that we looked at, M into S and then J, are you able to say whether those are defensive wounds because they're on the victim's arm?
I think they're consistent with using the arms for self-defense during a knife assault. Some might characterize that then as being a defensive wound.
Now we're going to look at Ms. Tower's right hand. And what do we see here?
So this is the palm of her right hand, and this photograph was taken as the body was received by us, so before any cleaning was done. But even so, you can see the clear stab wound on the thumb side of the palm here next to the base of the thumb.
Moving to the next photograph. They're related. So we see at the base of the thumb, and then we see at the base of the thumb on the opposite side of the hand. So what's going on with these two?
Yes. So this is an entrance and exit pair, as we identified previously. The stab wound essentially passes through the soft tissue of the side of the hand at the base of the thumb and injured the underlying tissues, but no bone or anything more major than that.
Let's look at the left arm. States Exhibit 33O. And we're looking at, is this a superficial wound, doctor?
It is. It passes, this cut wound goes just a little bit deeper than the subcutaneous fat there, but does not involve any deeper structures and certainly no major vessels or vital organs.
33P.
P shows us two injuries. H, which is slashing type or deep cutting injury that again involves only the subcutaneous fat. And I is a penetrating injury that involves the skin and soft tissues, but does not go particularly deep and does not cause any additional major injury.
Is this Mrs. Tower's left leg? Back of the left leg.
Correct.
Now I want to talk about Jennifer Tower's larynx. It appears that you removed both larynx from each victim. So what did you find that was distinctive about Jennifer Tower's larynx?
She did have a single stab perforation of the larynx here, but there were no deeper injuries. There were no stabs throughout the area through which the air actually passes. So the structures here were all intact. That's why the only photo I took here, I did not include that propping stick so that you could open up and see what was internal. There were no findings that were significant in here, just this one superficial perforation into the larynx. And I think it's worth noting that this is the inner surface of the upper portion of the larynx here. So the stab wound came from the outside through this in, but didn't go any deeper.
Doctor, after performing the autopsy on Jennifer Towers, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of Jennifer Towers' death?
I was, yes.
What is and was your
Similar to Mr. Tower, I determined her cause of death to be perforations of multiple small and large blood vessels, including the carotid artery and jugular vein, due to multiple stab wounds.
Do you have an opinion as to the manner of Jennifer Towers' death?
Yes.
What is your opinion, doctor?
My opinion was and remains that the manner of death is homicide.
Do you have a moment to confirm?
You may.
I have nothing further at this time, doctor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what are you going to put up here, Boo? I don't think you can put much of a defense up on this.
Are those the photos and evidence, Ms. Fraglin, that you have?
Yes, they do.
Can we return those to the clerk?
I want to know what kind of defense he's going to put up against this, because let me tell you, that was brutal. Brutal. Sheer rage is the only thing I could think that would permit a human being to do that. Mental illness and sheer rage.
All right, defense, cross when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. How are you, sir?
Wonderful. So we noticed in some of those pictures there was some redness and different coloring. Is that from the pooling from being in the prone position for a long period of time?
Yes.
There is lividity that was present in those photos. Lividity is the pooling of blood that occurs after death. And it did occur because the bodies were in that position for a period of time.
Okay. So the redness that was seen as like different color skin colors doesn't necessarily denote anything other than the pooling. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
Okay. As the same with if somebody is laying face down after death, you would expect the same pooling in the face area, correct?
Yes.
And could that make it appear as if there was bruising there?
It could. Okay. Yes.
So all of the different areas where we see redness as opposed to the white, that would be indications of pooling and lividity and where blood is settling, correct?
Almost everywhere. I'm trying to remember if there were any pink or red contusions anywhere in the bodies. There might have been a little bit of red contusion in one of the cases, but I think everywhere that I saw contusion, it was blue, and we talked about that.
Got it. So when we're talking about the different injuries, you say it's not necessarily from different implements just because they look different. If they're bigger, longer, things like that, that doesn't denote anything as far as different implements, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I would suggest that would you say the vast majority of these injuries you would describe as superficial?
I would describe them at least as not deep enough to be life-threatening.
Sure. And I think the majority of the wounds that you talked about said that they were soft tissue wounds, correct?
That's right.
And those would not be lethal in and of themselves.
Correct.
When you're talking about the cause of death, that is different than the mechanism of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes they can be very closely related.
Sure.
Sometimes they're a little more distant, but yes.
So in this instance, you said the cause of death was multiple perforations, correct?
Yes.
In Mr. Tower's case, there were multiple perforations that were caused by stab wounds. That's the cause of death, correct?
Yes.
Would the mechanism of death in that case be essentially lowering the blood pressure to make the heart stop? Would that be kind of the mechanism by which the body would work?
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, if there are lots of punctures into the lung cavity, that can create some other issues as far as lack of pressure and lungs not being able to expand. Did you see that in this particular case?
I didn't.
Okay. So essentially, it's the getting of the artery in the neck that is the majority of the problem, correct?
I think those were the most severe of the injuries by far in both cases.
Okay.
But I didn't want to rule out the cumulative effect of blood loss from all of injuries, and thus that's why I didn't single those out specifically, but included the other injuries as well.
And I know that I'm kind of conflating both of them, but it sounds like the cause of death for both of these individuals is essentially the same: the loss of blood from multiple perforations from stab wounds, correct?
Yes.
And that would be a similar mechanism of death as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now we're talking about manner of death being homicide. You would agree with me that there's only a finite number of manners of death that you could qualify it as, correct?
There are only 5, yes.
Okay. And that would be homicide, correct?
Yes.
Suicide,
Yes.
natural death,
Correct.
unknown, meaning you don't know what the manner of death is, correct?
We use undetermined, but
Determined.
more or less the same thing, yes.
And what's the fifth one? You said there were 5. What's the fifth one?
Homicide.
We
is that-
started with homicide.
Okay.
Suicide, correct?
Yes.
That's 2.
I didn't say.
Natural, undetermined, and accident.
Accident. Thank you so
Sorry.
much. All right. So when we're talking about those things, you're not making a determination as far as legally this is what qualifies. That's more of an analysis to determine across the state how many homicides occur, how many suicides occur, things along those lines, correct?
That's right.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
State rest.
First of all, Doctor, on cross-examination, there was a question about whether either of the victim has sustained any other injuries aside from the knife wounds. Did Mr. Tower have an injury to his head?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that injury consisted of, please?
So one of the injuries that we described was the lettered injury O, and that had, it was more of a scrape as opposed to a penetrating blade wound. Let me make sure I'm referring to any other minor head injury that I might have described.
Hey, Dr.
In addition to to that injury, I believe we saw these in one of the photos, but I can't remember if they were specifically questioned about. There were 2 small abraded contusions on the head, one to the side of the left eye and one in the region of the chin. They were pretty minor, not necessarily very easy to see.
Yes, I did not question you on those, but I am questioning on now. So in addition to those additional injuries to Mr. Tower's head, I want to ask you this final question. If a defendant admitted to killing his parents, would that be consistent with your finding of homicide?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Homicide is the death of.
Thank you, Your Honor.
folks, in just a moment, we're going to take about a 10 or 15-minute break, okay? So if you can leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service during our break, and we'll bring you back shortly, okay? Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting.
Uh-oh, you're
Everybody
on.
may be
You're
seated.
on.
Apparently, there's something else we need to cover. Let's have the attorneys come forward.
Hi, Bob. All right, Miss June, I need an update on this card, please. If anything has
You done
changed
now?
from the last one.
You want it done now? Okay. All right, folks, there is a stipulation as to the identity of the victims/decedents. Stipulation meaning both the state and the defense have agreed to this, so it is something for you to consider as a fact. I'll sign it. It will go back with you. Let's see, today's the 13th, and I'll read it to you. It is hereby stipulated by and between the parties of this action that the identity of victim/decedent number 1 in this case is Robert James Tower, white male, date of birth August 15th, 1974, a human being, and that the jury in the trial of the above listed cause may be advised of this stipulated fact. It is hereby stipulated by and between the parties of this action that the identity of victim/decedent number 2 in this case is Jennifer Christine Tower, white female, date of birth February 8, 1972, a human being, and that the jury in the trial of the above listed cause may be advised of this stipulated fact. All right, let's take our 15-minute break. Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting.
Let's see what they do if they do actually take a break, or we're going to have some more talking.
Doctor, ready to go?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, State, are you prepared to rest in front of the jury after our break? Okay. Mr. Gilman, any motions from the defense?
Your Honor, I think that at this point, taking evidence in the light most favorable to the state is a factual determination as far as premeditation is concerned, so I cannot have any legal motions to make at this point.
Yes, I'll find that the evidence presented in the form of the witnesses, the photographs, the physical evidence, the video of the defendant's statements to law enforcement, of the medical examiner, that there is sufficient evidence in a light most favorable to the state for all 3 of the crimes charged: 2 counts of murder in the first degree and fleeing to elude law enforcement with lights and sirens. So I'll deny the motion for judgment of acquittal as to all 3 counts. This will go to the jury. Mr. Gilman, do you have any evidence that you intend to present during the defense?
Your Honor, I've spoken with Mr. Tower about it. He's indicated his desire to testify.
Okay.
That is against advice of counsel.
Okay. Everybody may be seated, by the way. Any objection to me speaking to Mr. Tower briefly
No, Your Honor.
about the legal concept of this? All right, Mr. Tower, can you please raise your right hand, sir? You can remain seated. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I swear.
You can put your hand down. Please tell me your name.
Dima James Tower.
Mr. Tower, I'm going to speak to you for just a minute, and I want to make sure you understand that at no time am I asking you to divulge any specific statements between you and Mr. Gilman. Those are protected by the attorney-client privilege, and I'm not asking for any specific conversations that you have. Do you understand? If you think that I am, let Mr. Gilman know, or tell me you're unsure of my question, because that's not what I'm intending to ask, okay? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. The state has just rested their case in chief. They will in just a moment when we bring the jurors back in. They're going to rest on the record. So at this time in the trial, it's the opportunity for the defense, if they wish, to call witnesses and produce evidence. Do you understand that? You might recall during the jury selection process, I talked to the jury. I spent a considerable amount of time covering this with them, that the burden in a criminal case is solely on the state of Florida, the state attorney, and that there is no burden on the defense. Do you understand that? In fact, you might recall I read to the jurors that the defense does not have to present any evidence or prove anything. In fact, I gave the jurors the example that you and Mr. Gilman didn't even have to be present during the trial. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower? Do you have any questions about that? Okay. Mr. Gilman has indicated that he doesn't have any attorneys or evidence to produce at this point, other than perhaps you. Is that your understanding as well? Yes. Okay. So now
I didn't touch a damn thing.
do you need any additional time, Mr. Tower, to talk to your attorney before you tell me what your decision is?
No.
Okay. And have you reached a decision?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
I want to testify.
Okay.
What?
Has anybody pressured you or forced you in order to get you to testify?
No.
Are you doing this freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
What?
With a clear mind as you're entering into your decision today. Are you taking any medication right now while you're at the jail?
No.
Do you have any questions of the court, anything related to the laws surrounding your decision?
No.
Or your testimony?
No.
Okay. I'll find that the defendant has made a freely and voluntarily and knowing decision to become a witness in the case. So let's take a 10-minute break.
He is going to testify. Holy snap. Didn't see that one coming, did y'all?
What we'll do, any objection, Mr. Gilman, state to having Mr. Tower on the stand when the jurors come back in, you can call him?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, so Mr. Tower, what we'll do is, when we come back from a break, we're going to have you on the stand. Again, the purpose is so that they don't see the shackles on your feet, okay? And we'll have you standing in when the jurors come in front of the chair so the jurors can't see it. What will happen is I'll have everybody seated. The state will rest on the record in front of the jury. I'll then turn to Mr. Gilman, your lawyer. He's going to call you as a witness. At that time, I'm going to ask you to stand from your chair. Do so carefully not to make noise with the shackles, okay? You'll stand at that moment, face the clerk. Our clerk, Emily, is going to swear you in. She'll ask you to raise your right hand. You'll be sworn in. You'll have a seat. When your testimony is completed, give me a moment. I'm not going to have you walk back down to your table. Again, we don't want them to know you're in custody and that you're shackled. We'll take a break as soon as your testimony is done. I'll send the jurors out and we'll return you to the table, okay? Unless, yes, let's do it that way because then we'll find out if the state has rebuttal, et cetera, okay? Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back with the testimony of the defendant. We'll have them on the stand. State makes you please call any and all witnesses. I want to finish the evidence portion of the trial today, okay? All right, 10-minute break. 2:50, we'll start at 3 with the defendant on the stand.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap, y'all. That be wow. Oh my gosh, hold on. What do y'all think? I don't know what to think. Sorry, I had to count my beads. I had them in my hand. I didn't want to lose my place. All right, guys. Not used to having people watch me. Okay, we're going to hop on over here for a minute. This here is the Devin Michaels trial. I'm going to hop here.
COLEMARIAM.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you remind the jury what it is you do?
Sorry, I work for the Henderson Police Department as a crime scene analyst too.
And ma'am, last night, did I inform you that there were a couple jury questions I needed to recall you very briefly as a witness?
Yes.
I want to first ask you about these samurai swords. There was a little confusion with Detective Ozawa. I believe he didn't know what went on with them.
Okay.
Can you tell us what you did with those samurai swords?
Sure. So obviously we saw them, and in this case, they were something we definitely took note of. We looked at each of the 3 swords. We took them out of the sheaths. So we actually looked at the blades. There was no damage. There was no dents in the blades. The blades weren't bent. We saw no signs of apparent blood on the blade or on the handle or on the sheaths. So we did thoroughly visually inspect the swords, and there was no indication that any of these 3 swords were used as a weapon.
There was also a little confusion with the DNA analyst, and I want to address it with 238. Do you recognize this phone?
Yes, that's the cell phone that Detective Carrie Skinner had.
And 236, got a little glare going, but fair to say there's a crack across the screen.
Yes.
And then with your mouse, do not click, but you can toggle over where you saw the apparent blood.
Okay. So right here, you can see it starts right there, and it is swiped up. You can kind of see that movement up there. So that was the area of apparent blood on the thumb.
And so at the bottom, you see kind of a ring.
Yes.
And you're familiar with blood. You've seen a lot of blood in your career.
Yes.
Did this appear to be like a drop?
Yes, it appeared to be a drop of blood that had dried and skeletonized. So that means it dries, and then remnants are kind of left behind. So you can see it was swiped. So it looks like there was a drop of blood, and then something moved through that blood, swiping it across the screen.
What part of this phone did you swab for DNA?
The area where the blood was at.
Not the back of the phone?
No, on my evidence impound, it clearly states the screen was swabbed. The sole purpose of this swab was to collect that blood. So I focused specifically on that area of blood with the swabs.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll pass it.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. You know, in reference to this purported confusion, we heard from DNA specialist, forensic scientist Elizabeth Papakostas. Do you know her?
No.
Have you ever worked with her?
No.
You've given testimony that you've been involved in hundreds of crime scenes. So through the course of your employment at the Henderson Police Department, you've never worked with Ms. Papakostas?
No, does she work for the Henderson Police Department?
She works with the district attorney's office and with Clark County.
Okay, no, not to my knowledge.
No, she doesn't.
She works for Metro. Doesn't she?
Yes.
Yes.
She's called by the district attorney's office in many cases.
She's called by the district attorney's office, but she's not employed by.
Whoa. Okay, no, to my knowledge, I've never worked with her.
She gave testimony yesterday, and would you agree with me that she's qualified to give expert testimony?
Again, I don't know her.
I think it's a fair question. I mean, she was submitted and proposed as an expert yesterday.
Well, if she doesn't know her, I don't know what knowledge she has. I mean, you can idea her as to how she would have that knowledge, because she testified she doesn't know her.
Do you work with other DNA experts?
No, actually, we send all of our DNA to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for analysis.
And that's a good point. So is the reason you submit whatever evidence that you collect for analysis to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, is the reason being is they have people that are employed that are experts in reference to the analyzing of evidence that's collected by yourself.
Again, I'm not sure what the definition of expert would be or what their qualifications are to get hired in their position. I would hope and assume that they have hired people that are well qualified, but personally, I can't speak on the behalf of their individual qualifications.
In this case, we've heard that you took a swab from a cell phone, the
Yes.
screen of the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And then you submitted it for further analysis.
Correct.
and you submitted it for further analysis to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, correct?
Yes, I booked it, and then I believe a detective or my supervisor is the one that filled out the form to request it be analyzed. But I did swab it and book it so that it could be later analyzed.
You've given testimony just moments ago that this was blood on the phone, correct?
Apparent blood.
Apparent blood. And if I told you that Miss Papakostas testified yesterday that she could not confirm it was blood, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
I also did not confirm it was blood. I just said that the presumptive test of phenolphthalein came back with a positive result, which strongly indicates the presence of it being blood.
What's the percentage?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware of the existence of false positives?
Yes.
Are you aware what may cause a false positive?
Not specifically.
So again, open question, correct? You can't give expert testimony concerning that was blood on the screen of this cell phone.
Right. I never said I did. I said it was apparent blood due to my training experience. It appeared to be blood. That coupled with the positive phenolphthalein test indicates strongly that it is blood.
But when you say strongly, you can't quantify that. Can you?
Correct.
So again, we should leave that to the experts as to whether or not they confirm that it's blood.
Which is why I always refer to it as apparent blood, because apparently it was blood.
In reference to the swabs, there was 2 that you took?
I took 3. 1 was used to do the presumptive test. 2 were actually booked in as evidence.
Okay. And again, you're not aware of what the results were as you sit here today.
Not the confirmatory results. The presumptives that I did personally, I'm aware of those results, but not what the results were passed after I booked them.
Fair to say that there's a presumption, but then you send it to Metro for a confirmation.
Right.
Okay. Yo. Look, just look at that for a minute.
All right, state.
Your Honor, the state is resting its case in chief.
All right, the state has rested their case in chief, so I'll turn to the defense. Mr. Gilman.
Defense calls Dima Tower.
All right, Mr. Tower, can you please stand and face the clerk? Madam Clerk, can you swear in the witness?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
So, Ms. Frablich, you're going to rest on the record. I'll turn to Mr. You may be seated. Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Can you just move up a little closer and make sure you're talking in the microphone there, okay? Can you please tell us your name?
Dima James Tower.
And Mr. Tower, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay. And where, I noticed you have an accent. Where were you born?
I was born in Ukraine.
What part of Ukraine?
In far east part, Luhansk. That is borders with Russia.
And when did you come to live in the United States?
I came in, believe I came in 2015.
So you were living in Ukraine in February of 2014 when there was an incursion into Crimea? I use a lot of big words there. I'm sorry. Were you living in Ukraine in February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living when you were in Ukraine before you came to the United States? Where were you living? Like what
Well,
type of house?
before the orphanage?
No, I was talking about the orphanage. Tell me about that. What type of place was that?
Should I talk about my life before the orphanage or?
We will, sure. How did you end up getting to an orphanage?
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow brief background, very, very brief. So let's not spend too much time. Okay?
Sure. And Your Honor, actually, if we could approach briefly.
You may.
Sidebar. Honey, I just see that you're dumping a bunch of good sound effects on me. Thank you, boo. We're going to listen to those in a minute. So we'll go through those. Thank you. I'm looking at the bingo card, y'all. Trying to get caught up. Swab wounds, space. Wounds. Honorable looking.
So how old were you when your mother passed away?
Well, my mother passed away. You know, I would like to talk about, before I would start about talking about my life before my mother passed away.
I understand that.
You know,
The issue that is that I'm hoping that you can respond to the questions.
Yeah, I can respond to the
Sure.
questions, but
Okay, so your mother, how old were you when your mother passed away?
I'm somewhere between 6, 7, or 8.
Okay,
I was thinking about this somewhere between those years.
Okay.
I mean, if maybe I can give a little bit of my personal background or something.
Mr. Tower, the way it's going to work the same with all witnesses. You need to listen to the question and then answer only the question that's been asked of you. Okay?
Well, it's important that
It may be important, but you need to follow the rules in a courtroom. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Sure. Were you just living only with your mom when she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
And then who did you go to live with after that?
I went to live with my brother.
Okay. How long did that last for?
Maybe a couple months, so.
Okay. And then where did you go?
I went to my uncle's house.
Okay. How long did that last for?
A couple months.
And you eventually end up in the foster care system in Ukraine, correct?
Objection, waiting.
Yeah, I was in 2 orphanage or for foster care, orphanages, whatever they call that. The first one I was in before the war, and then
Objection,
I
not
was.
responsive.
Overruled. I think he's trying to give a time frame of when he was in the orphanage. You can answer the question.
I was in the first orphanage in that same region I was born in, the same side of Ukraine. And then when the war started, we were moved to another part of Ukraine, which is somewhere close to the sea.
And was it around that time that you met the Towers, that they came over to meet you?
Yes, I met them at I believe it was end of summer of 2013. I met him. Well, I actually met him over here after I was sent to visit for a month in the States. I I flew in and met him at the airport.
Was that
for
the first time that you had met them?
That was for the first time, yes.
And how long after that do you come to this country?
Well, I also came for the second visit. That summer of 2014, I came for the second visit to meet the rest of the family.
And then you come to live permanently when? In 2015?
Well, I was adopted right before the 2015. I was adopted that winter, and I came to live here at 2015. Yes.
Did you go to school here in Sarasota County?
The questions that you're asking me are very complicated, and cannot be simply answered. But I'm forced to simply answer the questions, which cannot, for no right reason, can be answered simply. These are not simple questions.
Your Honor, I object to the editorializing by this witness. Other witnesses are not allowed to have this kind of conversation with counsel.
Let's try not to have speaking objections, Counselor. I'll sustain the objection as non-responsive. Please move on, Mr. Gilman.
Do you remember talking to law enforcement in this case and telling them that you went to Northport High School for a little while?
Yeah, I went to, right after I was adopted, I went to the school in Northport, Woodland Middle School. And then after I did a half a year in that, I enrolled in Northport High School.
Okay.
Which I dropped out of in 10th grade.
And did you know any English before you came to the United States?
No.
How did you learn English?
By conversating here and there, small talk.
All right. And how long did you live with the Towers prior to, either graduating high school or moving out?
Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
Again, this is a complicated question, and
Objection to narrative.
the answer, it can be very long because I moved in, I moved out.
Objection to narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection as non-responsive.
Okay. You said you dropped out after 10th grade. Did you move out after that?
No, I stayed, but I didn't really move out on my own. It was just too many family issues.
Okay. And you were not living with them. When did you move back in with them prior to August the 31st of 2023?
June,
I don't understand the question.
21st.
So
June on bingo card, I think you mean August 21st, so I'm going to take that. Foster care, y'all.
in August of 2023, which is the incident that we're talking about, how long prior to that were you back living with the house? 'Cause I know you had just moved back there, correct?
Well, yeah, I assume that
Do you need a moment, Mr. Tower?
Remember the jurors, let's take a break. Leave your notepads face down, writing in phone numbers on top. Please don't discuss anything related to your jurors. Everybody stand, jurors exiting. Mr. Gibbon, why don't you spend a moment with your client? We can't tolerate this kind of behavior here in the courtroom. I've already spoken to your client about it. So let's take a 5-minute break. Let's let the defense have an opportunity to talk to the defendant to see if he can go forward on this.
What do y'all think? Wow. I'm kind of with you a little bit, honey. I wish this was a I wish this was an option. So you guys, wait a minute. So you guys can hear it when I do this? Do y'all like the sounds? Oh, I love that one. I love that one. Was there a competency evaluation prior to trial? Joe Schmo? I do not know. Didn't mean to be a poet, but I was a poet. Joe Schmo, where have you been, Joe Schmo? You know, you ain't supposed to leave your girlfriend sitting over here all high and dry all by herself, Joe Schmo. You know, Joe Schmo? You know? You ain't supposed to be leaving me, Joe Schmo. You left me alone with all these crazy people up in here. You left me alone. You're no good. You're no good boyfriend. You're no good boyfriend. You don't leave me alone. You're no good, Joe. I don't know why. I would love to know if they did a psych eval on him. In my humble opinion, I think a state hospital is where he belongs. In my humble opinion. And I did work in one, so I have a little bit of knowledge about them. But in my humble opinion, I really am struggling. I'm really struggling with this. I'm struggling to convict him on the murder. Well, what they're saying, I think he's a very sick person, and I think that he needs to be in a place. But as far as him being in a prison, I think they're going to eat him up, spit him out, and he'll be dead in a week. In my humble opinion, which don't mean much. That don't mean much. Well, either he had a problem living with people in Ukraine, or they just didn't have the money to feed him. It very well could be they just didn't have the finances to feed him. We're getting there, y'all. Once I get the rainbow board done, I'm then going to getting shorter and shorter on that rainbow board. Although that looks a little, well, it is what it is. I'm going to run a where did I put it? Where did I put it, y'all? I've got bejeweled that is going to hide a multitude of sin. See? well, sort of hide a multitude of sin. I'm going to really have to sew them up, butt up against. So, yep. So this will be sewn on. When I'm done. Hey, Joe, what have you been doing? I think he should be in a psych hospital. I'm kind of on the same boat with you. I really think he needs to be in a mental hospital. I think that they need to be more mindful of some of the stuff this kid went through. This is when I struggle with adoptions. So we got a little bit of information. So apparently his mom died. He lived with his brother, then his uncle, and then poor kid. Then the poor kid ended up in the foster care system, which royally sucks, at a more mature age, which I could see could create behavioral problems. So at least he had 7-ish years with mom before she died. Then he had a couple months with brother, months with uncle, then in the foster care system, pre-war, during war, then came to America. I kind of feel for the kid. I do have problems getting past that too, but at the same time, once again, at the same time, that's what psych hospitals are for people who psychologically break and commit heinous crimes. I think getting him in an environment where he can be helped, educated, taught. I will say this, and I risk getting myself in trouble, but I'm going to say it anyway. What the hell? Live on the edge. And I think you guys can agree with me on this, that the family that the outsiders and friends see, not always the family that is to be. Meaning, the parents behave and the family unit is very broken and destructive in the privacy of their home, but in public, everything looks to be perfectly fine. It's a family. It's that same old adage that I say when a family's getting ready to go to church every Sunday morning, they're yelling and screaming at each other and getting spanked and, punished and all of that stuff. And then the moment you walk into the church, everything's fine. I have a family member that in public behaves one way and everybody loves them. And then when you get in private, whole nother person. Control issues, verbally abusive, manipulative. I'm just saying, we truly don't know what it was like inside that home. We weren't living in the home. We weren't there. So when I hear people talk about the deceased, I want to believe the best, but I also know that may not be the case. Just because the friends and family say they behaved one way with them does not mean that in private there weren't slapping and yelling and pushing and in his eyes, abusiveness. Okay? I'm not defending. I'm just saying. Now, sending him to a psych hospital doesn't necessarily mean we'd want him to be released at any point, but prison isn't always the best place for people. 100%. And do you know what? I thought everybody's redeemable. Almost everybody. I At his age, I would want to try to rehab him. I would hope, even if he has to stay in a halfway house for the rest of his life, I would hope to find a way to redeem this child, because he's a child. And we don't know what he went through in the Ukraine. We don't know if he was actually abused. We don't know if he was physically abused. We don't know anything. And so that's where my heart is. I don't know. Maybe I'm a sap on that end. And you can disagree with me, which is perfectly fine. I still love you. But for me, I'm really on the fence. I am really on the fence with him. He did it? Yes. Do I believe he was in his right mind? I don't think he was. Even if he thought about unaliving them at one point, I mean, come on. I remember as a kid wondering what would happen if my parents had died. No, I didn't say I did it. I'm not saying I did it. I just wondered what happened. Because I seriously thought that my brother and my dad would get in a fight. My brother would kill my dad. In all honesty and humble opinion. Because they get in some fisticuffs. And then as soon as mama pull up and that garage door come up, they run in the backyard and dad would go to the shop. My brother get on the trampoline and they would, act like nothing was going on. But just seconds earlier, they were whooping each other's butts. And I was sitting there crying and scared that somebody was going to get killed. Yep. I remember those days. And then we go to church and everything's just fine.
Are you okay and able to continue?
Yes.
You understand why we took the break, right? I can't have that kind of show of emotion in front of the jury and that applies to you and every other witness. You might recall I even said that about the folks in the audience. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I do.
Okay. Are you able to move forward in that
I am.
fashion? Okay. Also, Mr. Tower, the way a jury trial works is the attorneys, their job is to ask questions, and your role as a witness is to answer the questions that are asked of you. You understand?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, anything we have to discuss before we move forward?
No, Your Honor.
You had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Tower about
I
the
did.
procedure and how we'll move forward?
I did.
All right. Anything else to discuss with the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring the jury back in, please.
Somebody asked me if I'm going to, when I'm done graduating, I'm going to cut all these beads off. No, I'll save it with my other one. I'll make it a keepsake. I may put it in a frame. I might frame it with have like a window box. Put it in there with all my cords. Yeah, I want to know more about his abuse and how he became this way. But they can't do too much as to elicit bias. They have to be careful. They can't just let him sit there and ramble on because it can create a bias and taint the jury. So they're not going to let him go too much into his background because of that, which to me sucks. I want to know more. Inquiring minds want-
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, Mr. Gilman, when you're ready, please continue.
All right. And Mr. Tower, I want to focus you on when you sat down and talked with the police down there in Venice. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Was that the first time that you had ever had that kind of encounter with police?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
Awkward.
That's
Made me feel awkward.
Hold on.
Hold on one moment. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, why would you say it makes you feel awkward?
Because I'm uncomfortable talking because I had many miscommunication and or not enough communication or misunderstanding with my adoptive parents. So I grew up into not knowing how to talk.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. It was completing the answer. You may continue, Mr. Gill.
So when you were talking with the police, did you understand everything that they were asking you?
I did.
Did you feel like you answered appropriately, given that you were uncomfortable?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking with them about multiple times having thoughts of killing your parents?
Yeah, I only had those thoughts a couple times.
Okay. Did you ever have a plan in place to make that happen?
No, I did not.
I don't think I have anything further, Judge.
Oh my God, that's it? What? Y'all. He's gonna get up in this house. He may be on the autism spectrum. It definitely feels that way to me.
Are you gonna look me in the eye, Mr. Tower?
Oh, don't do that.
That's not.
That's true. Not everybody abuse
So
commission.
you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower,
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, when I ask you a question, you can answer, but not until then. You pulled out a sharp knife and you walked into your parents' bedroom, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
I don't know. Your parents were sound asleep, weren't they?
I don't know.
Was your father awake when you started to stab him?
It was pitch black.
Oh, she's gonna
You
have
picked up a knife from the kitchen and you cowardly went into your.
Argumentative.
that is.
Were your parents awake?
I don't know if they were awake. I already answered it. She asked me a second time.
What did you say?
You're asking me a second time the same question.
What did your father say after you stabbed him?
What the hell are you doing?
And then what happened? Did you stab him again?
Yes.
She's good.
Okay, what were you thinking about between the first stab and the second stab?
There's nothing to think.
Nothing to think.
What am I supposed to think then?
Listen to me. You don't, there was nothing to think. That's your answer. All right. So you're telling me that as a human being, you walked into your father's bedroom with your mother sleeping next to him. The parents that brought you over here.
Objection, argumentative, compound question.
These people were not my parents.
Hold on. I'm gonna overrule the objection. It's a bit compoundish, but I'm gonna allow it. You may continue your question.
Thank you. The parents that brought you over here.
He's getting angry. His heart rate's up. His breathing.
And you weren't thinking anything.
These people were not my parents. There's a lot went on that changed our relationship.
That's not my question. My question is, are you telling this jury that you won't even look in the eye home that you were stabbing them and you didn't think anything of it? Is that what you're saying?
Answer's too complicated for you.
No, not a complicated answer. It's a yes or it's a no.
It's not. It's a complicated answer.
Tower, you told the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere, didn't you?
When I was talking to detectives, I was not in my completely right state of mind.
Mr. Tower, did you tell the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere?
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I said I was not in my right state of mind when I was talking to detectives. I just went on a lot, you
I'll
know.
let the jury recall what they did.
Objection, argumentative.
I was under the influence of alcohol also.
I'll sustain that it's unresponsive. He's not answering your question.
Your parents,
They were not my parents, unfortunately.
Sir, you cannot interrupt the attorney. Wait for them to finish their question, and then you can answer the question asked of you, okay? Please ask your question.
Mr. Tower, the people that brought you over here,
God almighty, get on the mic, woman.
they gave you an opportunity to be a somebody somewhere, didn't they?
It depends on their parenting.
What?
It depends on their parenting, how you raise your children.
Depends on the what?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No,
Have you ever been a mother of children?
Woo!
After you stabbed your father to death, you walked outside with a knife in your hand because Jennifer was outdoors, wasn't she?
I was temporarily insane.
Sir, can you please sit back from the microphone? It's difficult to hear you. Thank you.
All right. When you walked out of the house after you killed your father, did you carry the knife with you to lead Jennifer back in?
I did.
You did or did not? I can't understand.
I said I did.
You did. You took the knife with you to go out and find the person that adopted you.
Yes, I was temporarily insane, as I said.
Temporarily insane.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you strike that last response. There is no insanity defense. There is no evidence presented in this trial to insanity. So I will just order that you not receive that answer. It's irrelevant, not permissible during this trial. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Were you thinking about killing your mother when you went outside with the knife and led her back in?
What do you mean by thinking?
Doing a good job. Mm-hmm.
Did your parents buy you a car?
Objection outside the scope.
What does it have to do with this?
Did your parents buy you a car? Answer my question.
Well, I know where your question is. I know. I
Answer
don't
my
understand.
question,
I don't
Mr.
understand your
Tower.
question. I don't understand it.
Did your parents buy you a car?
I don't understand this question.
Did your parents get you a bank card?
Yes, and I don't understand it.
Are the-
What's the point of this question?
Did your parents get you a bank card?
So?
Did you have a TV in your room?
No. What's the point of these questions?
You told the detectives that you were thinking about killing your parents for the last several days. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Were you in the courtroom when your recording was played? Mr. Tower,
I was.
were you listening?
I was listening.
And did you hear that you were telling the detectives that you were thinking about that for more than a day?
Again,
You don't remember that? part?
again, I did not know what I was saying. Also, I only taught this a couple of times. This was not a constant thought in my head.
Okay, so you thought about it at least a couple times before you did it?
No, I taught it one time, and the second time I taught it, I did it. There was no thinking about it.
You thought about it the first time and then you put it off. Then you thought about it the second time and then you went and did it? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you thought about it the first time, where were you?
Probably in the car somewhere.
Where in the car? Parked in front of your house?
Possibly. Very possibly.
Very possibly.
Well, I don't remember. You asking me a question that happened a long time ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Why did you ask your mother to go back inside the house?
Don't know.
Brought her off the street. I don't know.
Because you wanted to kill her, didn't you? Did you hear the doctor talk about how many times you stabbed your mother, Jennifer Towers, the person that you say is not your mother? How many times did you stab her?
You're talking to someone who has no understanding.
You don't understand that question?
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
How many times did you stab your mother?
I didn't know.
More than once?
And more than once. I don't know how many times.
More than twice?
You've seen it how many times? So we were all in here. You've seen it.
Because these members of the jury have a right to hear what you have to say.
Objection, Your Honor.
They don't hear what I say because I'm not allowed to say it.
Let's not have an argument between you and the witness, okay? Let's ask your next question. please.
These jurors are not allowed to what I have to say.
Hold on. Mr. Tower, you need to wait until the question is finished and then answer the question that's asked of you, okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. You told the detectives that you stabbed your mother to death, but not until you finished what you had to say to her. What did you have to say to her that night?
There was a lot went on between the three of us.
What did you say to your mother before you stabbed her to death?
I'm answering your question. You're not listening.
He may not remember.
There was a lot that went on between the three of us. It wasn't just a parents and a child.
So there was a lot that went on among the three of you, correct?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That I'm being stopped from talking about.
How old were you when you killed Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
21.
You were a grown man, weren't you?
No, I was not. You don't know the definition of a grown man.
Woo! Snap.
At 21 years old, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people that you were living with? Why didn't you just move out?
The age has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Tower, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people you were living with?
I did move out a long time ago. I came back.
You went to West Virginia, didn't you?
Before West Virginia, I moved out. I just told you there was a lot that went on between the three of us. That the judge and the state won't let me talk.
Mr. Tower, do you believe in free will?
There's no free will. You know, we're all controlled in the states.
Mr.
Especially-
Tower, answer my question. It's a simple question. Do you believe that people have free will?
The answer, the question is not simple. If you look around, this is bigger than us.
When you went to live in West Virginia, how long were you up there?
I lived other places before West Virginia.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you how long you lived in West Virginia.
Maybe 9 months, 10 months,
And what were you doing up there?
working.
Who set you up in that place to live in West Virginia?
There was a church that I found. The pastor over there helped me.
You were living with Jennifer's father in West Virginia, weren't you?
That was a long time ago before I went to West Virginia to live on my own.
Please answer.
You get
my
it mixed,
question.
but you get
Mr.
it
Tower,
questions mixed up.
Mr. Tower, did you live with Jennifer's father in West Virginia?
That was a long time ago. That was not during the time when I went there by myself.
Why did you go to live in West Virginia when you were living with Jennifer's father?
The time that I did go to West Virginia to live with her father was because
Because why?
I'm gonna answer. Let me think about it. We were having fights in the family, and I was gonna visit. I was gonna see. I was gonna see him for
Could we
maybe
have
for a
him
couple,
move away
maybe
from
for
the
a couple
microphone
months.
so we can hear?
Maybe for a couple months, I was gonna visit him until I went to Job Corps.
Yeah, who set you up in the Job Corps? Jennifer, didn't she?
What is your point?
Did Jennifer set you up in the Job Corps?
No,
Did Jennifer set you up to live with her father in West Virginia?
no. What is the point of your question?
Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Tower. You're
I know I'm
under
under
oath to tell
oath.
the truth.
You're making no point in your questions. You're forgetting there was
Mr. Tower, you
the
need to
father.
wait for a question to be asked of you and then answer the question. Please ask your next question.
You made Jennifer and Robbie's life in their home a living hell, didn't you, Mr. Tower?
Again, there was a lot that went on. That
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
some adults don't know how to be
Yes.
parents. Yes.
You made their life a living
Yeah,
hell.
no, I didn't. There's some adults don't know how to be parents. You don't know what you're talking about.
In fact,
I came from a harsh environment.
many people come from a harsh
Yeah,
environment
but
and they don't kill their parents.
you gotta know how to treat those people correctly so they grow up properly.
Yeah, so how do you need to be treated?
I have been treated. It's too late for that. I'm adult now. But you're talking as if you don't know how to be a parent and you don't know what it takes.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a parent, but you're asking me a
You made their
pointless
life a living
question.
hell. In fact, your father told you that you were destroying his marriage
If I
to
made
his wife. Isn't it true?
if I made their life a
Mr.
live in hell,
Folks,
that's probably had
hold
something
on,
to do
hold
with
on.
them.
The two of you are just talking over each
No,
other.
he's
Ms.
refusing to
Fragley,
answer.
You're asking a question.
Whoa!
He begins to answer, and then you add to your question. Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad lib and add to it. Okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Fragley.
Did your father tell you that you were disrupting his marriage to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's not,
Rob,
not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all, and then he wanted to adopt a daughter, and then finally he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response.
Well, he didn't really want to adopt me, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you.
He's going to get held in contempt.
Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to
That's not
Jennifer.
the question, sir. The question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that? Yes or
No.
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
Woo!
Right, I'll sustain the objection is unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please don't move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
Relevance, Your Honor.
As stated, at some point, I'm going to cut off all these questions about perhaps benevolent acts. You can go a bit further, but let's start to move on. Okay, I'll overrule the objection. You may finish your question.
Yes, who paid for your flights to the United States in 2013 and 2014?
This question is pointless, but however, the company who provided who had something to do with adoption did. And I don't understand what's the point of this question either.
I don't either.
Why did you drop out of high school?
Because I was being brainwashed, as the rest of the children are.
You dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
What expelled? Do you even know what they teach in schools? What are you talking
Mr.
about?
Tower, answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You don't know what you're saying. These schools today, they don't teach anything the kids should know. And the schools are not for everyone.
Mr. Tower, you dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled from high school.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling you that. You ever been to school? You know that schools don't teach kids proper education.
Mr. Tower, stop talking.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to the next question. His answer was no. Please move on to your next question.
In fact, you were about to get expelled because you were fighting with other children in the school and on the bus, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
No, I wasn't. I just told you what happened.
How old were you when you dropped out of high school?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. How old were you when you were in 10th grade?
I said I don't remember.
I'm bad about that too. Boo. What, 13, 14? I don't know. I'm bad with that. I'm with him.
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
You redirect, Mr. Gilman?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-minute break. Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Everybody, please stand. Jurors are exiting.
Either he's faking it or he's a good actor.
All right, everybody may be seated. Mr. Tower, you can return to your table next to your lawyer, sir. Mr. Gilman, any additional evidence, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state any rebuttal witnesses.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what we can do is we can bring the jurors back in. Mr. Gilman, you can rest on the record. Is that right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll send the jurors home. It's 3:53. We'll have a brief discussion on jury instructions, and then we'll head home for the night. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Does that work for both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
9 o'clock, I'll read the jury instructions, and then we'll go straight into closings. We'll provide lunch for the jurors so they can begin deliberating right away, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's get the jurors in and out. Deputy Carl, can you bring the jurors
Y'all,
back in?
7 o'clock. That is 7 o'clock my time. No. Or is it 8 o'clock now? I don't know. Maybe it's 8 o'clock now. I'll do 8 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Oh God. June, I'm sorry. June, send me a new bingo card, please.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Everybody may be seated. Mr. Gilman.
At this time, the defense rests, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, both the state and the defense have rested their cases. So what your job is done for the day. We're going to do a little bit of work here in the courtroom. We're going to start back up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Let's start at 9 o'clock. Does that work for all our jurors? Yes. We'll bring you in. I'm going to hand out to you the jury instructions, package of the law that applies to the case. I'm going to read that to you. And then as soon as I'm done reading the law, the attorneys will make their closing arguments. We'll send you in to deliberate with lunch and we'll await your verdict. Okay? So have a nice evening. Again, don't watch any news. Don't read any articles, papers, blogs, anything related to this trial. We need you to come back in the same way that you are today. Leave your writing implements, notepads face down. Make sure you take all your belongings. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. Everybody, please stand. Jurors exiting.
I know he wants to go back to the Ukraine, but he is a citizen, so.
Hey, Jen, did you get an updated email with the jury instructions? I did. Can you bring down just one packet for me quickly? Thank you. Folks, let's take another look at the jury instructions before we adjourn. Other than that, anything else we need to talk from the state? Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, we're not going to sit here and go through all that with them because it really, to me, we'll hear all of it tomorrow. So let's hop back over
The swords.
Devon case because that is something that we've been watching. Oh, well. There we go. We're hopping over here now.
You testified last week and you're testifying today that you saw the swords, correct?
Correct.
You acknowledge their existence.
Correct.
You had testified that you looked at the swords and didn't see anything, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not swap the swords.
Correct.
And you did not impound those swords for future evaluations, analysis, correct?
Correct.
So those swords were not submitted to Metro to confirm the absence of blood, correct?
Correct.
They were not submitted to Metro to confirm the absence of any other items of evidentiary value, like DNA, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you can't see DNA.
Correct.
Obviously, you are aware that the phone was submitted for a DNA analysis.
I'm aware that the swab that I took was submitted to be analyzed.
Okay. And we've heard testimony concerning that from the expert, Ms. Papakostas. But again, no swabs were submitted for the evaluation in the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's crime lab, correct?
Of the swords, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Are you able to see fingerprints on metal surfaces at times?
Yes, occasionally.
And did you inspect every inch of these 3 separate blades to look for potential blood and fingerprints?
Yes, we thoroughly looked at the blades and the handles of the swords to see if I could see anything. So it wasn't just fingerprints, wasn't just blood. I was looking at these swords in their entirety to see if I noticed anything.
Had you seen anything, those would have been impounded.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Did you document, you prepared a report, a crime scene analyst report in reference to the steps that you took, the investigative steps you took, correct, at the Porcupine Rim?
Not the investigative steps. I wrote a report documenting what we did. So pretty much what the scene consisted of and the photos that I took and then what I impounded.
Did you, and having done hundreds of crime scenes, I've reviewed hundreds of crime scenes, I'm assuming you've done several over the last 2 years, correct?
Yes.
Did you review that report in preparation for your testimony in this case?
Yes.
You'd agree with me, you did not lay out any steps that were taken in reference to the preservation or the analysis of any evidence that may have been on those swords, correct?
No, that's not what we put in our reports.
So you didn't put anything, correct?
Can you rephrase
that? The steps that you took.
No, we do not document the steps that we take in our reports.
In your reports, you did not document looking at the swords, correct?
No.
You didn't document, I think, saying looking over every inch of the swords for fingerprints, correct?
No.
You didn't document any of that?
No.
I have no further questions.
Well, you didn't document in writing, but you documented by photography, correct?
Correct. I took pictures of the swords. I don't document everything that I've looked at in an entire house. That would be, I wouldn't even begin to know how to document every single thing that I look at on a full house in every room. And so, no.
So as an example, if you take photos of a crime scene and you're looking for a big item like a head, I would presume that pursuant to that search warrant, you're opening every container, looking through every trash can and all that.
Yes.
We don't necessarily see photography of the trash can dumped out on the ground, but you testify under oath, this is what I observed and saw. And you have expectations through your agency, correct?
Right. And I didn't write that I didn't find a head. So it's the same token.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. In reference to your preservation of whatever evidence you say you saw or didn't see, that's it. We don't have any photographs of the blades of the swords, do we?
Correct, because they weren't really an evidence that we took note of once we saw it. Had there been anything of note, we would have taken pictures of it.
You didn't I book these for further analysis. You already testified that,
Correct.
Turn-
For the record, Mr. Yasti, what exhibit is that?
It states Exhibit 659. You did document a white table in the garage of the Porcupine residence, correct?
I don't recall specifically focusing on a white table.
So there are things that you may have done or not done and you can't recall as you sit here.
I take overall pictures of the rooms in the house. So I take pictures normally from at least 4 angles, all 4 corners of the rooms looking at it. So just because there is a picture of a white table doesn't mean I necessarily focus in on it. Maybe there was something on top of it, or a lot of times I'll take pictures of things on tables or nightstands because I don't necessarily know what's in play or what we're going to find. So I'll take a picture of, say, a table or a nightstand, and then the detectives do their search. And so then if they say, oh, I found this item of evidence on this table, I likely have a picture of the table so we can likely see that evidence that they later found on that table.
But right now, you've been testifying concerning steps that you took specifically in reference to these swords, correct?
You've asked me multiple questions about them. Yes.
As has the
Correct. Yes.
Correct. And then I asked you about this table, and you don't really have a recollection of what you did or what you didn't do in reference to the white table in the garage.
I don't specifically remember doing anything with a white table. If it's in a picture, it's because it was there and I took a picture of the garage.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions?
He's like, what the hell is that?
Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused.
Thank you.
very much for your testimony here today. Statement by your next witness.
Clinton Campbell.
I liked her. She got a little spicy with him. I kind of liked it. I'm here for it.
I do. My name is Clinton Campbell, Clinton Campbell.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective with the Henderson Police Department. I work as a digital forensics examiner in the lab.
What does a digital forensics examiner do?
Conducts digital forensics on electronic devices.
And can you explain generally the process by which you do that?
Yes. Most of the devices we encounter are cell phones, and we'll get a cell phone from an investigator or a scene, and then take that cell phone to our lab to conduct an examination on it.
Okay. Have you received specialized education and training in order to do what you do?
Yes, I have.
And can you describe that briefly for the jury?
Yes. I attended courses at the National Computer Forensics Institute, which is put on by the Secret Service. It's a facility in Alabama where they train in digital forensics. With that training, I received certification through Celebrite as a certified operator and a certified physical analyst. I also received a certification with Magnet Forensics as a certified examiner. And I'm also a certified examiner with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center.
Okay. So the jury understands you and other detectives divide up duties when it comes to a large investigation such as this. Is that right?
Typically, yes.
In this particular case, Detective Luke Good kind of focused in on the CDR or call detail record mapping stuff. Is that correct?
Yep.
Detective Spangler handled the Burla mapping, correct?
Yes.
And what was your main role in this investigation?
I conducted examinations on the cellular devices.
And so I want to ask you generally, when you receive items of evidence, do you document that?
Yes.
And you essentially create your own report?
Correct.
And then that report ends up getting copy and pasted or whatever into like a main officer's report.
Yes.
And in this particular case, how many devices did you receive for examination?
I don't recall. I'd have to see.
We're looking at the main report, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Page.
Woohoo! Angela!
I counted them last time.
We got to take a celebratory pause. Angela, wound vac is gone. Dun, 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 dun. Surgeon officially has it now, and I am so happy. Still have wound care 2 times a day, but he said it looks great and healing great. Woohoo! Now you can truly start healing, babe. I am so happy for you, boo. I pushed play, so play, dang it.
May I approach? So starting down here, you see your name there?
Yes.
You need your readers?
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the totality of number of devices? You can keep going if you need to.
Yeah. Yes, there were 11 devices. I also conducted an examination on the router at the residence.
Okay.
So technically 12 devices.
Technically 12 devices. So in looking at this report, does it appear to be consistent with what you initially documented and then provided to Detective Ozawa?
Yes.
So with that in mind, I'm going to go through the devices you received and just have you acknowledge yes or no, did you receive them? Okay.
Okay.
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold cell phone.
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy Note 8 cell phone.
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy A52 5G cell phone,
Yes.
Apple iPad 6 tablet,
Yes.
LG GBX ThinQ cell phone,
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy A52G 5G cell phone, another one,
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy Tab A tablet,
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy S8 Plus cell phone,
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy S5 cell phone,
Yes.
a Lenovo tablet,
Yes.
and HP laptop.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you receive all of these devices, is it you and you alone that starts to analyze them, or are you working in tandem?
We'll work in tandem typically.
Okay.
Just depends on the duties that are happening at the time.
What types of tools are you using to analyze these different types of devices?
We use hardware and software that's made to analyze the devices, and specifically we'll use like gray key or magnet forensics devices and software, as well as Celebrite.
And are you trained in all of those different softwares and hardwares?
Yes.
Is Celebrite the main one that's used for cell phones?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
So of the 11 devices, did I ask you in preparation for this trial a few weeks ago to go through and see which devices were active during an operative time period?
Yes.
And did you then narrow the devices down to those that were active during August 6, 2023, around 9 or 10 p.m. up until about 9 a.m. on August 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And did you narrow that down to 3?
I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Before court today, did you and I and the defense attorney and their digital forensics expert sit down and go through a whole bunch of exhibits that we're both going to be addressing?
Yes.
You recognize these 3?
Yes.
This would be 4, 5, and 6.
Yes.
And are these downloads from those 3 devices you narrowed down to active during the time period?
Yes.
I move for the admission of those.
What are the numbers?
4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, 6, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
4, 5, and 6 will be amended.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Commissioner Burnson.
Publishing 4. So in exhibit 4, we have item number 2, note 8, Jonathan timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you add the title item number 2, is that 2 on that list of all the 11?
Correct.
Okay. And then it says note 8. What does that mean?
That is the model of the device.
And then it says Jonathan timeline.
Yes.
So when you go into Celebrite, Celebrite hardware plugs into the actual phone itself, correct?
Yes.
And then that hardware and software extract the contents of the device.
Yes.
When you extract the contents, are you attempting to extract every possible thing on that phone?
Yes.
It's like a little computer, right?
Correct.
So you're trying to get everything from it, and then you can focus on different categories, et cetera, once you've taken everything from it.
Yes.
And in this particular case, with this exhibit 5, we've narrowed the timeline a bit because I would imagine that small computer has a whole lot of stuff on it.
Yes. Yes.
And so here we have 5 subfolders. And before we get into them, I want to ask you, why do you title it Jonathan? Are you able to go into a device and determine ownership?
Yes.
How do you do that?
By looking at the data that comes from the device, typically there's an owner will assign a name to it or an email.
and we'll use that information.
Okay, and so you confirmed this was the Jonathan device, correct?
Yes.
So 5 separate folders. I'm going to start with call log. And I open that up just for the jury, since they're going to have this in the back. What does this PDF mean to these folders up here?
So the folders that are included with the PDF are dependencies or folders that are needed to open hyperlinks that are in the PDF. So if there's a photo or some other link that you need to open, then in the PDF, you can open it straight from the PDF, but it's in those folders.
Okay. And so the PDF starts with on page 1, or it is 1 page, I apologize. Call logs, correct?
Yes.
And this shows this first one in column 1, or I should say in row 1, says 8/7/23, 7:24:50 a.m. You see that?
Yes.
And it says UTC -7. Does that mean that this exhibit is already adjusted out of UTC time?
Correct.
So this should be our Pacific Daylight Time, accurate time on the date in question.
Yes.
And it shows some missed calls here.
Yes.
And then it says like the name, one's a private number, one's mom, another's mom. Then we get into Tracy Willette, private number, Tracy Willette. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so when I close out of this, why are these folders included in the exhibit basically?
They're typically included when the report is created, so that if there's any data that or hyperlinks that need to be linked, they would be in that folders.
Okay. And so this one looks like just a random or generic image.
Yeah.
So, but anything that's relevant to the PDF is contained up here.
Yes.
Could be audio, could be photo, could be any number of things.
Yes.
I'm gonna close out of that. Move on to Exhibit 6. For the record, this says item number 3A52 Devier timeline, correct?
Yes.
Then inside, oh, looks like the same title. And then we have several subfolders here, all associated with the Devier phone, correct?
Yes.
Let's start with messages. So again, inside the message folder, there's a PDF, and then there's 3 subfolders, right?
Yes.
All right. And so this would be, the PDF, I'm sorry, would be the messages that you extracted from the phone during the operative time period.
Yes.
All in chronological order, not pulling stuff out of it, correct?
Correct.
Like not picking and choosing. It's just, it's a line,
Yeah.
a timeline.
Yep. From one time frame to the next.
Got it. And then again, whatever is up here would be associated with the PDF in that exact folder.
Yes.
You have web history, UFDR location.
Breaking news.
We have some unfortunate breaking news coming out of Oakland, California. Lacey College in Oakland, California has issued an emergency alert Thursday after the reports of an active shooter at Lacey Fieldhouse. The Peralta Community College District, PCCD, confirmed the alert, warning students and staff to avoid the area and remain on lockdown until further notice. An active shooter has been reported. Let me do that. Sorry. It was distracting me. The active shooter has been reported at Lanny Field's house. Please avoid the area. Stay locked down until further notice. Quote, and will update when we have more information. Authorities and campus security are on the scene and updates are expected as the situation develops. All right, let me see if I can find video. I'm going to go see if I can find video. Give me a hot minute. I'm getting tired of reporting these things, y'all. Please get it. I don't want to watch. Okay, there's video. There's just, I want to get something with real news and not just.
At least. KPIX5's Phil Mateer at Laney College in Oakland near the proposed site for the team's new ballpark. Not everybody wants the A's as a new neighbor, huh, Phil?
That's not what we need. Thank you very much. Not what we need. Thank you very much. I'll share this for the moment. So this is at near the football field. Of course, some of the media is getting right on top of it.
Hold that for me for a second. It's gonna take me about 1 minute. So stay holding that out for a second.
58-year-old man was shot. It could have been the coach. That is what we are hearing, that a 58-year-old man has been shot. Oh, man. Oh, y'all, this is horrible. It is now reported and confirmed. The sources say that the Lanny College athletic director has been shot. Former football coach John Beam taken to hospital. I'm not going to stay on this too long. Our prayers and hearts go out to the families. It is devastating, and to the school and all of those involved. Our hearts go out to you, and y'all. I'm.
Images, call log.
Our hearts go out to you. May there be peace and healing for all involved. So horrible. Here we go.
And audio, correct?
Yes.
When it comes to, if the jury sees these folders that say locations or UFDR locations, explain to them, is that something that you rely upon to determine the phone's location or not?
Not necessarily. When it comes to locations, the way that the Celebrite software pulls those out, it will pull from multiple databases. And some of those locations won't be as reliable as others because of how they're obtained by the device. For instance, if you have locations that have to do with navigation, those are going to be more accurate than ones that have to do with like a weather app or something like that. So some of the locations, the time stamps may not be accurate. So it's hard to take every single location we get in these reports as, gold. We have to be careful. And Celebrite actually provides a document that shows which databases are more reliable than others.
Okay. So I'm going to row 43, just picking a random one here. August 7th at 4:18 a.m. There is a lat and long, latitude and longitude over here, correct?
Yes.
Oh, geez. So I'm going to go access here. Because I'm on there. Okay. So I log out of this.
Maybe plug in there.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. In preparation for this case, I asked you if you were able to determine from this where this Devier device was throughout the night and into the morning of August 7th. You remember that?
I do.
And there are a bunch of GPSs, and we had a discussion about spot checking them and putting them in the maps.
Yes.
Fair to say that there is not a single location in this phone away from the Porcupine Rim address during the operative time frame I've been discussing.
The time frame being 10 p.m. to 9 a.m.
Yes.
And this is, yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Devier device.
Yes.
So if you put in that lat long, it's going to show it at the Porcupine Rim.
Yes.
But what you're telling the jury is that that's not necessarily as reliable as you would like to rely on.
Correct.
So when it comes to location data, even though it shows them at Porcupine Rim all night, they need to be relying on the CDR cell towers for location.
It's a second verification. Yes.
Okay. And if the jury wants, they can just check these on a map.
Yes, they could.
Latin one.
Yes.
In this particular device, did I ask you to look at this device and see if you could tell whether the person who had this device was using it throughout the night into the morning hours that we've described?
Yes.
Were you able to see if there was active use on the phone?
There was some. Yes.
What was that?
There was some Instagram use. There were messages, I think, sent. That's what I can recall right now.
Okay. So are there going to be artifacts on a phone if, for example, if someone leaves a phone alone, goes somewhere else, and that phone receives, say, an email in the background, is that going to show as received?
It can show on the phone. Yes.
Okay. But you do have ways, for example, with Instagram to see if someone's actively using the device.
Depending on what database that data comes from that you're
Understood.
looking at.
And with this exhibit, this Devier phone, this device, was it in use, like active use, not passive use?
At certain points, yes.
Throughout the evening
Yes.
and into the morning.
I don't recall the time frames for into the morning.
Can you look at, where can I go to show you? Or to verify? Was it the web history?
Well, these are just specific to the time frame, and there we've pulled out just the messages, just the searches. So I don't. You'd have to pull up the UFDR report to see some of that other stuff.
And the UFDR report is actually the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to pause there. We're going to have a break, and we might do that a
Okay.
little bit later. So let's move on. Going now to exhibit 4. That says item number 1, Z-Fold Devon timeline, correct?
Yes.
This particular device, did you actually download this 2 times?
I only downloaded it once.
You being your team?
Yes.
What was the purpose of doing it twice? Like, why would you have to do it twice?
I'm not sure on why the detective wanted to do that, but I could assume.
Okay, well, I don't want you to assume, but fair to say you're asked to check it once up until August 7th when the phone is seized.
Yes.
And then you're asked again to do it all the way up until August 16th or so?
Yes.
Okay. So within this folder, we have a whole bunch of subfolders yet again, correct?
Yes.
And this would include messages, locations, images, calls and call logs, audio, UFDR locations, web history, correct?
Yes.
And so as an example, let's go to the call log. Once again, in that subfolder, you have a PDF and then some supporting folders, correct?
Yes.
So with this particular device, I'm going to jump down to rows 17 to 18. Or no, let me back up. So let's start with 10:58 p.m. That appears to be an outgoing call to Deviere at 10:58.
Yes.
Then there's a bunch of these Michael's home incoming. Does that mean this phone is receiving calls from Michael's home?
Yes.
11, 11:40, 11:12, 11:13, 11:13, 11:14. You see those?
Yes.
And these are missed calls.
Yes.
11:16, 11:18, 11:20. You see those?
Yes.
Some of those went to voicemail.
Yes.
Some were, and none of them appear to be answered, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to keep scrolling. All missed up until 11:59 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then at 6:54 a.m., there is an answered call from a unsaved number, I guess, 485-5180, correct?
Yes.
That would be outgoing.
Yes.
And then an outgoing call to Jonathan Willett at 7:24 a.m.
Yes.
And it says answered.
Yes.
At 8:13 a.m. outgoing call to Jonathan Willett and it says answered.
Yes.
These are all the supporting files, correct?
Yes.
And that would be the same for any of these folders that the jury would like to open.
Correct.
At some point last week, did I send you a bunch of DFL Celebrite reports that the defense had provided me for you to verify?
Yes.
And did you in fact verify those they're from the phone, they're from the devices, they're actually contained within the devices?
Yes.
Mike, I'm gonna need your exhibits. May I approach? And just for the record, the things you reviewed started with defense A through Z2. And you and the defense attorney, and myself, and their expert went back and verified these in the back room before trial.
Yes.
couple of very specific items I asked you to look into. Is that right?
Yes.
There was a suggestion that there was a gun photo on Devier's phone from August 7th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did I ask you to look into that and say, hey, you know, was Devier looking at a gun photo on August 7th or creating one? You remember that?
I do remember
And
that.
did you create a separate report for that?
Yes.
Showing you 651. Does that appear to be the 6 hour photos that we referenced?
Yes.
And Judge, I move for the admission of 651.
Any objection?
We could approach briefly.
Yes.
Thank you for the mute. Now I got to change a hearing aid battery, which means now I can't hear shite. What are y'all thinking? It feels like a Friday, but it's a Thursday. Felt like a Monday this morning. Yay, that one worked. Felt like a Monday this morning. Sunday, Monday, happy day. Tuesday, Wednesday, what a day.
I move for the admission of 651.
They're getting ready to go on. We're still here. Get the sound up in a sec. I got to figure out what I'm going to do with the rest of the hat.
This isn't. Oh, maybe it is.
Yeah, it's a blank page, that first one.
Sorry. This information on the page, what is this telling the jury?
It's basically the version of the software that we used and then the device information or the source extraction.
Got it. And so these photos were what I asked you to look into?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start as an example with 12, row 12. What type of information do you have about this device? I'm sorry, this photo.
Okay. It shows on that first pane the name of the photo itself, what it was named, as well as the path that you can find that in the database. Then that second pane shows the metadata for the photo, meaning the camera that took the photo, the model, what time, different information about the photo itself. And then obviously that last one is a thumbnail of the photo.
What does capture time mean?
That's typically when the picture was taken by whatever camera or device.
So these all appear to be 7:15 of 22. Right?
Yes.
Nothing on 8/7?
No.
Show you another one. $664. What are we looking at here?
I did a reverse image search on one of the photos in question.
What does that mean?
Means you can take basically a image or a photo that you have, put it into Google. Google will look at that picture and tell you if it exists anywhere else on the internet, for instance.
And this is with specific regard to a gun photo that I provided to you that was provided to me by the defense.
Yes.
I move the admission of 664.
Any objection to 651?
No, Your Honor.
654, reasoning?
Thank you. So showing you the second image there, this one is the image in question, correct?
Yes.
Purported to be Devier on August 7th, but you actually researched that, correct?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
So I placed that photo in Google Images so that I could do a reverse search, and it was on several different websites. This one was one of them. It's like a concealed carry website where they're advertising.
Okay. And what does cache data mean?
So applications will cache photos into folders or databases so that you can see them later more quickly. If you're familiar with like internet cookies, it's the same, it's similar concept where it'll fill a folder with photos. For instance, if you're scrolling on Instagram, it will cache folders or photos that you may not have gotten to yet in that feed, so that when you get there, or if you have a poor signal, you'll be able to see those faster.
So fair to say that this particular image is not an image captured on Devier's device on August 7th of 2023.
Yeah, it was in a cache folder.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 667. My kid would have a field day with that exhibit number. You recognize this?
Yes.
This is one that was prepared just in the back with defense counsel and their expert. Is that right?
Yes.
I move for the admission of 667.
Any objection to 667?
No, your objection.
Okay, 667 will be a minute.
Fair to say this is a text conversation between Devier Willette and whom? Is this the one with Dad?
1536.
Let me just go back.
Yeah.
Dad?
Yes.
And this is several pages. The jury will have it if they want to look through it. But there was some text messages referenced on the very last page, 37. Where apparently Dad is finding out Devier is married to the defendant. Does that look about right?
Yes.
And then there's a last text between them was July 2nd of 23, and it's to Devier, Dad saying, hey.
Yes.
Did you want that? We moved the admission of 608. It's just the head. I don't know why it's so.
Any objection to 608?
No, Your Honor.
608 will be a minute.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 614. Recognize that?
Yes.
And is that an image from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
The Devon phone?
Yes.
Move for the admission of 614.
Any objection to 614?
No, Your Honor.
614 will be a minute.
That's just one of many family type photos.
Yes.
Showing you already admitted 431. Have you ever seen this image before?
Yes.
Okay. This was suggested to be an injury. Did you look into this phone and do some research on whether or not that was an old healed injury?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you states 665. Recognize that?
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
Photos of a hand injury.
Okay. Move the admission of 665.
Any objection to 665?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
665 will be admitted.
And just for the record, I'm putting back up 431. That was the right hand first two knuckles, the pointer finger and the middle finger, correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to jump to, well, let's start with page 1. You find some images where Devier had a pretty significant injury to those fingers,
Yes.
and the dates associated with those photos?
Yeah, I can't read that on the screen. Sorry. December 5th of 2022.
We've got some digger photos just to show you. So page 7, page 8, see that?
Yes.
Fair to say pretty significant gashes to the pointer finger and the middle finger at the knuckle.
Yes.
There's actually some medical paperwork too.
Yes.
December 19th, 2022 is the date. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Your exhibit U. I gave him all exhibits. Yeah. What do you mean?
And U was not included in that stack, so it should still be in the back.
It is admitted.
No, he was not included.
So would it be in or not admitted? No, Judge.
I got to get it done by Friday night. I got a lot of work to do. I'm going to be doing a lot of beating. And then I got a paper due tomorrow night, too. Not all of my teachers gave me a free ride.
Sorry for the confusion. So, defense L through U is a conversation that I think the jury has seen part of this. Liar, cheater, liar, cheater.
Yes.
Who is this conversation between?
This is between Devin and Devier.
And then there's a bunch of stuff on and on, relationship stuff. And it ends at U, it says clearly not cheating.
Yes.
What's the date and time on that?
I can't see it,
Let
sorry.
me zoom.
8/5/23 at 5 a.m.
Okay. That's not the last text in that chain, correct?
No.
Showing you exhibit 666.
Yes.
This includes the last text on that chain, correct?
Yes.
I've moved the omission of 666.
No objection.
666 of the amendment?
So on page 1, this is the liar cheater stuff, right?
Yes.
I want a divorce, a bunch of back and forth. Keep your alcohol. I'll see you when I'm off. Don't bother. It's not a bother. I really am over this. Honestly, sounds like a personal problem. Just relationship stuff, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, what we see is that conversation goes on. Some cheating accusations and stuff, right?
Yes.
And I want to focus in on this last one. What are we looking at here?
It's a message sent on 8/6/23 at 10:36 p.m. from Devier to Devin's device. Says, "See you when you get back. I'm going to sleep. Girls are in the living room."
At 10:36 p.m. on August 6th of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. I will pass a witness.
You're gonna remove your approach real quick.
Yes.
And do you know what? I find it interesting how she's using her hair to hide her face from the camera. Coming from a woman who loved to be on camera to begin with. You know, she was a star, you know. Oh, shit.
Before we cross examine this witness, we are going to take our motion. During
this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including government journalists, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using any reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way anticipate or learn about the case on your own. You must not quote or express anything regarding this case or facts submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:10. We will be in recess until 1:20. All rise for the jury.
I have never known, well, I guess I have, I just forgotten, someone to talk so dang fast. I'm like, seriously? Let me zoom, zoom, y'all. We can zoom, zoom. I hate it when I have to plug my mouse in because then I can't use it very well. Wow, they're just now getting back into court.
Now, there's a few things I want to go to, and I know that we've talked about how we've stipulated and gone through a lot of these things, but one of the things that was brought up yesterday in the crime scene with Detective Ozawa was collection of evidence. And you were given a list of electronics to go through and examine, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever examine an Xbox?
No.
A Nintendo Switch?
No.
I'm pulling up, and I have a thumb drive here that the exhibits on here have been stipulated to, so I don't know if I should be referring to this as what number or letter would this be?
Is your next in line?
Yes, we have a thumb drive. Instead of having the exhibits for the jury to hold on time, I just put them all in one so they can access it. B4. Thank you. So on B4, I have a bunch of, let me go back here a little bit. I've got a bunch of files that we're just going to go to, and these are things that have been provided to the defense, and our own experts looked at this. It's stuff that was on the phones. So right here, there's a, this is a text message chain with Devier, and it looks like potentially some of his friends. I'm trying to make this a little bit bigger because I know it's a little bit smaller up there.
Thank you.
And the name of this chat, it says Legend of Dick Combat. This is something that you haven't seen, right? I mean, you saw it previously today, but this is not something you're asked to examine.
Correct.
This was on his phone between his friends talking about their gaming. Is that what it seems to be?
Yes.
So Devier is known to be a gamer from the messages that we saw on the phone between him and Devin. But you were never asked by Detective Ozawa or anyone to analyze an Xbox about anything.
No.
And you're going through the text messages of Devier. I know that they said that they wanted you to look at Jonathan Willett, Devier Willett, and Devin Michaels, but was there anyone else that you were asked to focus on?
No.
And just kind of along the same lines of the Xbox, do you recognize these at all?
Just from what I saw previously today.
And if I told you they were from Devin's cell phone showing Devier playing Xbox and that he was a big game, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And there's even more messages that we got from Miss Michael's phone from the Celebrite extraction, talking about the video gaming. Because obviously it seems like he was a big gamer from reviewing all these messages, correct?
Yes.
Now, in going through the text messages, were you asked to look at the conversations between Devin and Jonathan?
Yes.
And I apologize. I'm just going through the files that are on this thumb drive that's on B4. And I'll say the name of the file on this one. I apologize. It's Devin and Jonathan Cordial Conversations PDF. So I'm actually going to go down a little bit here. It's kind of a long file. I think there's 200 and some pages on this extraction that was created. Now, who would this, from what you're seeing, who would this be to? Can you tell which parties are which?
Just by the phone number, a lot of times the names or whatever they put in the phone. But the 9242 phone number to someone else, I'm not sure.
Okay, and if I told you that these are messages between Devin and Jonathan, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Just on this message from 8/2/2023. I'm doing good, trying to hustle up $50 someday or somehow today. I have Saturday for sure, but need gas. It's 2 trips to Las Vegas, to St. Rose. I also have turf next week. And then also I'm getting up early to get the girls used to getting up for school. You see that?
Yes.
And what was the date of that one?
August 2nd, 23 at 8:18 a.m.
On another one on August 2nd, I'm gonna have good things happen for me today. It's just early. And it looks like she responds, great things. Correct?
Yes.
And that's around the time, you said 10:03 in the morning?
Yep, same day at 10:03, yes.
I'm going to jump around a little bit because this will go back to the jury and they'll be able to see these conversations. So on 10/2, later on that day, that evening, it looks like a list on ribs, crab legs. It looks like maybe like a dinner list or food that they're getting.
Yes.
And then they ask what kind of drinks, and they're talking about getting Coca-Cola is what it looks like, some kind of sodas.
Yes.
No kind of crazy fighting text from just your observation of these text messages, right?
Not in these that I've seen. No.
And this is Devin Michael or a Devin medical activity file on the thumb drive. So if I zoom in on this, do you know which phone this came from?
I don't see it in here. It says it's an SD card backup. I believe that was from Devin's phone.
Okay. And on this kind of, I zoomed in a little bit. I forget that those ones are a little, looks like a picture of Miss Michaels in the hospital.
Yes.
Looks like some medical records of her going to the hospital.
Yes.
Let me zoom out here a little bit. There's just a few more. And that's what that looks like. Those came from her phone, correct?
Yes.
Now I'm going between Devin and Devier. And who does this look like? I'm sorry, yeah, Devin and Devier. These messages were previously addressed by the state, but we put them in here for the jury to have easier access to them. But do you know what number that came from, that top one? Liar, cheater, liar, cheater?
It doesn't look like it shows here.
Let me go down a little bit and pull. So we get the extraction one. There you go. Does it say there?
Yes.
And that's
That's
Devier's
Devier's
phone.
phone. Yes.
I'm sorry, counsel, can we just clarify who sent it?
That was Devin to Devier. Now I'm clicking on Jonathan and Devier text. This appears to be the extraction from Devier, or the exchange between Jonathan and Devier, correct?
Yes.
And it goes on for a while because this, I mean, it starts back on this extraction starts back on October of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes all the way down to looks like July 2nd of 2023.
Yeah.
And the last file on this is the messages between Jonathan and Yoko. Is that what those numbers look like up there in this exchange? I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of moving it fast.
Between Jonathan and who?
Yoko.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
And this goes all the way up to July of 29 of 2023.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
That last message. All right. Now, I'm not going to bore the jury with all the exhibits. Like I said, they'll have an opportunity to look back at them and we may touch on them later on. But what I'd like to do is, in your investigation, you weren't at the crime scene, were you?
I was.
Okay, and then was it you that takes inventory of what to grab, or does someone tell you?
That time someone told me.
Okay, that time meaning when you were out there or when they came to your office and said, hey, go through all of these?
Meaning since that time, we've gone to scenes to collect devices ourselves.
Okay.
And have input on what gets collected.
So when you show up to the scene, do you have an idea of what's going on, or do they just say some devices need to be looked at or collected and you're going to take them back and look at them?
So in this particular instance, I was called just to go and do a router interrogation. So I had no input or had no idea what other devices were there.
Were you given any details of the incident before arriving?
Yes.
On the router, that was a Cox panoramic router, correct? Sound about right?
Yes.
During that interrogation, you took photos of the device and you collected the router logs that were stored.
Yes.
And you took photos of that?
I don't recall if I took photos of the logs or if I just collected the logs themselves. But I took photos of the router.
You didn't, okay. And the evidence law or the logs, were those given to Detective Ozawa, or do you make the determination on what's important and give it to Detective Ozawa?
I don't recall if they were given to Detective Ozawa. Normally I would, yes, but I don't recall in this case if they were.
And if I told you, let me see here. In your report, in the 18-page report authored by Detective Ozawa, let's see here. I'll give you a page number here in a second. Court's indulgence. It's not a number. I know you were kind I think it's just this word. So it says that you collected the data logs for Detective Ozawa, and that's what you did, correct?
Yes.
And did you discuss that with him or the findings of those?
I don't recall for sure. I probably did.
I don't want you to guess, but you don't remember having any significant conversation with him.
I don't.
Fair to say that the router didn't have much on it for you to go back and tell Detective Ozawa.
That's correct.
Now, when we get into all the devices, there's 11 devices plus the router, so there's 12.
Yes.
I want to clear up a few things. You talked about the UFDR is the complete file or, download of a phone.
Yes.
Now, the UFDR, is that something that when you extract the phone, you get that and that's the whole thing? Or is that something you are focused in on?
No, the UFDR is like a full report of all the data from the phone.
Is a UFDR different from a UD or UFD?
I'm not sure.
The UFDR it's a reader, right? Like you put in it all and it spits out what you are kind of looking for, right? So if it's a certain phone, certain things, it's marked for you, correct?
What do you mean by marked?
When you put it in, when you extract the phone and then you put it into the Celebrite, and then do you click on what you want, or is it just a whole thing and then you decide what to do?
There are different settings in the Celebrite software, but where you can, after it's processed everything in Physical Analyzer, you can create a UFDR report. You can change that by time frame if you want, or include just specific things.
And then was your UFDR, was it one that you had changed the settings on, or was it a full one?
It was a full one.
Okay. Now, when you go through your findings on these phones, you give it to Detective Ozawa to review.
Yes.
Is there any other follow-up on the phone? Or let me go back. You go through the phones, you tell Detective Ozawa, and that's it, right?
Normally, yes.
If in a complete investigation, wouldn't a detective like Detective Ozawa want to go further deep in it, or does he just trust what you have to say?
No, so typically we'll create that report of the entire data from the phone.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give that to the investigator, and the investigator will go through and look for the evidence that they need.
Do you know if Detective Ozawa went through this?
I don't know.
Court's indulgence. In your report to Detective Ozawa, it states what you did, but I'm kind of hitting on this is that it's his job to follow up. And if there's anything more that he wants, he's got to, it's up to him, correct?
Yes.
Any more artifacts, meaning the things that potentially could be left out of a report, or if there's anything that he, goes through?
Yes.
And did he ever do that with any of the devices?
I don't know.
Do you remember going through the HP laptop?
Yes.
Anything of any evidentiary value on there?
No.
And so Detective Ozawa, when he went through his investigation, as far as you know, he just used your report to come to his conclusions or direct his investigation, correct?
Yes.
He never came back and asked for any kind of follow-up or anything more that he needed from you.
I don't remember. I know that we, to prepare for trial, I started assisting in going through the devices, and so, but I don't recall if back initially, if there was any, collaboration between him and I.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. Pass it on.
Croutons. Hello, honey. How you doing, babe? What's been new? I've been working on my graduation cap. This is going to be in the four corners, and then the rest is going to go blue, and then I'll have a little gold. Nothing too fancy. We've done multiple trials today.
Sir, does the system collect deleted messages?
It can, yes.
Would examination of the home router show activity for the Nintendo Switch or the Xbox?
Most of the activity that on this router in specifically and on most routers is it just shows connected devices. The other logs are like system logs and that don't really give us much information.
You have no questions? Captain, any questions?
Give me some liquid IV. How are y'all doing? I have to have this hat totally finished by tomorrow. Supposed to go get my pictures done this weekend, which means I got to have it done by tomorrow. So it ain't going to be fancy. Let me make it fancy.
Seeing no response, so you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Can counsel approach?
Watermelon's not my favorite, but I'm almost out of liquid IV. Now we got more sounds. Let's see what she's got.
Detective, with regard to the router at home, you said it logs connected devices.
Yes.
If I have a router at my home, my line connects to it, it's going to show connected consistently, correct?
Yes.
If my device is at home.
Yes.
So there's not really much information you can glean from the router.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Herbert, based on the jury question?
Yes, just briefly. Do you remember where the router was that you interrogated? What address it was?
I don't remember it was on Paladura.
Did you conduct a router search at Porcupine?
I never went to that residence.
No further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
No, thank you.
Do ladies and gentlemen, do you have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no further, sir, you are excused this time. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Can I take?
Yes.
Your Honor, just real quick, may I admit this?
Yes, Mr. Giordano, you can go ahead and go outside. Yes, that's it.
I don't know what that is.
Wow.
Oh no!
Cute. They're cute. Need to make my own.
Okay, we're just gonna take like a quick minute, but we're not take another recess. I know you guys are looking at the up and down. Sir, can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Sure. My full name is Nicholas Anthony Eason. First name Nicholas, Anthony Anthony. Last name Eason, Eason.
Who do you work for, sir?
I work for Clark County Family Services.
What is your position there?
I'm a family services supervisor.
Turning your attention to October 16th of 2022, did you come into contact with a family, that being Devin Michaels and Jonathan Willette's family?
Yes.
And you became the primary on that case, correct?
Yes.
You made contact with Devin Michaels during that case, correct?
Yes.
You met with the two daughters of those two individuals, correct?
Yes.
You met with Jonathan Willette multiple times, correct?
Yes.
And he was a pleasant person, correct?
Yes.
He was very polite.
Yes.
He seemed very appreciative of your work.
Yes.
Seemed very organic, your conversations with him.
Yes.
Not hateful toward Devin in any way.
No.
And there were just relationship things between them that just didn't work, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
Now, as far as meeting with Devin Michaels, what were briefly your observations of her when you met with her?
So when I met with Devin, she presented as what I would describe as bizarre. Her affect and presentation to questions were inappropriate given the nature of the questions.
She shared with you that she had been married to Jonathan in 2012, correct?
Yes.
That they were married for 6 years.
Yes.
And that they had broken up 4 days after having Tamaya, one of their daughters.
Yes.
And that the two of them had an agreement to have another child, even though they weren't together, correct?
Yes.
And her and Jonathan, she explained they were not a real married couple, correct?
Yes.
For the record, you are using air quotes.
That is correct, Your Honor. Lived in different rooms.
Yes.
And they were ultimately separated in 2018, that being Jonathan and Devin, correct?
Yes.
And this is everything she told you.
Yes.
And I think you briefly mentioned this, but she presented with an affect that was not consistent with the situation, correct?
Yes.
And there was a contentious custody agreement between Devin Michaels and Jonathan Willette, correct?
Yes.
On October 25th of 2022, Devin expressed that she was at the office to quote, and this is her own words, do whatever she needed to get her girls back home, end quote.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And at that point, she showed desperation. Is that right?
Yes, I would agree.
The girls were then in Dad's physical custody, and the girls were released to him specifically on October 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you work with an individual, or at that time, an individual by the name of Yolanda Lizardo,
Yes.
and you are aware that she met, Ms. Lizardo met with the family on October 27th as well as October 28th of 2022.
Yes.
And your involvement with the case concluded on December 18th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, just I have a couple of very narrow questions for you.
Yes.
There'd been a question concerning a contentious custody issue, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was specifically in October of 2022, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
So you were not involved following that concerning a reunification of the parties, were you?
I was not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up, Dick?
No, Your Honor.
Do the ladies of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, you may call your witness.
State's next witness is Yolanda Lizardo.
I'm tired, y'all. We got another case to watch tonight. We got a whole nother trial to do tonight. Is doing, have you had the eyelids that twitch?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yolanda Lizardo, Yolanda, last name Lizardo.
Ma'am, were you employed with the Department of Family Services back in 2022?
Yes,
At some point, did you become involved in a custody matter involving Tamaya and Janaea?
yes,
And those were two minor girls.
yes,
And the natural mother was Devin Michaels.
yes,
The natural father was Jonathan Willett, correct?
yes,
On October 27th of 2022, physical custody of the girls was given to the natural father, Jonathan Willett, correct?
yes,
And there is something called a parent placement verification letter that was given out. Is that right?
yes,
At this time, I believe between stipulation of the parties, the state is now moving to admit states 14.
States 14 will be minute.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Showing you, once I zoom out. States 14 there, is that parent placement verification letter we just spoke about?
yes,
And the two minor children's names are there, Tamaya Baker and Janaea Willett, correct?
yes,
With, I assume, their birthdays, correct?
yes,
And then down below is your signature there.
yes,
And it states that they have been reunified with their natural father, Jonathan Willett, on October 27th, 2022.
yes,
Correct.
yes,
And that he resided at 2698 Paladura Drive in Henderson, Nevada, 89074.
correct.
And that's your signature at the bottom.
Yes, it is.
And you dated this October 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes,
Now, this was a contentious agreement between the mother and the father, correct?
yes,
The mother, Devin, was not happy about it. Is that correct?
yes,
The father, Jonathan, was happy about getting the girls, correct?
yes,
Devier was not involved in the custody agreement, correct?
yes,
And you yourself met with dad, Jonathan Willett, multiple times.
yes,
You were actually the individual that gave the two minor girls to the father, Jonathan, correct?
yes,
And you conducted follow-up at the father's home with the girls.
yes,
The girls appeared happy with dad during those follow-ups.
yes,
They were well taken care of.
yes,
All their needs were met.
yes,
Once they were placed with their father, Jonathan, you had no further involvement. Is that correct?
yes,
Pass the witness.
Cross.
Your involvement was just primarily limited to October of 2022, correct?
yes,
Nothing following that?
no,
No further questions?
Any follow-up, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Do the ladies on the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response,
Hi.
maybe you are excused. Thank you very
Thank
much. for your
you.
testimony here today.
He's like, I'm out.
State, you may call your next witness.
State's next witness is Elizabeth Lemons Woods.
upon the mainstaying the person that's going to.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Again, please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Elizabeth Lemons Woods. Elizabeth is Eliz, Abeth. Lemons, Lemons, and Woods, Woods.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
With the Department of Family Services?
And you were employed in that capacity in 2023 as well, correct?
Yes.
Turning your attention then to August of 2023, did you become involved in a custody matter involving the two minor girls, Tamaya and Janaea, correct?
Yes.
And the natural mother was Devin Michaels, correct?
Yes.
The natural father was Jonathan Willett, correct?
Yes.
You received information that the primary custody holder of the girls, the two daughters, was the father who was deceased, correct?
Yes.
And the mother had been arrested, correct?
Yes.
You were tasked with finding out where the two girls were and where they would be placed, correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to August 16th, 2023, you went to the mother's home, Devin Michaels, at Porcupine Rim address and removed the girls, correct?
Yes.
Then the next day on August 17th, 2023, you actually met with the mother, Devin, who was at the Henderson Detention Center, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of that conversation with Devin was to notify Devin that the girls had been removed, correct?
Yes.
You weren't expecting to really have a conversation beyond that, correct?
No, I wasn't.
But you had a conversation about the homicide, correct?
Yes.
Devin told you during the conversation that she had to do it, correct?
Yes.
And she explained that she was married to Devier when he came back from California in 2021, correct?
Yes.
She explained that their relationship didn't work out and they were just really good friends, correct?
Yes.
Devin then said that Jonathan had wanted to move back in, right?
Yes.
He wanted something more, but she did not, correct?
Yes.
Devin explained that she had agreed with Jonathan to move his belongings, correct?
Yes.
She explained her relationship with Jonathan was transactional, correct?
Yes.
And then elaborated that she would have sex with him and he would pay bills, correct?
Yes.
Devin went on to explain to you that she was rubbing Jonathan's back and then cut herself off in the conversation, correct?
That's correct.
So the conversation stopped.
Yes.
But then, okay. I want to touch on just briefly, what were her emotions like throughout the discussion that you had with her? Was she having physical emotion? Did it seem forced? Anything of that nature?
From what I can recall, not much emotion at all.
She didn't cry at all?
I think she initially tried to, but I don't remember her actually crying.
But she initially tried to?
Yes.
Pass the witness. Charles?
You didn't know Devin Michaels, did you?
No.
Never met with her before, correct?
No.
You meet her and she's been arrested, correct?
Yes.
People react to traumatic circumstances in different ways, don't they?
That's fair to say, yes.
Y'all don't forget the little heart next to the comment where it has a heart, smiley face, celebration, and the 100%. Y'all throw those up. Those are actions, and it helps the algorithm. Thank you.
Here, approach, just briefly.
We're going to go to the loud shh. I beat it. I washed my hair last night and it was still wet. I mean, wet. Let's see if it's wet still. Yep. I'm going to have to let it down, y'all. It's wet and I don't want mildewy smelling hair. Everything sticks to my hair. My hair's like cotton candy. Oh. Oh. See, it's still wet. And it's been about 16 hours. And it's still wet. See? My hair holds on to water. I'm usually thick-headed, but right at the moment I'm not. Why? Yes, we do, boo. We have the Ian or Ian trial tonight. I have it set at, and I lose so much hair. I'm not kidding. My hair is everywhere. Seems like the longer your hair, the more you notice when you lose hair. Don't know. Because there's more of it. Really? I don't know. I see other people with long hair and I'm like, God, their hair is gorgeous. Mine isn't. Not like everybody else's hair. You go to a powwow and you want to see gorgeous hair? My hair is crappy compared to my native sisters. I don't know what they do to their hair. Everybody's is nice and silky looking and soft, and mine looks dry and brittly no matter what I do. And if I put a conditioner in it, it just looks greasy. Really? I've never done extensions. And that's how much hair came off of me from that one brushing. And that's a tight ball. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, they used to save all that. And then they'd make a fake little poof and put it on their head and bring their hair over it. I'd have several of them by now. I'd have me a dozen of them. I lose so much hair, it's not even funny, y'all. Not funny at all. I will. I have some. I have some rose water. I haven't tried it, but it's now, if I was to put my hair in those foam curlers, right now would be the perfect time to put it in because it's just wet enough, but it will take another 12, 13 hours to dry. Go figure. Why did it stop? Uh-oh, interview.
Yeah, so we're going to take your handcuffs off and then we're going to move it on. Okay.
This side is much thicker than that side.
Just, yeah, just step forward a little bit. Let's see, I know you want to enter your name on board or something. Yeah. Yeah, one more. Good. Yeah, I see. Thanks. Hey, let's switch forward a little bit. Alright. Remember the other day? Was it your search on the take a minute, some person back and we'll talk, okay? Any water or anything? Okay. Do you know what's going on, or do you understand what's going on? But you understand the severity and what's actually occurring.
Because I said I didn't murder Sean. I didn't say that.
Yeah, we'll just. It is August 15, 2023. It is 6:14. We got on before, obviously, you don't want to Christopher. Earlier today, you were advised what your rights are. I'm just going to advise you again, just so you fully understand that. All right. You do have the right to remain silent. If you give up that right, anything you say can will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to speak to an attorney before answering any questions and have the attorney present while you answer any questions. If you cannot afford an attorney will be provided at no cost to you. If you decide to answer any questions now, you may stop at any time and ask to speak with an attorney before questioning continues. If you decide to stop answering questions once you have begun, all questioning will stop. You understand that? Okay. So, there's been, you've given a handful of different statements and a handful of different stories along the way, and that's just what we're trying to clear up some. Okay? You understand that? So, do you want to start from on the 6th? You were hanging out with John and doing some shopping? Yes? Yes. Okay. Describe that day to me, the cliff note version.
Simple day.
Okay.
Shopping, got girls and supplies. Clothes, shoes. That's it. It was a very easy, pleasant day for the most part.
Okay. And then at night, John was moving in with you?
Sean was moving the girls' stuff to my house. It wasn't until he had actually moved everything over, so I realized he was moving some of his things over.
Okay.
I'm gonna pause there, 7 minutes, 18 seconds. And Your Honor, if I may inquire with the jury, if everyone can hear all the voices?
Can you guys hear the voice?
Okay. Detective, you had just asked about John and the moving situation, and is it true that the subject said that she had just learned that he was actually moving in, essentially?
Correct.
And you can see 3 people in the room. You are on the right.
Yes.
On the left is Detective Richard Christopher.
Correct.
In the center is whom?
Devin Michaels.
And do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe an article of clothing she's wearing today?
Black and white shirt.
Would the record reflect identification, Judge?
The record shows that.
Thank you. I will resume.
Had been telling me he was gonna move, but that had been months of going back and forth that he hadn't actually moved in things, so I didn't put any stock into it. So when he moved some of his things over, that's when I realized he was actually moving moving his things. Yes, I remember talking to Jim about it. Yes, I remember talking to other people about it. But until that moment, it really wasn't something that was going to take place. Because at one point, a few times, he said he wasn't going to move. And it had happened more than one time, so I just took it as it was.
Okay. So you said earlier that you're shopping. You invited him over to drop off the last load of the night?
Yes.
Okay.
He assisted in taking his truck.
Okay. And you rode with him?
We rode with him all.
Okay.
He wanted to take his truck because the trailer has his information on it. He said it's free advertising.
Okay, was the trailer loaded as well, or just the truck?
And at that time, the trailer was loaded later on that evening by John and John alone.
Okay, and did that make its way over to your house?
Yes. And that's when I found out what he had actually loaded up. It was supposed to have been the girls' things, a long bed, dressers, and clothes. And it turned out to be a lot more than that.
Okay. How do you feel?
Jimmy buildings were right. There was more tools and Jimmy D's than anything. So it really wasn't too much to feel bad about. It was just a bunch of extra crap I had to.
Were you shocked or surprised that he was actually moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it somewhat confrontational or anything like that? Because now he's moving stuff that you didn't expect?
Yeah, because like I said, it's tools, DVDs, and she brought his guns over.
Okay.
That was for the most part.
Okay. So after getting those, what happens?
We went back to his house.
The both of you? Okay. About what time was that? About 9? Okay, and then now you're going back to his house? Are the girls with you or are they at home? Okay. And what happens then?
We went to the gas station, had a couple of drinks, some chips and stuff, I think. Went back, John cooked, ate, took a shower. I let her have some more of the girls' small items
In what?
that I have in the car.
You were that Nissan SUV? Okay.
And I was saying, he ate, smoked, drank some more. So the vehicle. And it was bad that I left. I said I did leave for a while there, but you don't remember all of that. I don't really care that much there. I'm going to the pharmacy.
After you left? Okay.
I'm going home, showering, going to bed.
Okay. So he wanted some sort of sexual encounter with you?
That wasn't going to happen. I hit him. He was not dead.
Okay.
That's when we go came down. I spoke with her. Like I said, afterwards I left.
Okay. Have you recently had a sexual intimate relationship with him?
Recently,
Well, within the past like month, obviously he's moving back in, you were speaking. Have
he's
you?
asking for sexual favors, yes, but no, we have not had intercourse, no.
Okay. Well, because part of the reason we've been told otherwise by other people that he was telling other people that we do that. That's why we're trying to clarify some of the stuff.
No, we have not had intercourse.
Okay, have you done other things like cunnilingus, any type of foreplay or anything like that?
The most he's had was a hand job.
you two moving in together, was there a expectation that you were gonna be in a relationship together? Or?
Certainly expected, but he's hard work and I'm not able to do anything. I was not trying to have sex with him.
Okay, so he's asking for sex, you say no,
As usual.
okay, and then from there, what happens?
I gave him a back massage on his back.
I mean, it's obviously you're quite a bit smaller than he is, how do you pop his back?
He was laying on the ground and pushed again, 4 times, brace out, it's supposed to hop.
Okay, so you're straddling his lower back area, something like that, or standing up, something? Okay, and you're just pushing his back, he was out, okay. And where was that, in the bedroom or the? I'm sorry,
On the floor of his room.
before his room? Okay, and then from there, what happens?
He went to go smoke again. He came back in and was laying on his bed, and he had me rubbing his back. That's when I was rubbing his back. And that's when the yoga was coming down the stairs.
So you're rubbing, are you using anything, like?
How is he positioned on the bed when you're rubbing down?
He's laying down on the bed.
But how, like, is he up next to the headboard? Is he laying long ways? Is he laying opposite of the headboard?
He's laying more towards the bottom of the bed.
Okay, so let's have you on the bed and show us, you see a picture, how he's laying on the bed.
So that,
Where's the head of the?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna for you, I'm just gonna say, that's the bed and this is the headboard, okay? So obviously, for headboard purposes, these would be pillows, this is where somebody would lay their head. So you draw a line across. When the words are your mouth, so I want you to correct me if I say something that's wrong. He's laying across the bed, is that right? Okay. Now, which side would be his head? This side, so closest to the edge of the bed, or lower left, by laying on it, the right side.
There's like a wall and like a makeshift closet on the side, right?
So I'm just gonna circle for it. Is that right? So he was laying this way. Where exactly were you while you were getting in the back?
this side.
So you were on the bed, between the headboard and the end. So I'm gonna draw the X for you. Does that sound about fair? Were you on top of him, kind of sitting on his butt, or?
Pausing at 16:01. Can I approach? When you state 12, sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
What does that appear to be?
The hand-drawn photo that was just depicted right there.
I move for admission of that.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
That would be opinion.
So Detective, we just witnessed this, but I just want to clarify, as Detective Christopher was assisting, obviously Ms. Michaels was in handcuffs up front. He was kind of helping her.
Correct.
And asking for her instruction on where everything went, right?
Yes.
And this up here being the headboard where the pillows are,
Correct.
what does the X represent?
Where she was sitting?
And then this at the bottom represents where John was, correct?
Correct. With the circle being his head.
With the circle being his head. Now, there is a folder sitting on the table as you're interviewing her, correct?
Yes.
That folder was closed.
Yes.
That contained a couple of the photos of John dead, missing his head in the bed.
Correct.
Those were not shown to her prior to this drawing, correct?
No, they were not.
They're shown later. We'll see that. And that
Yes.
will be the first time she will have seen those.
Correct.
resuming?
Back running or we on the side?
Any lotions or oils or anything like that? Okay, I mean, just for this instance, did you introduce lotions or oils or anything like that later on? Okay, so just, when we talk about this incident here, not the past or anything else like that, okay? So this is going on, now what happens?
He was rubbing on me, and like I said, locals coming down the stairs.
So in the house, there's stairs to go to the second floor, and then there's like the, we'll say kitchen bang. Okay, so not stairs into the, we'll call it makeshift John's bedroom, not those couple little stairs there, but stairs from upstairs down. Okay. And how do you know this? You hear when somebody walks up and down the stairs? Okay.
How do you know it's her, not the stepfather?
I did, it's just usually when I've been there before, so she calls, so I just.
Okay, and just to clarify, what is the noise you hear?
Listen.
Listens. Okay.
Have you ever lived in this house?
No, but I've heard
Okay. So John and Andrea have been together for 5-6 years or so. Have you been at this house during that time, before or after? Okay, so it's, how long has John lived at this house? I know his parents have been there a long time.
off and on for years.
Okay,
And I don't think it's living there. We separated and moved out.
okay, all right. So you're giving a massage, he's face down. You said he's rubbing on you? Okay, how is he doing that, like? Was it?
Is he saying anything to you?
No, just he was saying it looks good and he's happy.
Are you replying to any of that? Are you saying anything to him?
No, I'm just covering his back.
Okay.
I felt so much.
Does he, what is he wearing at that time?
Yeah, his boxer shorts on at that time.
What color were his boxer shorts?
Either black or
Dark color. Okay, so nothing else, but just boxers. Okay.
What's on the bed? Comforters or anything like that, you know? Like this, do you know what the blankets look like? White blankets? Okay. Is his head resting on the bed, or is it off the bed? It's on the bed, okay. So it's, obviously if he's talking and stuff like that, his face is in the bed, it's gotta be flipped one way or another. Okay. He's rubbing on you, or is this making you upset or uncomfortable or something?
Yeah, visually to bother me.
Okay.
What bothers you about it?
That he's still pursuing sex, you know, like, he just isn't gonna turn away or anything like that, so trying to do something.
Well, but you're still giving him that look, correct?
Because I know he has some girls, and I don't can keep him from me to a point. Yeah, he can keep him away from me, but she has been before,
You love your girls, don't you?
very much so.
With all your heart?
Yes,
I didn't say that. I'm just asking that you love them with all your heart, but that's not me to do for.
sorry.
Is that why you asked him to move back in to have, is it currently, or we'll say at this time, he had full custody?
No, we both had temporary joint custody. He filed to get sole custody and he never showed up, so his motion was denied.
I thought CPS revoked or took your parental rights away for them? Okay, that's what we're referring to.
And that case was closed, and we had temporary joint custody. And he was supposed to file custody, and he never showed up.
When was that?
That was in April.
Okay,
So his motion was denied.
okay,
That's where it left it. Trumbull had temporary joint custody. He had physical custody of the girls.
okay, so you had legal custody, legal joint. He had physical custody. What was his visitation like?
Based on CPS, I was supposed to see the girls for supervised visits or therapy sessions only. And he never enrolled them. I enrolled them, and that was it. And he said he didn't want to go to the courts anymore. We were going to be a more happy family. And we were actually we were not perfect, but we were getting along.
You kind of smirked a little bit while you were telling that story. What kind of brought that emotion up?
Because when it was all said and done, when he needed something, I was helping him. No matter how much he did something, I was helping him. And everything said, thank you for helping me, thank you for helping me. And it's like, I was literally trying my best to put it back together in my family.
Go back to your family or get your girls back?
Because my girls wanted everybody in their mom. It was like,
Your girls,
yes,
Not what you wanted. Understandable.
so you said the CPS case was closed down
yes, sir, back in February.
after February?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just having a hard time with what it is. So you didn't want to be with John, but you wanted the family back so you can get your girls back.
I didn't want to be in a physical sexual relationship with John. Me hanging out with John was fine. We got along well enough for that. Like, we went on picnics together, we did all of the shopping together, we watched movies together. We got along just fine for that.
Okay. But you mentioned that he could keep your kids from you. How would he do that?
Because he had the physical custody of them. That's all. I had legal joint, but he had the physical custody. So like on Father's Day, he got mad at everyone and said, "F this, go pack up the girls' stuff, bring them back."
So say he had the upper hand,
So he's saying yes,
right?
that's what
He basically called the shots.
sometimes yes.
How did he feel when it came to your daughters?
And when you go back, okay, don't.
Is that dinging on their end, or is someone trying to get a hold of me? I keep feeling a bell or a ding or something in my hearing aids. Is someone trying to get a hold of me? No? Okay, maybe it's on there.
So make sure that no problem.
I just didn't argue with him.
Because you want to make it worse.
It wasn't a worse situation, I just didn't argue with him.
Well, you just didn't want him to keep your kids from you. Okay?
He wasn't keeping them from me, but he always kept trying to threaten that, like,
So that was always an option you had.
he would threaten me, yeah, but it seemed like he wanted me to keep the girls because it made it easier for him to work. 'Cause I had so he could work.
Okay, so you discussed with, we'll call him Deb, because of your current husband, he was moving out, or what was the?
He when we first talked about it, we made it clear that we were not going to be the same defender of the child.
Okay.
Because nothing came to be, it wasn't really a conversation we had more than once. Like I said, John didn't actually take any actions towards it. So, yeah, if John was going to move in, if your gentleman said he would move out. And I moved in, so it wasn't our conversation. I am not trying to make myself out to be anything other than what I am. Yes, I hate John.
Let's talk about that. He's laying here, got a massage, he's rubbing on you. You said at some point you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, I was starting to get on my nerves because he kept grabbing on me. I've already said no, stop touching me.
Okay. Then what happens?
I hit him, he stopped touching me.
What did you do?
Some staff thing that was on the fireplace.
Okay, so the fireplace is in the same room?
Yes.
So he's laying on the bed, you get off the bed, walk over to the fireplace. What do you grab?
This staff.
The lamp, sorry.
I don't know what it's called. It's pretty-
Describe it.
It looks like a candle.
A candle holder?
I don't know, it was square. It was, I can't remember the shape. I don't know how to describe it.
Okay, so,
So is it, and how long is it? Are we talking short? Shorter than that?
A little bit, of this one. I think I said this.
a little bit of your chair.
Yeah, I think I
Okay,
said
I'll say. Okay, so about,
yes.
and same thickness throughout the length, is that correct?
I would just have like a square, like a top and square.
Okay, so is the candle or something that you can probably around the candle system? Is that,
Something, that's what it looked like.
okay, and what color was it?
Wooden color.
Like black, or was it like a dark brown, or black? Yeah, coating on it?
So is As the Curl Turns a hairdresser? I take it? Are you a hairdresser, beloved? If you are, can you comment on the comments below?
I said for your black color.
Okay, and just out of the middle of the massage, you get up and you walk over to the fireplace. Does he say anything? So there's the bed, did you say, hey, I'll be right back, don't move? You just got up and walked over.
I got up and I walked up.
Okay, and what happened after that? Where were you standing when you did it?
I was sitting in the bed.
In the same position? So you got back in the same position, just for clarification purposes, back where you originally gave it the back massage, between the headboard, correct? Which direction was the head facing? So facing away from you. Okay. Where exactly is she thinking? Okay, so if he's facing away from you, I don't know words you know, so if I say anything that's incorrect, please stop me, correct? Okay? So he's facing away from you, you say he hit him in the head. So if I'm facing away from you, did you hit him on the ear, or the top, or on the front, or the back? Okay. Well, you can't guess, you were there. Right?
I'm just not positive for actually struck it somewhere.
Okay, so that's fair enough, so there's no last number, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there light on by indication, so is there any ambient light whatsoever coming into the room, or is it just pitch dark?
It's dark.
It's dark, okay. So how do you know what you grab when you walk over to the fireplace?
I'm just going by what I remember.
Okay, what was that? So you've been somewhere around a year or something like that, you do believe, correct? That's safe to say. How many times did you hit him? Okay, how hard did you hit him? Okay, so
As hard as you could, like you use all your hands,
one hand, two hands, right hand, left hand. Your right hand, okay? Did you say anything before you hit him?
Stop.
Stop. Why did you say stop?
He's kept touching me.
Okay.
what does he say?
He didn't say anything. He just had to stop moving. But he was still breathing.
Okay, so you hit him, he's still breathing, but he completely stops moving.
His hands stopped moving, yes.
Okay. Does he say anything else after that?
That's when I heard you open the door.
Okay. And what did he say? Or what did she say, or what did you say?
We were just talking about everything, and she was asking me about, can you have Sean give me some money for the insurance, and he hasn't paid this, and
Okay, did she want to go talk to him? So how did you get her to go back upstairs?
I didn't get her all that upstairs, she walked upstairs.
Okay, so why did she come downstairs?
She went to the kitchen, I didn't tell her to come downstairs, she came downstairs.
Why did you go and talk to her?
Because I heard her in the kitchen.
So you figured you see that walk in and just have a conversation with her?
I didn't know.
Okay, what happened after she went back upstairs?
I put myself in the car and I left.
You put what's up in the car?
My dad.
Okay, where'd you have with that?
The keys, my father's son.
You talking like a purse, or you had like a purse?
It's like a backpack, yes. Purse.
Okay, the line one. Okay. I've seen your house, things are decorated and stuff. I think if you walked over and grabbed a candlestick or something that resembles a candlestick, you understand what that is. Right? So what did you actually grab?
I don't know what it was, I said that's what it seems like, I don't know what you call it, because it wasn't in my house.
Okay, so what did you do with it?
It was on the bedroom on the floor. I don't know, I gotta have that.
Okay. You know, I know you got it, so let's try again. This shit's about to get real, okay? I'm gonna explain something to you. There's about 40 years of law enforcement experience in this room right now, and that doesn't include you. Does that make sense? Okay, don't play up what's going on, okay? Okay, well, I'm just being direct with you. Alright, we're talking about your father's kid, or the father's your children is no longer here. And you're the last person that was with him. You're the last person that used force on him. Does that make sense? So the shit's getting real. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, but the games are over. And you should look at that picture, because that's the last position you saw him in. And that's the position we saw him in when we was that house. Does that make sense? So cut the shit, and let's get down to the nitty-gritty, and start answering some questions for us. Don't tell us the same bullshit that you felt Detective was out. You have your rest of your life ahead of you right now. You have a big decision to make right now. A huge decision that can ultimately affect your two little girls. The whole time that we've been sitting here having this conversation with you, you had this defeated look. This can go one or two ways. When you write this report, we're going to say that it was non-reversible, not even emotional.
Sir,
You don't have to call me sir, all right? We're beyond that, all right? It's Rick Christopher, okay? My apologies, I assume that he introduced myself even though I wasn't in the room, all right? So as we move forward, my question to you before we even get into details is if there's no light in that room, you described something to me that you picked up. So there's only, that was one thing, when you left, you took it with you, or you hid it, you saw it in mind, so somehow they're being mind, and you saw an object, because we know it was not on the bed, and we know it was not on the floor. So that's the stuff that I'm talking about. Does that make sense? So where is it? Okay, so where is it? Where did you put it? Where did you put it?
Then you keep looking at this bed like it's you're reliving a situation right here. This happens right here. You hear Yogo coming down the stairs. You don't want her coming in here. You just hit him in the head with this candlestick that you so said. Right? That's not what I'm saying. This right here. You don't want her coming down here, you just hit him and knock him out. Because he's there.
Yes.
So you rush up to the kitchen? Yes?
Yeah, I would feel the doctor, yes.
Okay. And you say, oh, he's drunk, he's on sleep off, or whatever, not coming down there. And she goes upstairs. That's at 1 o'clock, right? You go back down there. You're there for an hour and 4 minutes. There's video and everything else from the neighborhood, everything around the room. We know exactly what time you left. We had tracks on your car going from the Alder address down to the address, all the way back to your house and everything else. So we know exactly what time you left, what time you got home. So you're there for an hour and 4 minutes. You didn't just get out of there. They talk about the cleaning supplies, the ammonia and stuff like that, that you said that you saw and you were like, oh yeah, I just saw it.
And it's less than shot.
Okay, who did that?
I don't know if you know about things less than shot. She did ask me. I didn't really know about that. And I just said that before.
Okay, so you saw the cleaning supplies.
Yes, there were some on the floor, by the bathroom, washing area, yes.
Okay, so John's right here. You hit him. He lays there. You go out. Now we have an hour where you just don't remember what you're at. What should you go back in there and do?
She's cleaning up the dishes and things.
Cleaning up the dishes in his room.
That's what I was doing when I gave her to go, yes.
No, after you open.
No, I was just cleaning.
What were you cleaning?
The dishes and everything.
Stop. What side is it?
Just clean.
What were you cleaning?
I was literally just cleaning up the area. When I left, when I hit him, he was breathing. I didn't.
I didn't know it was breathing.
You can tell the person was breathing.
Okay.
The chest goes up and down.
Okay, you said it was dark.
You can still know when someone's breathing.
In the dark.
It's not pitch dark, but yeah, it's not.
So you can't see an area on his head because it's so dark, but you can see his chest moving? You can't see what you grab off the shelf because it's so dark, and you walk over, and then you can see breathing?
Yeah, you can see some person breathing. Your eyes can adjust.
Oh, then your eyes should have adjusted before all of this, too.
I just don't know the exact spot.
Okay.
That's me, I said, I'm not.
So right hand or left hand you use?
Right, sir.
Right. Okay, well, I'm just trying to verify, so I don't say, oh, that's wrong.
I already said I feel horrible about it, but I didn't remember.
Why did you get it? To the place, pain on you?
She kept leaving me alone.
Okay, you got up and walked away, why did you get up and walk out? He left you on out there, right? Why did you say that?
Okay, you got up, walked over there, and walked back, and you never said anything to him, or you attempted to get out of bed, right?
It wasn't that
So you mean to tell us you hit it in the head right here where you're showing this, and he doesn't move from there?
Right, but I didn't take off because I wanted to be sure he was breathing.
Okay, so you came around for an hour and 4
Not an
minutes.
hour, I did not know I was there at all.
Okay, it doesn't matter if you know it or not, you were there. You were there for an hour and 4 minutes hanging around with somebody you just hit in the head to make sure that they're doing okay. Do you call an ambulance or anything? Do you go over physically touch him or check out or anything?
Yes, I did touch him.
Did he say anything?
No.
Why?
Because he was unconscious.
Did you ever hear ventilate?
To a breathing person.
Who was unconscious? From law enforcement to that. Don't look at my little stupid question, it's a valid question. Did you roll him from his back to his roundabout? How did you check on her?
I just felt him, I felt he was breathing.
Okay.
But when I saw him, he was breathing, so I was like, okay, he's all right.
Okay, so you're hanging out in this room for an hour? Or, no, you are. Unless you're running around, going back inside the house, I remember, but that's what you're doing? Okay, so describe to me what you're doing during this time, and don't say clean.
I don't know, I just kept moving around. I just kept moving.
Just kept moving around. Is it because you were a mechanic?
A little bit, yes.
Understand? That was on you. Hence, why are you a mechanic?
I was afraid that I actually just hurt him, and I didn't want to hurt him like that.
Okay, let me ask you this, were you a mechanic because you knew the person and he was in severe life-threatening injuries?
No, sir. No.
Jesus, I'm looking at my eyes, because I've been doing this too long to understand what went on. So, it's fine.
You didn't know him.
Okay, explain.
That, and then he would be the nicest person in the world,
Okay.
and then try to do everything he could to help.
Okay, so you have some resentment towards him.
Yes, but it wasn't for me, it was for my others.
There's gonna be some dislike towards that person. I understand that, that's reality, I get that. But for you not to go into details on exactly what happened, other than the fact that you gave him, it's not going to help you out. I'm telling you that.
I can't remember.
You have amnesia. Do you take medication for memory loss?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what type of medication do you take?
I don't know the names of it, but I do take medication for.
Who's your doctor that prescribes that?
History thing.
What history thing?
My medical history, but yes, I do take medication for seizures, headaches, memory loss, sights, all this stuff.
Okay, so is there a possibility that you could have not been in your right frame of mind while you were there that night? Because of all the medications you were on? Okay, so when people are on medications that kind of alter their thinking, sometimes they do things that they don't believe that they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So now reading you, sounds like that could be a possibility, that night in question.
I just don't remember. They're telling me things that happened, like I don't remember doing that, you're saying I was there that long?
We know you were there. I was trying to explain to you we had videos of answers you eating.
I remember talking to getting my stuff, leaving, going to the pharmacy and going home.
But Devin, what you don't understand is this, you know you're under arrest, okay? There is gonna be a police report and it's gonna have the interviews that we have with you. And I think anybody believes that he was laying here, you hit him in the head, you don't know what you do for an hour and 4 minutes, you leave, he's found in the exact same spot, dead. Then you're like, oh, I don't know.
No, but the hitting him didn't feel real, like I don't.
I understand, so you're not in the right frame of mind, maybe because your medications, that will make it feel like it's not real.
No, everything, like, all of this feels like a nightmare, like it's just like, I remember being with him and him us talking and everything like that, but the actual, it does not feel real. I don't feel I was there that long. I remember being there, yoga, pharmacy, home. I thought I was home at like 2 something. You guys are saying it was.
2:42.
Yeah, I promise you.
Okay, so what do you do that night? After you get home?
I got home, I got a shower, and went to bed.
No, you didn't. How long did you sleep for?
About 2 hours.
Because you get home at 2:42, you're texting John's phone saying, oh, I can't find this, or where's this? And then like, remember, you took your phone, you took his phone, so we did all these downloads. I've read text messages between you, Deb, everyone else, things like that.
About 2 hours.
Okay, it was, if you got home and showered and then went to bed, then be about 1 hour. Then you would have been able to sleep and wake up and start looking. Is that? So it doesn't look like you slept at all that night.
I said about 2 hours, so I'm not severely off, but you guys are telling me I'm there for a long time, and I know for a fact that's not what is.
Yes, that is exactly. You can say, I don't think I was there that long, and I don't remember.
I don't remember, and in my recollection, it was not like that. I remember talking to Yoko, giving her the keys, picking up his stuff, and walking out the door. I picked up one more thing and left. I do not remember any of this. They told me, they asked me, where's his pet? And until then, I didn't know anything about that. They're like, well, didn't Debbie ever tell you? No, Debbie didn't tell me anything about that. Well, did he leave that night? No, I don't remember Debbie ever leaving, but I don't remember anything. I just remember going home and everything. I don't remember driving to the pharmacy. I just remember being at the pharmacy.
Okay, they told you he was decapitated. He had his head cut off. Yes, and they said you did not even blink.
It doesn't sound believable. Who does that?
I don't know, you tell us. That's it, it's, this whole thing, whatever, everything you're saying does not make sense. I was here, I did this. Do you think anybody's gonna believe I hit her in the head and I left? I told you, when did you get it, when did he give you that wallet that you claimed it was given to you earlier?
He said he had to use Social Security cards.
And when was that?
Around the time he was leaving.
So at night,
Yes,
okay, he has one key to the truck.
I didn't know that.
Okay, so why would he give you the one key to his truck when he's supposed to be over there in 2 hours? And his wallet. Yeah, because he's supposed to come over with you in the morning to take the kids to the.
In the morning.
So how was he supposed to get to your house then?
I don't think I was supposed to take them. I know I was supposed to take the Social Security card, but the other time I don't think I was supposed to take.
Why were they in your underwear or wrapped up in little bags?
Because when he gave them to me, I didn't realize what I was taking, and I just put them away and said, keep them safe.
That's not normal.
You just said when he gave them to me, but I don't think I was supposed to take these.
No, I said in hindsight. I literally said in hindsight, I don't think I was supposed to take those. The Social Security card he gave me, the other cards he gave me, you can see that on the surveillance camera, he hands me the card. But those ones, I don't think I was supposed to take them out of the house. I think I was just supposed to put them up, and then in the morning, he's supposed to go and get them. That's what I said. In hindsight, I don't think I was supposed to.
Well, why did you wrap them in bags and put them hiding in your pressure cooker?
I wrapped them up. I don't think I was supposed to bring those with me.
You're not answering my question. Why were they wrapped up in plastic bags and put in your underwear?
I wrapped them up right then and there in front of them.
Why didn't you just put them on your dresser?
One tied, another tied, another tied. It wasn't like one of them tied. It was repeatedly wrapped over and over. This was a thoughtful process. Put it in there, tie it up, put it in another bag, tie it up.
Right, like
Okay, so I didn't realize what I had at the time, and he's saying keep on staying, so I'm wrapping everything up and I'm hiding it.
For what reason?
I don't know, he didn't say anything, he gave me this, he says keep it safe, it was a social security card.
The social security card was in your black
But
backpack.
I didn't even get a chance to put that away.
So you take that, put that in this not safe spot. The only thing that he asked you to keep safe, you keep in your backpack. But the stuff that you were not supposed to take, you wrapped up 8 separate times in a bag, in bags, and then did that.
No, you didn't understand.
No, I don't.
I got home, it was late. I showered, I went to bed. That was it. Then in the morning, I would have sorted through everything. I would have talked to John, and everything would have been figured out.
None of that makes sense. If you
None of it
said,
makes any sense to me at all.
okay, if you expect anybody else, the jury, a judge, or the general public, to believe anything what you're saying,
Because I don't understand any of it. You guys are asking me questions about it.
what does that look like to you? You don't know?
This is John?
That's the Mr. John was in when you guys saw him?
Yeah, but he had his boxers on.
But they have his boxers on.
I don't know, he had his boxers on. His boxers were black boxer briefs. He had boxer briefs on.
That's what I'm talking about, this shit's getting real. Keep looking at that. Take another look at this. This is reality we're talking about. Think long and hard about your decisions on how you go forward with explaining the bullshit that you're giving us right now. Nobody's gonna believe you.
I understand.
And tell us where the object is that you used to do this. Tell us where that.
Do this.
Who did?
I don't know.
Who did?
I don't know.
That's not good enough. You did that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Then prove it.
How do I prove that?
Because you were the last person to see him alive. And you were the last person with him. You did that. That's reality. Look at that picture. He's gone. This is the exact spot where you left him. What do you think people are going to see this, and what do you think they're going to think of you? Do you have anything to say? This has got to be eating you up. Holding this in has just got to be fucking eating you alive. You have to be going nuts. For the sake of your daughters, tell us where the weapon is at so we can recover it and there can be some closure for your 2 daughters when they grow up for the rest of their lives. You owe it to them. That is their father. You owe it to them. Stop. Don't even say it. Stop. It's not good enough. Tell me something that I can do research and know that you didn't do this. Give me some evidence that I can go follow up with so I can help you in front of a jury of 6 or 12. Look at the photo.
She is not grossed out enough for my comfort. It's like she's been desensitized. It's like, have you seen this before? Her reaction is not what I would expect to see someone that I used to love, the father of my child. I can tell you, as much as I'm not happy with my ex-husband and what he did to us, If I'm looking at his remains and he's decapitated, I'm going to go freaking hysterical. Just saying. Her reaction tells a lot.
Your children will never see him again, ever. And that's a choice that you decided for them.
That's the exact spot where you said he's at, right? You left him there, you hit him in the head, he's unconscious, not moving.
But there wasn't this much blood. When I left, he wasn't bleeding like that.
No, this is because it empties out after you cut his head off.
I didn't cut his head off.
Well, what you did?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Explain how this happened.
I don't know. I can't cut a person's head off.
But you hit him with a stick. Is there a chance that that could have been a knife of some sort? Why? How do you know it's dark? Doesn't make sense, does it? There is no doubt in my mind that you did that. You owe it to your girls to have a closure. We want to know where the object is that you used to do this. Where is the object? Tell us where the object is at right now so we can start working closure for your daughters.
I do not know. You were angry with me. I didn't. I don't know.
Do you expect anybody to believe that? Listen, just listen to that. Listen to exactly that, what you just said. I don't remember. I wasn't there that long. We can prove 100% you were there that long. You remember everything else. You remember going to the CVS, gave your daughter's prescription, getting home. Oh, I showered. I started looking for school supplies. I started doing all this. I remember everything except the hours and 4 minutes after I cracked him in the head. His cell phone is at his house. You leave, drive back to your house. His cell phone now gets back to your house and has blood on it. It was not left at your house. Conveniently.
No.
Yes, conveniently.
No.
There's no possible chance that you would forget hitting somebody, cutting their head off, going to dispose of this.
Doing that, hitting a person is one thing,
Yeah, it is.
but to do this is something completely different.
Believe me, I know. That's why you're sitting here. You sat here this whole time and made these faces and stuff like that, not shed a single tear.
I've been crying all damn day.
Really?
Yes, I have.
Okay, because they said, when they showed you and told you that he was decapitated, you didn't even believe.
They didn't show me he was decapitated, they told me.
We
And
did.
I don't know how to feel about this, this is disgusting. It is utterly disgusting, and you're telling me I did it. No, I didn't do this.
You did this. We're beyond that.
No.
Well, you can be in denial all you want. That's not gonna help you. You can deny all you want. But we've been doing this too long to explain to you. We're giving you an opportunity to save face for you and the rest of your family. We're giving you that opportunity. But for you to sit here and deny that you did that, we're beyond that. We are so beyond that, there is no doubt in our mind that we can prove this in a court of law with a jury. You did this. However, you have an opportunity to save faith and have closure for your daughters and tell us where the weapon is. And don't sit here and say, I don't know. Where's the last place that you put it? Don't say I don't know. Because just like Detective Lionel said, is you were very descriptive up to and very very restricted afterwards. However, there's that hour, or that window that you were with him, which you said you were in a panic. No shit, you were in a panic. I was in a panic too. You remember what you did. So tell us what you did. I know it's weighing on you. I can see it all over your face. You're gonna feel better once you get it off your chest. Nobody is here to pass judgment on you. Not a single person.
You heard us stop staring at that picture since we put it up.
Okay? And I know whoever you're praying to is telling you to do the right thing and tell us what we're asking. Tell us the answer to it. You're gonna feel better, I'm telling you right now. You're going to feel better. And you can start to have closure, and you can start moving on. Because that is the right thing to do. And you know it's the right thing to do. I know you know that. I know you're a good person.
There has to be a reason why this happened. And if you could explain that, it'd be a lot better off for you.
Don't look at me. I know you're a good person. And listen, look at me. I know we can't change this. I know we can't. Nobody can. But you can do the right thing and close it the right way. You truly can. I know you can. You are a good person. Do the right thing.
Is this how you want your girls to remember you? Or do you want to have a reason, an explanation on why it happened? So why? Why did it have to happen like this? What led up to this? What caused you to do this? Is something escalating in this room, or is this room past, or what? Why did this happen?
It's okay to cry. It's okay to show emotion. It's gonna be okay. It truly is. It's gonna be okay. Do the right thing. You're a good person. Do the right thing. We're gonna get through this together. We're not against you by no means. We're gonna get through this together, but you have to help us. You have to help us allow you to help you. You're a good person, Devin. I'm telling you, I know you are. You're not a monster. You're not a bad person. But you need to start doing the right thing right now. This is where you change things and make things right.
This had to have a reason. You guys, your girls remember you as this.
Let's take the reason out of it, okay, for right now. Okay? Where is the object? Just tell us where the object is. That's all we're asking. Right now, let's take small steps. Heaven, please. I'm begging you. I'm trying to help you. I'm sincerely trying to help you. Don't go down that road. It's not fair to you or your kids. No, I understand, but you're not allowing us to go through this together. You put up this wall, and you're in denial. This is reality, as I said before. This is not going away. But you have an opportunity right now to make things right for yourself, to start moving in a right direction You start to have an opportunity for closure for his parents, for your children. Understand what? Lord, this is simply amazing. In my 22-year career, this is amazing to hear you sit here and say that. Listen.
Maybe it's because I didn't get rid of it.
Are your fingerprints or DNA going to be on either one of those bottles? Why not?
Let me guess, you don't remember.
That one, I don't get any.
Where would you move these from?
It was in the hallway, right?
This is the hallway right here.
Right, but it's like laying in the hallway and laying.
That's what these are. They're laying in the hallway. Right there.
Like set it up. And it was completely full.
So these are tipped over, laying right where they're at. You walk over and set it up and then leave and not set that one?
Yeah, but that was like hours and earlier in the day.
What was hours earlier in the day?
Like, maybe 6, 7 in the evening, earlier in the day.
So these are sitting there all day long?
No.
Yes, these are there the next one. You just claimed that these are in the hallway in the way. They're in the same spot where you just said it.
Right, but it was not like that. Well, I'm not sure where it is exactly.
Okay. So, you got this same bottle over at your house? No, you don't? What is this? So you don't even know what it is, you're saying no? Soft throat? Soft throat?
Looks like it says, yes.
Yeah. So you said no. You don't have that at your house? Sit on top of your washing machine.
That is?
Yeah. Listen,
Wait,
that's belongs to you because it is, I don't know, it's no, listen, you can sit here and say, you think you're smarter than me.
no, I don't think I'm smarter than anybody, but I didn't do this.
Well,
It's only because I have the same cleaning.
No. The cell phone that you take, you have to take the cell phone from his house back to your house after he's dead, because it's split up. His wallet, his keys, things that you're not supposed to have wrapped up in a bag, 8 times, shoved in your underwear drawer. Number one, you're the last person to see him. You're the last person to physically assault him. Hit him in the head. He's in the exact same spot. You remember everything from him handing you debit cards and EBT cards and which specific gas station and this and that and going to CVS to get your car resist and the school and he's supposed to be here at 5 a.m. or whatever time to go do all this stuff with it, take him to school and this and that. Or did your girls go to school that day? Why not? Because your kids aren't registered for school? Because your kids aren't registered for school? Why does he have to register? No? No, both parents go to come back to register. They generally don't go to school to drop the kids off at school on the very first day of school to register them.
Yes, John was supposed to.
Okay, so all of this stuff. And then the only thing that you don't remember is the time that you were denied that you're at the house, where 100% you were there for an hour and 4 minutes. Running around the room that you can't explain. Okay, that's all here. Good luck with that, because that is not gonna fly. But I think we're done.
Absolutely. And your girls are definitely in the right thing because you can't even have the audacity to give them closure. Shame on you. That's terrible.
Get out of here, I'll kill you out of this!
voice and. Well, personally, I think that, you weren't expecting him to move into your house so soon, so you had to go over to the house. They killed him at his mom's house, so you wouldn't be the suspect. No. Yeah, but you were surprised he was actually about to.
Because it wasn't falling through. He just moved tools and DVDs and stuff. You guys weren't there.
You said he moved all of his stuff.
Tools and DVDs. I didn't say he moved all this stuff. I said he moved a whole bunch of crap.
You want to get somebody to transport and hang out? Let me see what's just right here. Okay. She understands it does not sound even feasible. No, just answer my question. You explained everything except an hour and 4 minutes, then after you hit it in the head, that you don't remember.
Yes, because I had nothing to do with it.
That's not answering the question.
Yes, I said yes.
So if that's not feasible to you, how would it be to a jury or the general
I
public?
didn't say it wasn't feasible to me. I didn't.
Oh, it's feasible, you remember everything except the hour and 4 minutes after you hit somebody in the head. That's what you're saying? You can,
I didn't shut off his head. So I can say it over and over again. And I would continue to say it. I didn't say that from the beginning.
what is, you have to have something for the hour and 4 minutes where he was murdered, that you were in the house. That's it, but that's the only time you don't remember.
I didn't know I was there that long.
It doesn't matter if you don't.
But that's what I'm saying, I don't remember being there that long, I didn't know I left.
Okay, so is it possible you did it, you don't remember?
Yes, sir, it is very possible.
Okay, how? Have you had moments in the past where you
Yes.
name stuff where
Yes.
it's happened?
Yes, there's things in my past where I cannot remember. And yes, I have talked to my doctor about it. Yes, they're trying to figure out what's going on with me. Yes.
Okay, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but what is wrong with you that you say that?
I don't know, they're testing me now. I think yesterday, for whatever reason, my brain tingled and I blacked out. And I literally have it on documentation from the doctor, and they were trying to figure out what's going on with me.
Okay, do you take Xanax or benzos or anything like that?
I have a whole bunch of pills,
Okay,
and I don't know what they are because they're about 20 different syllables, and I don't know, but I didn't do this. I know I,
ever been diagnosed with mental illness or?
no.
No?
They were just testing me for everything. I just did an MRI, an EEG. They were doing a whole bunch of other tests. But yes, the last thing that has happened to me, I remember my brain starts tingling, and then I would wake up. I don't remember doing any of this. I know I don't remember being there that day long. I remember getting my daughter's medication. I remember being home. I don't remember even hitting him like that. I know he was pissing me off, so I hit him, but it wasn't anything where he was dead, he was breathing, he definitely had his head on him. You guys were trying to say I did all this stuff. I did not.
You don't remember, is what you're saying. You don't remember doing any of this. Okay. So that's it. There's a possibility you did, but you don't remember because you were blacked out.
Sir, I'm not a stable person. You guys are telling me that I did all these things, and I'm like,
The next day when you woke up, or I don't think that you went to bed based on the activity and everything like that, because when we print out the phone thing, everything comes out, it's like minute by minute and everything else. Activity, it appears that you're pretty active the entire time. The next day, what did you do? Did you go to school first, or you went to the oncology? So you drove to the school?
Yes.
Did you go to the oncology appointment first, or to school first? Okay, and you got to the school?
Yes.
Who did you talk to at school?
Good. School staff, the grade school. And he said I can register, I had to turn in some paperwork.
Okay.
So I went to my apartment, asked the detective to call me. I went down there, talked to him. She tried to get paperwork, turned it in.
So we're working on all of this stuff, obviously it's whatever, but video surveillance from the school, video surveillance from the oncology place, all of this stuff, we have tons and tons. You told us like, hey, we stopped here at this gas station, so we spend the time, we go out there.
Detective, is that when your video storage ran out?
It was.
Yes, ma'am.
The rest of this will take us through the rest of the day. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research such as
No. Y'all. I'm ready to get on with the other trial. When? Okay, guys. Our colors are the blue and gold, so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. If I had more time, I'd get a lot more. I would do more with the design, but I don't have enough time. So, what are y'all thinking? Wake up, everybody. I can tell you my joints are starting to hurt. My back is killing me. But I'm going to keep on. I got to get it done. Is my daughter's going to do my pictures. All right, so what if we
you giving the car keys and about the party, which I believe was a few of the topics that were discussed at you at one of those interviews at your house. During a subsequent interview at your house, do you recall the police asking you about Allison's jewelry?
Yes, I was asked about Allison's jewelry on multiple occasions.
Okay. Do you recall being asked about Allison's wallet?
I do, multiple times.
Okay. And how about Allison's keys?
I was asked about Allison's keys as well, multiple times.
So I'm going to start with Allison's keys. Do you remember during the time that you dated Allison where she kept her house key?
On a keychain?
Okay. Was that on the same keychain that she kept other keys?
Yeah,
Was it on the same keychain that she kept her car key, if you know?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as exhibit number 8 for identification. If you could look at this and let me know when you're done, please. Alex, do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It is Allison's key set.
Okay. And does it look the same or similar to how it looked when you were dating her?
Yes, it does, from what I recall.
Okay. And is that the keychain that you said she kept her house key and her car key on?
It is.
At this time, the state moves for the admission of Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 8 into evidence.
I believe that you were asked about Allison's wallet. Do you recall what that looked like?
It was a monstrous wallet, red in color.
You also indicated that you were asked about Allison's jewelry a few times. Is that correct?
I was, yes.
Okay. Specifically, were you asked about some watches?
I was,
Okay.
yes.
And what information did you provide the police regarding your recollection of Allison's watches?
I've shared the details of what I recalled, or the fact that she owned several.
And back then, were you able to describe any of those watches in detail?
I'm fairly certain I did.
Do you happen to remember any details of those watches as you sit here today?
I could probably describe a few.
Tell us what you remember.
She had a pink watch, round face, round bezel. I got her the same exact one, but with blue face. She really, really liked it, and she wore it all the time. She had, I believe, a squared face diamond watch. I don't particularly recall by whom. And those are just one of the few that I recall, but I do recall specifically the pink face watch and the blue face as well, because there was one of from the same watchmaker.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you one other question here, because then we're at the end of the day. And then we will adjourn for the night. I'm sure the court's going to tell us. Do you recall during the time that you dated Allison where she kept her jewelry?
They were in a watch jewelry box of some sort. It was on her nightstand. On a nightstand.
Okay, they approached. All right, we had them approach, so we're waiting for them. We'll keep staying here.
And the nightstand, where would that have been located?
I don't recall if it was on left or right side of the bed. I'm thinking that it may have been on her side.
Okay, and when you say her side, are we talking about the master bedroom?
We are.
Okay. This is fine.
Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we're at that 4:30 mark. We're going to adjourn for the evening. As you may recall from your calendar, we are dark tomorrow morning, so I'll ask you to return tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Please remember that admin.
Okay, that one's done. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Let's see about this one, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. And Detective, you indicated you had the backup recorder going.
Correct.
I'm gonna just play the audio, hopefully around the same time where we just left off.
Oh God, no! Can we just forgo this one, guys, and go to the other trial, please? Someone do this for me. Why? This trial has got me. It's just been
Obviously, he's got some money issues and
okay, y'all. You have a choice. We can watch the Devin Michaels trial, and what I could do is we'll watch the other for a while. I'll end this live. Start the other live at 6:30, and then we're going to have to zoom through that one. I am not going to be up till 2 a.m. But oh God, this eye won't quit twitching. This trial is really wearing me thin. Let me know your thoughts. Tell me which trial you want to cover. In the meantime, we're back to this one.
really contributing a lot. It seems like he really contributed was with the EBT card.
I apologize, Detective. I'm gonna have to back up a couple minutes there.
School staff at this school. And he said I can register, I had to turn in some paperwork. So when I went to my apartment, that's when the detective called me. We were down there, talking to him. And she tried to bring me forward, turned it in.
So we're working on all of this stuff, obviously it's whatever, but videos, surveillance from the school, videos, surveillance from the oncology place, all of this stuff, we have tons and tons. He told us like, hey, we stopped here at this gas station, so we spend the time, we go out there, we get video surveillance from that place. We get video surveillance from any place that you said that you were at or could have been at, or any place that your phone or vehicle or anything like that puts you at. We have video surveillance from the entire neighborhood. Streets along the way, in and out, and everything else like that. Nothing says anybody else did it. And the difference is where we're at here is a lot of it looks like it's planned. There's cleaning supplies, there's this, it's the last, when the last time you're supposed to be at home, the cameras are taken down. It looks very plain and without. Or is it something that happens and hey, I got angry, he was touching me this, that, whatever, I hit him, went too far and ended up with this. That's the difference. And you just say, well, I don't remember. So you and Dad,
Detective, that was very soft there. You're asking about the cameras, and she says he took the cameras down, meaning John?
Yeah, he took the cameras out. He did all that.
Conversations that he had about any of this stuff. You seem to be a very emotionally dependent person based on the conversations between you two. Would you characterize yourself like that, or is that, you don't feel like that? Because everything's very, seems like there's an issue with the intimacy or something, and then I hate you about you're cheating on me, you're this, that, you won't have sex with me, and then like a day later, hey, grab you 2 beers and bait from the store. Okay, see you at home, when you coming home? I hate you, liar, liar, cheater, cheater. It's a very up and down. I think on the third you told me you wanted a divorce.
Yep.
Or it's just fed up, or? As I said, I don't know what your financial situation is, but I'm assuming he pays some money.
That's why it wasn't really a big thing for John, okay?
But John doesn't really have money to pay anything, right?
Yeah, he said he was gonna try to help.
I'm trying to, but obviously, like, you just had to help him out with some money with his mom, right? You and his mom didn't give him some money? Well, you told somebody, you and his mom helped him out pay the truck bill or something like that for, I think it was end of July.
Okay. Well, guess what?
Yes, but I did was I was going to rent out my home. Something small. I really wasn't so much of a financial burden on myself. I really wasn't so much of a financial burden on myself. Because I realized it doesn't matter who it was. It just needed to be a little bit easier, whether it was John or heavier.
Was the heavier thing to like try to get back at John, or how did that come about?
It started out as opinions and just out loud and down things, but
Did he have any sort of relationship with his dad towards the end? Did he ever go over to that house or anything like that? Well, did you have any psychiatrist or anything that you're under current care of? Or who was your doctor that is dealing with the lockouts?
I don't remember her name. Just kind of the doctor.
What do you need phone?
Is that first med? I don't remember her name.
She's at first med.
I just started talking to myself.
What was that?
2 months ago.
2 months ago?
Yes.
Like, did she have an appointment and stuff, or?
She's set up the neurology appointments and everything.
So was she like family care?
Yes. Just a EEG.
What was the EEG?
His way to.
Raising?
Yes.
Detective, well, I tried to stop it right at an hour, 20 minutes. Fair to say that there's about 3-4 minutes left, and it's just mainly medical stuff and nothing, no more real questioning related to what we've been discussing.
That's accurate.
Judge, I will pass the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Cross?
Yes, thank you. Detective, it was you and Detective, was it Christopher,
Correct.
that conducted this interview?
Yes.
Fair to say it was a fairly confrontational interview.
Fair to say yes.
I mean, you've got your partner in this interview saying you're not going to tell us the same bullshit that you told Ozawa, correct?
Correct.
You've been trained in interview techniques, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that the primary starting point in the police academies is the read technique.
I don't know about the police academy, but I've heard of it.
You've heard of it. Is
Correct.
there another named technique that you were taught through the course of your training as a detective and a police officer?
Open-ended questions. I believe the read technique's more of a structured course technique where you rely on rapport more in the beginning.
You would agree with me that when you sat down and you began your interview, you were convinced that she had committed the crime.
Correct.
Your partner was convinced that she had committed the crime.
Correct.
You would agree with me through this process and up until this time that we heard this interview, which started, was it at 6:54 p.m.?
Yes.
You and everyone else involved basically reached the conclusion that she was the guilty party, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree with me that you went in there not necessarily with a motive to find out information, but to get her to confess to the crime, correct?
We were trying to confront her on the evidence that we had that she was not admitting to.
I mean, there's relationships about her daughters, threats concerning her daughters, correct? You want to see your daughters, questions along those lines, correct?
No.
We listened to them. It was brought up, her daughters, correct?
Her daughters, but we never threatened that she wanted to see her daughters.
That she needs to cooperate, that she needs to give up information, correct? And it's clear in the video, the daughters, the theme of the daughters was employed to try and get her to confess to a crime, correct?
To admit to the evidence that we were confronting her on.
Beginning of the interview, she's sitting there, she's already been cuffed, correct?
Correct, she was under arrest.
You had said at the very beginning of you, I know it's been a long day, correct?
Yes.
You had made reference to her with a defeated look, correct?
I believe that was Detective Christopher, but yes, that was brought up.
You were both in there, correct?
Yes.
There was reference made to her having been Mirandized earlier that day, correct?
Correct.
There was also reference made to where she had been told earlier that day that Jonathan had been decapitated, correct?
Correct.
She was being confronted with evidence that things that you knew in an attempt to get her to capitulate and to admit to having done something wrong. Fair to say?
Correct.
In fact, there's one point, it was early on in the interview, there's a talk about you and your partner's collective experience all the years. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
How many years was told to her?
It was 40.
40. And then that's followed with this shit's gonna get real, correct?
Sounds right.
There was reference made to State's Exhibit 12, this photograph, correct?
Yes.
And it was at about 16, maybe 16:01 on the interview, correct? That
photo?
Yes.
I won't dispute that.
State, will you agree? It's about 16 minutes. It states here, hand-drawn picture by Devin Michaels, correct?
At the top of it?
Yes. If I may approach, or actually, may I publish this? Thank you. This has been admitted. Push this button. Okay. I'm gonna but that's states right here, hand-drawn picture by Devin Michaels, correct?
Correct.
But we can see in the interview, she just draws one straight line, correct?
Yes.
The rest of these, the elements to this, the head, the bed, the pillows, the headboard, that's supplied after she's drawn a straight line, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't a hand-drawn picture by Devin Michaels. It was simply a line drawn by Devin Michaels, correct?
Detective Christopher assisted her because she was obviously struggling with in the handcuffs.
Well, you say he assisted her. He drew this whole thing, didn't he?
Yeah, based on what she said, yes.
And the video will speak for itself. She draws a line and then he fills in the rest of this, correct?
Correct.
Which is, he's obviously doing that in an attempt to make it match the photograph that's ultimately showed to her, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that, well, and you're a police officer, but people get nervous when they speak to cops, correct?
Yes.
People get nervous when they get pulled over for a mere traffic ticket, correct?
Absolutely.
I mean, you'll agree with me that through your experience as a detective, sometimes people break down, correct?
Yes.
They may say things that they didn't necessarily do. Is that fair to say? And
Yes.
You know where I'm going with this, but isn't
Yep.
that right?
Yep.
She had been interviewed multiple times prior to your interview, correct?
Correct.
We've heard them. There's been multiple interviews, correct?
Yes.
There's been multiple denials presented to her in reference to having committed a crime, correct?
Yes.
But nonetheless, you and other members of law enforcement keep returning and speaking to her, correct?
Yes.
And that's done with the intent of eliciting some sort of a damaging admission. Fair to say?
It would, yes.
A great deal of emphasis was placed upon the timing in that house, correct?
The hour, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you keep talking about an hour and 4 minutes.
Correct.
Over and over and over again, correct?
Yes.
We've heard testimony from a person that's Yoko, pretty into time, that she came down to clean about 1 a.m. All right?
Yes.
And she testified that she spoke to Devin for about 15 minutes. All right?
Okay. I didn't know the length of time, but I knew that they met in the kitchen at 1 o'clock.
And we do have video evidence, and some issues been made about the completeness of it, but the video evidence, we have her leaving the house at 2:04. All right?
Yes.
So we're not really talking about an hour and 4 minutes. We're talking about 49 minutes, correct?
Okay.
Much less time, correct?
Not considerably, but yes, less.
She had told you that she was cleaning things up when Yoko was there, correct?
Dishes that she handed to Yoko.
And if I told you that we have testimony from Yoko, that there was dishes, alcohol bottles, things of that nature, you'd have no reason to disagree, correct?
Correct.
If we heard testimony from Yoko that that room, and it wasn't a door, it was a sheet, but was open and the light was on in there, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
With Yoko?
Yeah.
No, I would not.
It's clear, and we've heard a great deal of evidence over the last week and few days that a move was going on, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that when one moves one's belongings.
Yeah. These are all their beads. And I hope I have enough of this because I'm running low. But yeah. Love that place. That's my addiction. The first time I went, I dropped $600. Don't have that money anymore.
From one home to another, it can be a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Things can get misplaced or perhaps taken from one house to another inadvertently.
Yes.
There has been testimony concerning Jonathan's wallet and that he had actually lost that wallet the previous day. You're aware of that?
No, I'm not.
That there's texts which are now in the evidence, right, Mike? Yes. where it's shown that Jonathan had lost his wallet the day before and he was communicating with Devin.
I'm unaware, but I don't dispute that.
But a great deal of evidence was made concerning that wallet and Jonathan's belonging, and is some idea that somehow that was evidence of guilt or that she was trying to hide something, correct?
Yes.
Come to find out, Jonathan had a habit of losing things and drinking, and she had taken his things. She'd received them from Jonathan. Okay?
All right.
There's been evidence concerning the phone that was taken, Jonathan's phone. Okay?
Yes.
There was never a statement by her, I took his phone on purpose, correct?
No, I don't believe she ever said anything like that.
Fair to say that, she arrived home at 2:42?
That sounds right.
And I'm just talking about from the 6th to the 7th right now, so I won't have to keep saying
Yes,
the day.
I
But
understood.
you agree with me, it's reasonable to believe that maybe someone may take someone's phone by accident. Fair to say?
Possibly.
Someone may take another's keys, either by accident or on purpose, if that person's been drinking. Reasonable?
It's happened before, I assume.
And if I were to tell you that there are a number of texts from Yoko, who was living with Jonathan up until the time of his move, and there was a lot of concerns that Yoko had about his drinking and driving, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I have no knowledge of that, but I would not disagree.
You'd agree with me, it's gotta be a pretty stressful situation to be arrested for the murder of somebody.
Yes.
And she had been arrested and handcuffed prior to your interviewing her, correct?
Yes.
She had cooperated and given multiple statements to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You're aware of statements, and we've heard them concerning Jonathan, although she said he wasn't cut. She had said that he had said something about injuring his hand in reference to a white table. You're aware of that?
I don't believe I am.
White table was found at her place. They had moved it. Aware of that?
I don't believe I am.
Okay. You'd agree with me, people can injure themselves moving.
Yes.
Common sense.
Yes.
I want to take this off. Hot. I'm cold.
Every time law enforcement engaged her, it was with the purpose of trying to get something incriminating against her. And I keep stressing that because that's clearly what you were trying to do, correct?
What I was trying to do?
Yeah.
Correct.
And others with whom you were working.
Correct.
This string, I can no longer get in Kerrville. Hobby Lobby no longer sells it. So the only place I can find it is at Sea of Beads. So I'm going to have to make a drive into Austin because I'm almost out. I'm going to have to go before I finish the cowboy hats.
You'd asked her about what Jonathan was wearing when she left, correct?
Yes.
And she said he was wearing boxer shorts, boxers, correct?
She did.
She stayed consistent with that, correct?
Yes.
But you had a photo, and it's been evidence that the boxer shorts were gone, correct?
Yes. That's what she honed in on the picture.
She noticed, yeah. He had boxer shorts on when I left, correct?
Yes.
There was a discussion concerning cleaning materials at Yoko's house, and we'll just refer to that, the Paladera house as Yoko's house, correct?
Yes.
You were aware, you've seen photos, or perhaps you were there. There was a lot of cleaning supplies in that house, wasn't there?
I was not there. I was not. Never went into that house. I was on scene, but never went in. Cleaning supplies that I was aware of were the ones in the hallway there, the evidence photos.
Are you aware of a photo that's now in evidence at Yoko's bathroom where it's lined with cleaning supplies?
I don't believe I am.
Okay. there was cleaning supplies in the hallway, correct?
What I just referenced, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And in the bathroom, I mean, there's a lot of cleaning supplies in that house, correct?
I would not disagree. I wasn't in there though.
Fair to say that she has been interviewed over and over again, and her statements, protestations of not having done anything to Jonathan weren't getting her anywhere. Fair to say?
What are you asking?
That through her various interviews and her, I said protestations, her saying over and over again she didn't do this, wasn't getting her anywhere, correct?
Correct.
She gets arrested. Her daughters are brought up. She's threatened with nobody's going to believe with what she's going to say. And then she tells you about hitting him in the head, correct?
Correct.
And that's it, correct? In your interview. I mean, she talks about hitting him in the head with something
Yes.
near the bed,
She
correct?
hits him, and there's points where she says that she doesn't remember.
Yeah.
It's possible, but she just doesn't remember.
Okay. And we'll get to that. But you'd agree with me that hitting somebody in the head, assuming that happened, is different than killing them and decapitating them.
Yes, absolutely.
She actually points out that hitting him in the head with something is a completely different matter or something to
Yes.
those, correct?
Yes.
An object that Jonathan may or may have been hit in the head with was not recovered, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
There were no power tools, specifically a mechanical powered saw that was recovered, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, but I
Or
don't know.
or any instruments that may have been used to sever the head.
Not that I'm aware of, but I wasn't informed of that.
You'll agree with me that there's a lot of pressure, societal pressure to solve a crime, especially a heinous crime, fair to say?
Absolutely.
I mean, this was obviously number one on the list of priorities on the cases that you worked on. Find the murderer in this case, fair to say?
Correct.
Get closure for this case, correct?
Yes.
You'll agree with me when there's this kind of pressure, shortcuts may be taken.
I wouldn't say that.
It's easier to focus on one defendant, one object. Hey, we do know that she was there versus someone else. Fair to say? It's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Are you asking why she became a suspect?
Hey, she was the easiest person. She was there that night. Fair to say?
That among other things, but yes.
Yeah. She had said repeatedly that they were together that night. We know she was, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they had been together late the night before. You're aware of that?
Yes.
She was consistent and remained consistent through the course of your interview that John was alive when she left.
He was breathing, which you would say yes.
She never told you in that interview that she took his head, did she?
She did not tell us that.
Is this the first case that you've been involved with concerning a decapitation?
Yes. I can't think of another one.
Yeah, it's a very rare occasion. I mean, it doesn't
Yes.
happen, at least here in this country, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you this, and this is an aside, but I believe you may be the last detective we have an opportunity to speak concerning. I mean, was luminol used, in this? Was anything checked? I mean, there's been talk about times, things like that.
I can't testify to that. I don't know. I wasn't aware.
Okay. So based upon your interview with her, she hits him in the head, and now we know it's about 49 minutes she leaves, correct?
She's in the house for at least till 2:04.
Okay. That'd be a lot of time to actually decapitate somebody, clean it all up, and get rid of all the evidence, correct?
Be a considerable amount of time.
That's a pretty tight timeline to get rid of. I mean, obviously, we've heard testimony that, if you decapitate a person, it creates a mess. We've seen photographs that there was a fair amount of blood, correct?
Yes.
She told you that she didn't take anything out of that house, correct? And it was in reference to a weapon or a head or, correct?
Yes, I would say that's what she's referencing because she was moving some of her daughter's belongings.
Yeah. She had told you that she was moving things around, correct? I mean, we know that she was moving, and I mean, that's consistent with what she told you. Is that right?
Yes, and she brought some of her daughter's belongings to her vehicle.
Yeah, so they're in the process of a move, correct?
Yeah.
She tells you that she leaves and then goes to a drugstore, correct?
CVS, yes.
And we've seen the video of that. Obviously, you've reviewed that.
Correct.
She's wearing white shirt, correct? Rolls in and gets a prescription for her daughter, correct?
I don't recall the color of the shirt, but I would say, yeah.
Yeah, and that's right after this decapitation is alleged to have occurred and that she's been supposedly cleaning this up, correct?
Correct.
And then she goes home. 2:42, I believe you said the time was?
She arrives home, yes.
That's consistent with what she had told you, correct?
Yes.
In your understanding. There was talk concerning her going to the school the next morning, and you're aware of she did go to school the next morning and try and enroll her daughters. You aware of that?
I believe that's yes.
We do know that she went to a gas station, Funnies, correct?
The next day?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that.
There is minimization that you and your partner, and I'm just going to kind of refer to you as one because we saw both of you sitting there. It was the two of you basically with her on the other side, correct?
Correct.
You're both large men. I mean, I'm pointing out the obvious, but I mean, you're in shape. You're a big guy, correct?
I would say average, but okay.
I'm going to disagree with you, but that's so is your partner. He's a pretty beefy guy too, isn't he?
Okay.
I mean, we can see it. It can be intimidating, correct?
We did consider that. Like I said, this wasn't an interview room. It was a conference room. It's a larger room. Typically, when we do interviews, we sit next to and across from. We had her seated at the head of the table, and we sat back a little bit.
She's handcuffed.
Correct.
That kind of changes the dynamic a little bit, the power dynamic, doesn't it?
Well, she's under arrest, yes.
Yeah. And she was placed under arrest prior to your interviewing her.
Yes.
If you are ever under arrest and you ever are in handcuffs, shut your mouth.
She's told at the very beginning of this interview that
even if you're
she's
innocent,
going to fess up. She's going to help you. It's going to help her to give you information, correct? And that precedes her talking about hitting him in the head, correct?
I don't think exactly that, but I would say that works, yeah.
And then the jury has this video. I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yes.
It's after this that then this idea about her hitting him in the head with something comes about, correct?
I don't recall the exact timeline, but it's obvious we've seen it.
Yeah. And through the course of this interview, nothing more than that, correct? Correct? I mean,
Nothing more than what?
Than that. She hit him in the head with something and left and he was breathing, correct?
She at the end, she said that she waited around to make sure he was breathing. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. He was alive.
Yes.
You are aware of the phenomena of false confessions, correct?
I've heard of it.
They happen, don't they?
Yes.
You're aware of case studies by social scientists where people actually admit, and usually it's murder, to something having committed a crime they didn't in fact commit, correct?
Yes.
We have the Central Park Five, and we have other, in fact, the Innocence Project. A third of those guys admitted, if he knows.
This is testimony. He's not an expert, and I would refute any alleged science behind that.
There's a lot of it.
Mr. Justice, he's not here to testify as an expert. You can talk to him about what
Yes.
he did, but we're not getting into things that are not an issue.
Let me ask you this. Have you received training concerning false confessions and the dynamic where they occur?
I don't believe so.
But you'll agree with me that they do occur.
Yes.
One more question on this subject. They tend to occur more concerning murder cases than others.
I wouldn't know that.
Okay. It's only after that you and your partner are basically swearing at her, telling her the shit's gonna get real, saying, about the kids and John, that then she kind of has this where she doesn't quite remember, correct? It's fair to say, and that's a fair summary of what occurred during this interview.
No, I believe initially she was saying that she just left. She just left. And then we confronted her on the evidence that she was there. And then she says, I don't remember.
You and your partner, the two of you are taking against her, correct?
I think that's more us presenting the evidence that she's there.
So it
and she
wasn't
doesn't have a
confrontational, your voices weren't raised, you're yelling.
I don't
at
think
her?
it was that confrontational.
To you, maybe. Okay, you've got a 230-pound woman that's handcuffed with you, correct?
Yes.
And then it's after that, then we see that there's, well, maybe I don't remember something, correct?
Correct.
But then later she actually gets passionate with you and says, I did not do this, correct?
Yes.
And she consistently denies having killed Jonathan, correct?
Correct.
She consistently, and she even looks at the photo through this and she's like, I didn't do that, correct?
At one point, yes.
There's discussions to do what's going to happen after she's not going to be able to go home and things like that. And that was the last part of this interview, correct?
I don't.
And I'm not trying to confuse. I'm not trying.
Yeah.
We heard, and we heard that the tape or the video, the capacity was full, so we lost the video towards the last part of this, correct?
Yes.
And the rest of this interview is captured on the little handheld recording device, correct?
Correct.
She's done, correct? I mean, she's being taken away. It's done, correct?
Yeah. Well, prior to even when the video was going, Detective Christopher steps out to get a patrol officer to transport her, and then I just sit there until the patrol officer shows up. But we have a conversation. Yes.
Okay. I can have the court's indulgence then. Fair to say, for all intents and purposes, then this case is done and we're here now for trial, correct?
For my part.
Yeah.
I did not the end of it, but that was the end of it.
That was your part.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real quickly, Detective, the point of talking to a person multiple times, it's different in different types of cases. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely.
And here we have a very glaring piece of evidence that's missing, correct?
Yes.
And John had children, 3 of them, right?
Yes, he did.
He had 2 little girls
And the son.
and parents, and who probably want to put on a funeral for him.
Yes.
Was one of your main objectives in this interview attempting to find out what she did with the head?
It was obviously we always try to give the family some closure or whatever, but obviously finding a severed head would obviously help the family, I believe, with, some closure.
I'll pass.
No, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, to our excuse, thank you very much for your testimony again today.
Thank you.
Statement about your next witness?
At this time, the state would rest its case.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the state has arrested their case. We are going to take our night recess at this point. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, testify in the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or the comments made to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessed until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury.
Well, there you go, y'all. We're gonna wait a second. I know we've got the wrong banner thing up. It should have been that one. I love these. We're gonna wait and see what they say, see if they have any more stuff. Here we go. And then what we'll do is we'll go to the other trial. We'll end this live. Okay, we're done on that court. Yippee! Okay. So what I'm going to do is a redirect. Give me a second. Oh, Lord have mercy, child, y'all. We're going to redirect and then go into the next live. All right, let me go live in that one, and then we'll end this one. Give me a split moment, y'all. Thank you so much for joining me today, y'all. Y'all have been amazing. I'm getting the hat done. Thank you, Jesus. You know, people don't realize how long it takes to do this stuff. All righty. Let's get that.
The severed head was not there. There wasn't, I should say, hardly any.
The defense is going to latch on to that whole thing that.
Okay, so what I'm doing, y'all, is I'm getting ready to go live on the other one. Going live on the other one. Give me a split second. Of course, we okay, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to hop on over to the other live and watch it there tomorrow morning. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.